Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Game of Thrones Song of a Northern Sorcerer Greyjoy Rebellion, 3 Part 2. Sitting in his makeshift throne, Balon fixated his gaze on the barred door on the opposite end of the hall from him. Beside him stood his daughter Asha, wearing leather armor and holding an axe. If only you had been born a man instead, Balon lamented and sneered at her. Perhaps then I would have actually had a son I could be proud of. But no matter. She will serve her purpose here. I didn't summon her here to fight, as amusing as that would be to see. No, she's here for one reason only. To serve as a woman should serve. On her back or on her knees. And if that's what it takes to delay this, sorcerer, that I need to offer my want to be son of a daughter to this fucking man, then so be it. On his other side stood Victarion, his stump of an arm wrapped in layers and holding an axe in his remaining hand. And beside him was Euron, who was standing on his feet but still under the effects of the milk of the poppy. A lame brother and a second dulled by the milk of the poppy. Pathetic, he thought, casting a look around the room at what was left of his men. And a dozen fuckers left. That's all I have. All I have left of my kingdom now. But all is not lost. Not yet. We may not have been able to buy as much time as necessary during the siege. But my men should have completed at least one of their tasks by now. I may have to be humiliated before Robert. But, in the end, he will come back to me, on his knees, begging for me to take back my crown. Just as the thought passed through his head of Robert on his knees before him, the screaming started. Screams. Pleas for mercy and for help as fists banged on the door from the opposite side. He got here faster than I thought, Balon sneered, watching as his men cranked their crossbows and aimed them at the door. Perhaps there actually is something to the fucking far-fetched tales that Euron and Victarion spun to excuse their failure in stopping him. All too soon, the screaming and pounding on the door abruptly ceased, leaving only silence. Fucking deep hells, his daughter cursed, her stance fidgeting as she reaffirmed her hold on her axe. He killed them so fucking quickly. On his other side, Euron chuckled as he swayed in place. He's the fucking avatar of the storm fucking god. Simply amazing. What secrets he holds. I need to know. Before Balon could reprimand his brother and daughter, the strangest sight happened. A red, glowing blade jabbed clean through the wood and steel of the door. Then the blade traveled down, slowly, cutting through every brace that was sealing the two doors shut. What fucking sorcery is th? Without warning, the blade retracted, disappearing as it reached the bottom of the doors. Then, the doors flew open without warning. The sudden force of them opening tossed the tables, chairs and wooden beams that had been holding the doors shut across the room as if they'd been shot out from a scorpion. Balon ducked, as did his brothers and daughter. But some of his men were not so lucky as the wood and steel from the door and its braces impaled or knocked back over half his remaining men. Kill the fuck. Ah. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But lightning and thunder shot forth out of the now open door, striking the man who'd shouted in the chest and throwing him back into the far wall with the force to break every bone in his body. Two more of his men managed to recover and made to charge, but both stopped in their tracks as they suddenly grabbed their throats. Then they rose into the air, clutching at their throats as if they were being lifted by an unseen force. The sounds of their necks snapping hastened Balon's breath while he watched on helplessly as their limp bodies dropped back to the ground they lay motionless. By the time Balon managed to get to his knees, his men were all but gone, leaving only himself, Asha, Euron, Victarion and two others. Then he saw him. And his breath caught in his lungs as he did. His boots echoing against the stone floor with each step he took. Cloaked in black, with black armor and gauntlets and mask that completely obscured his face from view. But it wasn't just his appearance. No, it was his presence. It felt as if Balon was staring into the deepest abyss in the land. He never been one to admit his fear, but in this moment, Balon had never been more scared in his entire life. Fucking deep hells, his daughter gasped, her hand visibly shaking. Die, you fucking sorcerer. Before he could stop her, his idiot daughter charged headlong at the sorcerer. Stupid fucking cunt. Balin wanted to scream as he watched his daughter run headlong to her death. That isn't why I brought you out of your fucking room. When she was just a few paces away, Asha swung her axe, throwing all her weight behind it as the steel aimed straight for the man's neck. But just as Balin predicted, the steel never connected with flesh. But strangely enough, the man didn't use his magic to stop her. No, he simply caught her arm by the wrist, stopping her cold. Interesting. The man's voice came from beneath the mask as if he were examining some strange oddity. You have strength, girl. More than you know. But you are not ready to challenge me yet. In the next instant, his fist flashed out, slamming into Asha's gut and doubling her over and sending her to all fours as it drove all the wind out of her lungs. And if you stay as you are, then you never will be. Balin had to give his daughter credit as she held onto her gut and glared up at the sorcerer. You killed my brother. The sorcerer's head tilted to the side. Oh, I see. So, you are a Greyjoy. And your brother, Meryn, yes. He did not survive the wounds he received then. But should you really be so surprised? Your brother tried to kill me first, after all. Enough. Balin shouted, finally finding his voice. Standing up to his full height, Balin took a moment to straighten his robes as well as swallow his pride. I need this to work. You have clearly bested my men, sorcerer. You have made your way through the labyrinth that is the Pike unscathed. That is commendable and impressive. So, let us make a deal. The sorcerer stilled his hand, which Balin took as a good sign. A deal? The man questioned, his stance relaxing, which in turn made Balin relax ever so slightly. Good, he's open to the idea. This is the opening that I need. This should be interesting. Alright, Greyjoy, let's hear it. What kind of deal could you possibly offer me when I'm a few seconds away from ending your pathetic excuse for a rebellion? Straightening his clothes to buy himself a moment to collect his words, Balin made sure to look the man directly into his, well, where he assumed the man's eyes were located based on his helm. The deal is this, sorcerer. We cannot beat you, that much is certain. But neither can Robert and his allies. All of whom are conveniently located here in my keep. Ripe for the pruning. You kill all of them, which I am sure you can do, then together we can wipe out the few straggling ships they have left, and the mainland will be ours to take. The helmed sorcerer said not a word. He just stood there, silently. He hasn't outright rejected the offer, Balin thought with hope. Which means he's considering it. And who wouldn't take the offer? This will raise him far above his status that he currently has as a Stark lapdog. Of course, the moment he finishes off Robert and the mainland lords that are here in the Pike, I'll simply kill him while his back is turned, but he doesn't have to know that. I see what you get out of this offer, Balin, the sorcerer rumbled. But I fail to see how such an offer benefits me. Especially as I would have to be the one to do all the work, and you would be the one to reap all the rewards. Why should I even begin to entertain this offer from you? Because, through me, you will raise far above your current station, Balin said greedily. I have him. Hook and line. Now I just need to add the sinker and it will be done. Once the mainland is under my control, I will name you warden of whichever plot of land you wish. And I will give you my daughter at your feet to do with as you wish. Be it a salt wife, rock wife, or just something to take out and play with once in a while. She will be yours to do with as you please. The sorcerer's head turned down towards his daughter, who was glaring back at Balin with anger and betrayal written across her face. Your daughter doesn't seem pleased with your offer, Greyjoy. Balin merely shrugged. She is a woman. She has a good head on her shoulders, it is true. And she can fight as well, or almost as well, as boys her age. But in the end, she is still a woman, and this is her purpose. Well, sorcerer, what do you say? Do we have a deal? So, coughing, Balin reached up to rub at his throat. But as he did, his throat closed. It felt as if something invisible had taken hold of him and was squeezing his throat. Gasping desperately for air, Balin fell to his knees, clutching at his throat as he tried to remove whatever it was that had a hold of him. Looking around the hall, he tried to call out for help, but no one came. His brothers were both standing completely still as they watched him struggle to breathe. The men around the room were refusing to meet his eyes as they tried to stay as insignificant as possible. Lastly, his eyes desperately sought out his daughter. But Asha, Asha was just watching him struggle with the slightest of smiles on her face. Lastly, his eyes went to the sorcerer, who had his hand held up, cupped as if he were gripping something. How? Balin thought desperately as he struggled to get even the smallest amount of air into his lungs. His vision was quickly starting to darken as the world around him began to get fuzzy and incoherent. How is he doing this? Be careful that you don't choke on your ambitions, Greyjoy. Somehow, the sorcerer's words managed to pierce the darkening fuzzy of his mind. Then, finally, the pressure let off of his throat, and Balin collapsed forward onto his hands and knees, greedily sucking in air. What the fuck? Balin had been flogged in the past. He'd been beaten bloody by the captain of the first ship he'd served on for overstepping his bounds. But never had he felt anything like what happened next. There was a flash of light, and then pain shot through every part of his body. He could hear someone screaming. Someone that turned out to be himself. A scream he didn't even realize he'd given because the pain was so overbearing. Without warning, the pain stopped. Gasping for air and trying to fight through it, Balin slowly tired to scoot backwards away from the sorcerer. Glancing around, he desperately sought out someone, anyone, to help him. But all fight had left his men in the face of the sorcerer. By the drowned god, he has been blessed by the storm. You forgot something very vital when trying to make a deal, Greyjoy. The sorcerer's voice was deep and menacing as he advanced on Balin. You need to have an advantage to hold your position. Right now, you have none. The only thing you can offer me is a plot of a land and your daughter to basically be my sex slave. The first I can get on my own. I need only ask. And the second, well, I have never been one to force someone into my bed. I never will take someone against their will. And, quite frankly, I find those that are willing to sell their daughters into such a life to be the lowest scum imaginable. Unworthy of the very air they breathe. He felt something grab him around the chest, but when he looked, he found nothing. Even as he was hoisted up into the air like a sail-on ship with his feet just barely off the ground, Balin still couldn't figure out just how this was happening. Or even what was happening to him. The claw-like gauntlet of the sorcerer grabbed him by the chin, forcing him to stare into the unseeing eyes behind the man's helmet. Impossible. How? How can he see? Luckily for you, Balin, King Baratheon ordered me to bring you to him alive. Balin felt an undeniable surge of relief for a moment, but that moment passed quickly as the sorcerer's grip, both visible and invisible, tightened. However, he failed to specify in just what shape you were to be in when I brought you to him. So, my advice to you, Balin, is to pray to your gods. For that is the only thing that you can do now. Standing on the bridge on the mainland side of the Pike, Ned Stark stared up at the fairly imposing sight of the great keep of the Pike. It wasn't the structure itself that made it imposing, but rather its layout. The only way to reach the great keep was to cross the large stone bridge that connected the keep to the mainland. The problem was that the bridge had no cover and the great keep had more than a few places that Ned could spot that could easily hide archers or scorpions. Well, the gatehouse fell quickly enough, Robert sighed, almost seemingly disappointed with just how simple the siege had been to this point. I expected better of the Ironborn than this pathetic showing. I believe we have the sorcerer to thank for the low morale of the Krakens, Your Grace, Lord Tywin said, standing on the other side of the Robert as the three men surveyed their next target. If not for him and his initial assault, the fight would have been significantly more difficult. However, without him with us, the taking of the Great Keep will be costly. Yeah, you're right on that one, Tywin, Robert grumbled, spitting off the side. Well, Ned, where the fuck is that fucking sorcerer of yours? I'm sure he could take this fucking keep just as easily as he took the damned gatehouse. Ned felt something, a stirring of the wolf's blood. Something. No, someone was coming towards them from within the great keep. And Ned only knew of one individual that could cause such a sensation within the blood. I do not believe we will have to worry about that, Your Grace, Ned stated, pointing towards the great keep. If I am not mistaken, I believe that the Greyjoys have already fallen. Before either Robert or Tywin could question him, one of the shuttered windows over 20 feet directly above the stone bridge flew open as one, then another, and then a third body were thrown out of the window and down to the stone bridge below. Looking back up towards the open window, the two lords and king watched as Nox's frame filled the opening. Then, As if he didn't care about the distance, Nox simply stepped off the edge and dropped down to the bridge, his fall slowing unnaturally at the last possible moment and allowing him to land as gracefully and quietly as a cat. Well, pay me a gold fucking dragon and call me a whore, Robert grumbled, shaking his head. The fucker apparently did it. Well, what the hell we waiting for, Barristan. Kingslayer. Get your useless fucking asses up here already. At the name, Ned saw the quick look of contempt Tywin gave him before the Lord of the Westerlands focused forward and proceeded to ignore him. Ned regretted many things in his life, and one thing he mildly regretted was giving Sir Jaime the moniker that had stuck with him. The man had killed the king he was sworn to, so he'd earned the title. But at the same time no one, not even Ned, had ever actually questioned why the man had done what he did. Not that Kingslayer even seemed of mind to tell them even if they had. The man didn't seem to simply care what he had done nor what people called him behind and in front of him. And his uncaring attitude, not to mention Ned's feeling of being robbed of the justice that he was due, was what stayed his tongue. With the two Kingsguard in front of them, along with over 24 knights of House Baratheon forming a shield wall in front of the king, he, Lord Tywin, and Ned made their way across the stone bridge towards the Sorcerer. As they drew close, Ned noticed something strange about Nox. He had a sword pummel sticking out over his right shoulder. A sword that Ned knew full well Nox didn't have at the start of the battle. Nox never carried a sword before. He has no need of one with the lightsaber he carries. So, why does he carry one now? Well, Sorcerer, Robert called out, pushing his way past the Kingsguard and his men to stand before Nox and his 3 prisoners. Where the fuck have you been? And who the fuck are these 3 sods? Reaching up, Nox disengaged his mask from his face, the metal making a strange hiss as it released, revealing his face to all. Gods, he doesn't even look tired after all of this. Just how powerful is he? Your Grace, Nox responded, bowing his head slightly in a show of respect. I've been winning this war for you and your men. And as for these 3, may I present to you Balon, Euron and Victarion Greyjoy. Alive and in one piece, as requested, well, mostly one piece. Looking down at the 3 prisoners, whose arms were shackled with what looked like metal rings that had been repurposed and bent around their arms, Ned took note of their condition. Each man was not in good shape. Euron had a seared slash across his face that had clearly destroyed one of his eyes, the wound more than likely from Nox's lightsaber. Victarion was battered and bruised and was missing an arm. And for Balon, the Lord of the Pike's neck was starting to bruise and was twitching periodically as if he couldn't fully control his body. Gods, perhaps Robert should have been more specific about what condition he wanted the Greyjoys to be delivered to him in. Although, I can't find it in myself to pity them. Not after all of the innocent deaths they've caused in this ill-conceived rebellion of theirs. Fucking hells, Sorcerer, Robert chuckled, looking the 3 prisoners over. If you keep this shit up, I might just have to find a spot for you in my council, despite your Valyrian looks. Nox merely nodded as he took a step back. I gave you my word that I would see this war over quickly, Your Grace. And I'm a man of my word. That you are. Robert nodded before stepping up to Balon Greyjoy. The Lord the Pike was still twitching slightly as Robert squatted down in front of the would-be king. Well, Greyjoy, here we are. I would love to know what possibly made you think that you could say, fuck you, to me in such a fashion. But truth is I don't care. You've fucked up, and now you're going to pay for it. Balon glared hatefully at Robert for a full minute, and then he started chuckling. A low growling noise that quickly grew to a full laugh. You think you've won? Ha, what a fucking joke. Balon spat. This victory is not yours, Robert. You had nothing to do with it. This is all because of him. The sorcerer fuck that your pet dog has on a leash. And, even then, you still haven't won. Because before you leave my island, you will come to me on your hands and knees begging for me to take my fucking crown back, you whoremongering drunkard. Ned cast a quick look towards his king and friend. Robert's face was starting to turn red as he glared at Balon. Sorcerer. This piece of shit is talking. Shut him up for me. As you wish. The moment Robert gave the command, Nox idly pointed a finger towards Balon. A small bolt of lightning, almost insignificant compared to the bolt he'd summoned at the start of the battle, shot forth out of his finger and hit Balon in the chest. The Lord of the Pike screamed in agony, an ungodly sound that Ned was sure would haunt his dreams for nights to come. The torture, for that was what it was, lasted for only a moment before Nox let go of his attack and Balin slumped forward, his body twitching. So that is why. How many times did Nox use that magic against him before he brought him to Robert? As a rule, Ned despised torture, especially after what happened to his father and brother, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that as a lord, and especially a king, sometimes you needed to go to extreme lengths. He himself had ordered a few men tortured since his ascension to Warden of the North. But while he might understand its usage, it didn't mean he liked it in the least. Robert seemed surprised, but even more than slightly pleased at seeing the Lord of the Pike and leader of the Greyjoy rebellion suffering so. And as for Lord Tywin, the man was completely stone-faced. But Ned could see the interest clear as day in the Warden of the West's eyes. I cannot let Nox fall into his hands. No doubt Tywin will offer him something in the future to try and tempt him into his service. But I cannot let that happen. I'll need to think of how Tywin might approach him, and what I can do to counter any offer that Tywin will give him. Well, that's one way to shut him up, Robert chuckled, leaning over the twitching Greyjoy. Now, Balin, kneel. Your fleet is destroyed, and your army scattered. You have nothing left. Kneel, and I will show you and your family mercy. Glaring up with hate-filled eyes, Balin spat at Robert's feet. I will never kneel to you. You've already lost. You just don't know it yet. But soon, oh, so soon, you will know. Perhaps I'll order you to kill this fucking sorcerer first before you give me back my crown. Scoffing, Robert stood back up. I don't fucking play games, Greyjoy. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, how forgetful of me. Nox suddenly spoke up as he began patting at the outside of his clothes and armor before reaching into the inner recesses of his robes. Ned may not have known him for long, but he did recognize when Nox was doing something for performance's sake. And this was such a time. Ah, here it is. Withdrawing his hand, Ned saw he had a raven scroll in his hand. He couldn't make out the emblem on the scroll as Nox handed it off to Robert, but Ned had a feeling he knew what contents of the scroll were. The night before our forces arrived at the walls of the Pike, I made a trip back to Lordsport. When I arrived, the Maester of Lordsport informed me that he'd just received a raven from Dragonstone, and I offered to take the message to you. Breaking open the seal, Robert unrolled the small scroll and read its contents. His eyes grew wider and wider with each word read, and by the end his eyes were as wide as Ned had ever seen them and his face was an impressive shade of red. Kingslayer. Robert bellowed. Get my brother Stannis here now. Sir Jaime, sensing Robert's clear displeasure, immediately set off to do as commanded. While he did, Balon's smile grew even wider and Ned could swear he could feel the sensation of victory coming off the man. Are you going to beg ye? Sorcerer. Robert cut in, making Balon quiet with the one word. He opens his mouth again, do that lightning thing again. Only next time hold him under for twice as long. And each time he opens his mouth again, hold him under for even longer. Greyjoy Rebellion 3 Part 3. Within minutes of being sent away, Sir Jaime returned with Lord Stannis's tow. Your Grace, Stannis bowed slightly as he approached. You sent foe. Read this. Robert demanded, thrusting the raven scroll at his brother. And then tell me how the fuck you missed this. As Stannis read the raven, his expression remained the same. But just like how he could sense victory coming from Balon, the wolf's blood was telling him that Stannis was angry. A burning anger that could rival Robert any day. And you, Ned, Robert continued, rounding on him. How the fuck did you know to send the Manderley fleet south to help reinforce the few ships Jon had stationed in the bay? The sense of victory fluttered within Balon, replaced by one of concern. Your Grace, Lord Tywin cut in, clearly not pleased with not knowing what was happening. What does the raven say, Your Grace? The Greyjoys hit a dozen ships along the eastern shore, Stannis answered before Robert could. The moment the royal fleet was well and truly clear of the waters, they launched an assault on Dragonstone. An assault that was broken by the timely arrival of the Manderley fleet, who took the Ironborn by surprise and managed to sink or capture every ship that made up the fleet. The captains were then put to the question. And it was discovered that the Ironborn were tasked with the infiltration of Dragonstone to Stannis's anger clearly started to get the better of him as he couldn't finish what he'd been saying. But he didn't need to, as Robert continued for him. They were sent to take Shireen, my fucking niece and a babe, hostage. Robert spat. And then they were to try and infiltrate King's Landings and try to take one of my fucking children as well. Balon's face paled at the news of his assault having failed while Tywin's eyes narrowed. The attackers were fully routed then. Tywin half asked half demanded. Yes, thanks to the Manderleys, Robert nodded, turning once more to Ned. Alright, Ned, how the fuck did you know they were going to do that? I didn't, Ned answered honestly, surprising everyone as he motioned towards Nox. Master Nox strategized that the Ironborn could not defeat our armies through conventional means. So, he reasoned that they had an alternative means to achieve their goal. And after studying the initial assaults, he theorized that they would be after Lord Stannis's daughter or your own children, your grace. Robert stared at him for some time, weighing his words before turning to Nox. Well, Sorcerer, it seems you've more than proven your worth so far. You ended the siege of the Pike in less than a fucking day and figured out a plot that none of our most skilled battle commanders, including myself, could see. The crown owes you a debt, it would seem. Pausing, Robert took a moment to consider Nox. That sword over your shoulder. You weren't wearing it before. Where did you get it? Reaching over his shoulder, Nox drew the sword out of its sheath. The moment the blade was clear, everyone knew what it was. The distinctive red tint and rippled patterns along the blade clear as day. Valyrian steel, Lord Tywin stated, his eyes growing hungry as a wave of pure desire emerged from the stoic man. Red Rain, the ancestral sword of House Drum. Lord Dunstan Drum would not have parted with the blade willingly. He didn't, Nox answered simply. Seeming to come to a decision, Robert approached Nox. Honor dictates that such blades should be ransomed back to their houses once the war is over. However, as the Ironborn decided to rebel, including House Drum, not to mention trying such a backhanded tactic like kidnapping my niece or children, a plot you smelled out, you can keep the blade. Consider it payment for your services. Ned highly doubted that Nox would have given the blade back in the first place, which would have caused more than a few problems. But now with Robert's decree, none could argue with Nox taking the weapon. Although judging by the hungry look from Lord Tywin, Ned was sure the sorcerer would not be able to escape the island without receiving at least half a dozen offers and requests for the blade. You have my thanks, your grace, Nox nodded, returning the blade to its sheath before nodding towards the defeated Greyjoys. Now, what about these three? Want me to kill them? The almost causal way he suggested executing the three men nearly made Ned do a double take. He couldn't mean it. Could he? I can't sense anything from him. So I honestly don't know if he was being serious or not on the offer. Robert, however, waved the offer off. No need for that. They're defeated. But that doesn't mean they're going to get off lightly. Even more so now that you tried that fucking stunt with my niece and children. So, here's what you're going to do, Greyjoy. For each ship that was destroyed, you will fucking replace them with ships of your own or your own gold. You lost one son to my brother around Seaguard, right? What does that leave you with? 3 children. 2, your grace, Nox interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Unfortunately, his eldest decided to try and run his blade through my back. He didn't survive the attempt. 2 then, Robert nodded. A son and a daughter, right? Both will be wards of the North until they turn 20. At which point they will be returned to you. Perhaps they can actually learn some fucking honor if they live with the most honorable man I know. Right, Ned. Ned wanted to protest but knew he couldn't. Robert had made his decree, and all he could do was accept it. As you wish, your grace, Ned nodded. Good, Robert nodded before turning back to Balon. Now, swear your allegiance to the Iron Throne and me again, you useless cunt. Before I decide to toss your ass over this bridge. A moment, your grace, Nox said, stepping forward before Balon could retake his oath. What is it, sorcerer? Robert asked, clearly displeased with being interrupted. You've been paid for your services. Yes, and I appreciate your generosity. And I seek to aid where I can. Nox acknowledged. I will preference my words with the knowledge that I am still new to these lands. But, in my homeland, we are no strangers to dissidents. Dissidents that are put down fast and made an example of to prevent others from following in their footsteps. Children to be raised as wards, taxes increased, and ships confiscated. These are things that in a short time, perhaps a decade or less, will be forgotten. Others will see this and take note. They'll begin to weigh the risks associated with rebelling against you again, and conclude that they are not that steep. Your Grace might wish to make a more permanent reminder. Ned did not necessarily like where Nox was going with this. Even more so when he could see approval in Lord Tywin's eyes at what Nox had said. It wasn't honorable. The Greyjoys had surrendered. There was no need to escalate things further. But Robert, and even Stannis, seemed to be considering his words. What do you have in mind? Robert asked, much to Ned's dismay. Nox turned to the three kneeling men. Killing them would be too easy for them. However, simply exterminating their house would leave a power vacuum here in the Iron Islands as the Lords would begin a new war to claim dominance. So, an alternative. Under their orders, the Iron Fleet raided Lannisport, Seaguard, Barrowden, and 4 other settlements on the Reach's coast, making 7 in total. 8, if you wish to include Dragonstone. 8 settlements raided. 8 cuts upon their flesh. A constant reminder both to themselves and others of what will happen they choose the path of violence again. Scratching at his beard, Robert considered the suggestion for all of a few seconds before nodding. Sounds fair. Kingslayer. Barristan. Get Lord Greyjoy to his feet and strip him of his armor. The 2 Kingsguard complied without question, grabbing Balin under the arms and hoisting him to his feet before removing his chest piece and tearing off his shirt, exposing his chest and back to the king. Well, Sorcerer, you made the suggestion and you're serving the Starks now. So, what's that saying in the North, Ned? The man who passes the sentence swings the sword. So, you'll do this. And if he dies, then so too shall you. If Robert expected Nox to revoke his suggestion, it failed. As you wish, Nox complied, stepping in front of Balin. Lord Tywin. Lannisport was hit the hardest of the towns and villages raided. For justice to your people, I would use your dagger. My lightsaber is not delicate enough for what is about to happen. And I have not had practice with this sword yet to truly use it effectively. Without a word, Lord Tywin immediately pulled out the dagger from his waist and held it out hilt first towards Nox. Thank you, my lord, Nox nodded, taking the offered dagger before spinning the blade around his hand and through his fingers as if he were in a mummer's show. This is a good blade. He moved in a blur of motion that Ned could hardly follow. Within the space of a heartbeat, Balon's chest was marred with 6 deep cuts. Deep, yet non-fatal from what Ned could tell. The last 2 cuts were delivered to Balon's face. One cutting diagonally from hairline to the opposite cheek across his nose. And the last was delivered vertically, from ear to the corner of his mouth. Every time I think he cannot surprise me again, he does so. Ned thought, frowning as he took in Balon's bleeding form. To move so fast and with such accuracy to inflict the most damage yet to avoid a fatal injury, just what type of training did he endure? And what type of training have I resigned Jon and Robb to? Well, that's a statement, huh? Robert gaffed, taking in Balon's bleeding form. Someone fix this fucker up and then he'll swear his allegiance back to the crown. And someone break out the ale and whores. It's time to do the 2 best things after winning a battle. Fucking and drinking. The men around them, save for Nox, Tywin, Stannis, and Ned, all cheered as the king turned his back on the bleeding Balin and made his way towards the great keep of the Pike. Stannis was quick to follow his brother, with Tywin and the Kingsguard close on their heels. The servants arrived quickly and, under escort of a mixture of Baratheon, Lannister, and Stark men at arms. Ned, however, didn't move. He remained on the bridge. As too did Nox. Soon enough, the 2 were alone as could be on the bridge, with the nearest man well out of hearing range. You don't approve, Lord Stark. Frowning, Ned's eyes flickered down to the small pool of blood. Balon's blood. There was no honor in what you did, Ned stated. He was defeated. Nox didn't say anything as he turned his unseeing eyes towards the ocean. Tell me, Lord Stark, what is the sigil of your house? Taken slightly aback, Ned answered immediately. The direwolf. And tell me, Lord Stark, when the pack is threatened, does the direwolf merely slap the ones who threatened them on the wrist and think they will just go away? Or do they destroy all threats to their pack? There is a difference, Ned countered. They are beasts. And we are men. Yes, that is true. Nox conceded. But the idea is sound. Do you truly think your ancestors were able to conquer, let alone hold, a land as vast and as inhospitable as the North by simply patting everyone who dared to go against them on the head and sending them to bed without dinner? No, it took more than a wolf to conquer and hold the North. It took a direwolf. One who will do whatever is necessarily to protect those within its pack. And one willing to do whatever is necessarily to keep anyone from threatening said pack. Turning on his heel, Nox took 2 steps towards the great keep before stopping. Honor has its place, to be sure. But I have seen honor get the better of many and make them blind to the world around them. And when that narrow world they erected around themselves was brought low, they were not the only ones to suffer for their mistakes. Be a wolf, Lord Stark. Not a stag, nor a falcon, nor a trout. No, not even a wolf. Be more than a wolf. Be a direwolf. For winter is coming for us all. And when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. And with that, Nox left Ned on the bridge overlooking the Pike. His words cutting deep into the Warden of the North. How does he know that saying? Ned thought, reflecting on the last bit of Nox's speech. Those words, they were spoken by Father just before I was sent off to the air. I thought I knew what they meant, but, could my father have meant something else? Was he trying to tell me something before I headed off to the air? If so, what? With a more than slightly troubled mind, Ned made his way into the great hall to join in the celebrations. Though he knew it would not be a joyous occasion for himself, it took far longer than he would have liked after the Ironborn had been brought to heel and Balon Greyjoy forced to once again give his oath of servitude to the Iron Throne. But nearly a month after the end of the Greyjoy rebellion, Lord Tywin Lannister, head of House Lannister, Warden of the West, and father of the Queen, finally found himself back in his solar in the great castle of Castle Rock. He'd been received, as decorum required, by the steward he'd left in charge and his son Tyrion at the Lion's Mouth, the cavern that gave entry to the small mountain upon which the ancestral seat of House Lannister sat. During the ride, Tyrion had informed him of any developments that had transpired during his absence, which thankfully there were none truly of note. Truthfully, Tywin cared little for the current goings or the most recent gossip within the castle. There was only one thing Tywin truly wanted to know about. And thankfully Tyrion apparently possessed enough of a mind to wait until they were in private to discuss the matter of the northern sorcerer, Nox. But for what awaited Tywin within his solar, Tyrion's solution was not what Tywin expected. Nor what he wanted to see. I gave you a single task while I was at war with the king putting down the Greyjoy rebellion. Tywin just barely kept himself from growling at his son, who was sitting in the chair across the desk from him in his solar with a smile on his face as if he'd done something incredibly clever. And you present me with these whores. To their credit, neither woman standing behind his son recoiled at his tone nor the name. They are not meek. A small consolation, all things considered. His son didn't appear to be off-put by his tone either. If anything, that infuriating smirk of his grew only larger. But father, I have done exactly as you requested. These 2 beauties behind me are my answer to the task you assigned to me. And I must say, it was quite a confusing task to say the least. You never cared about the goings-on of the wolves, but now you do. I can't help but wonder why that is. Resting his elbows on his desk, his gaze went from his son to the 2 whores standing behind him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized Tyrion, as galling as it was to admit, might have had a decent idea. Neither whore had the look of a woman from the Westerlands, their hair dark of color, their skin pale and their faces more round instead of angular. Perhaps the idea had some merit. But he was not ready to concede the point just yet. Leave the room. But do not venture beyond sight of the door, he ordered the 2 whores, who immediately bowed to him and left the room, leaving Tywin alone with Tyrion. Explain your plan. Tywin ordered his son the moment the door shut behind the 2. His smirk still in place, Tyrion lounged back in his chair. It's simple, father. I take it that you want information. And whores, if one cares to look, are a wealth of information. For men's lips are often more lax than they normal are after enjoying their services. One of the whores will travel to Torrens Square and the other will ply her trade in Winter Town just outside of Winterfell. The 2 will communicate with one another, with the one in Wintertown passing information to the one in Torrens Square. To get the information, we will simply reroute the ship that takes prisoners that have elected to take the Black to Torrens Square, where the whore will deliver the information to the captain of the vessel, a man we trust. That information will then be brought back to us. We may have to increase the number of times we make the trip to deliver prisoners, or perhaps find a reason to trade with the North. But this would be the quickest way to get the information you so desire. Although, it would be beneficial if I could inform the ladies what exactly it is that you are looking for. Leaning back, Tywin thought the plan over in his mind. It was relatively solid. A way to put a spy in Winterfell without putting one in Winterfell. And his son was right, weaker men often had loose lips when it came to whores. And he had even devised a method to pass information to and from the spies. But still, he was not willing to admit Tyrion had completed his assigned task just yet. And what of their loyalty to us? He asked, fixing Tyrion with a look. I need not remind you that a whore's loyalty is to the one who holds the most coin, do I? He could see genuine anger in Tyrion's eyes at the reminder of the whore he'd taken for a wife. A union Tywin had turned into an example and lesson. No, Tyrion replied. You've made that point painfully clear already, father. And we will have their loyalty. Unquestioned loyalty. For not only can we outpay anything the Starks, or any northern house, could offer, we will be holding something each hold dear. One has a sister and the other a brother, both younger. With your blessing, the brother will be initiated into the guards here at Castle Rock, and the sister will be sent to the kitchens to work as a scullery maid. Perhaps not the most glamorous of rewards, but each girl does not want what remains of their family to have to follow them into their chosen profession. And they both understand the price of betraying the confidence of House Lannister. Rising from his seat, Tywin passed his son by and went to a shelf next to the window that overlooked the sunset sea. Pulling down a dozen scrolls, he made his way back to his desk and set the dozen scrolls down in front of Tyrion. The whores will be your responsibility. So too shall it fall to you to see our threat followed through upon should they break faith with House Lannister. He stated, taking his seat before motioning towards the scrolls. These are tax reports from some of our lesser lords for last year and the year prior. You will go over each and look for any discrepancy. Should you find one, you will come up with an appropriate action to take and present it to me along with your findings. The cocky smirk faded from Tyrion's face as he looked down at the scrolls. I will see it done, Tyrion swallowed heavily. After a moment, he looked back up to his father with a searching gaze. Although, I feel it would benefit our search for information if I could inform the girls what exactly you are looking for. Folding his hands, he met Tyrion's mismatched eyes. Lord Stark has recently gained the allegiance of a foreigner. I need every scrap of information that the whores can find out about him in order to present him with an offer that will take him away from the wolves and ensure his loyalty to House Lannister alone. Tyrion's eyes narrowed in confusion. All of this because Lord Stark has gained the allegiance of some foreigner. He must be quite the fighter for you to go through all of this just to try and change his allegiance to us. Is he stronger than the Mountain? Or perhaps more skilled with a blade than Jaime? Both and neither, Tywin answered. The man is a sorcerer. Greyjoy Rebellion 3 Part 4. He didn't have to wait long for the rebuttal that he knew was coming. Forgive me, father, but I think I might have misheard what you just said. No, you didn't. You heard me correctly. The Starks have a sorcerer serving under their banner. A sorcerer that I intend to coax to serve House Lannister. Tyrion merely shook his head. I didn't think you were one for tales of grumpkins and snarks, father. I am not. But I believe what I see with my own eyes. Leaning forward, he made sure he had Tyrion's undivided attention before continuing. I watched as a blind man killed 4 of Esser Armory Lorch's men with his bare hands. I watched as after the last man fell, Esser Lorch was crushed to death in his armor by an invisible force before being beheaded by a blade made of fire. I watched as that same man summoned lightning and thunder from his hands powerful enough to fell the walls of the Pike with a single strike. And I witnessed that same man made his way unscathed through the Pike, killing all in his path, capture the Greyjoys, and then bring them bound and broken before the king. Pausing for a moment, he let his words sink in before continuing. And if his power wasn't enough, he is intelligent and politically knowledgeable to give even myself a challenge. He managed to arrange events within moments of stepping off the boat so that he could brutally kill 5 Westerland men right in front of me, and there was nothing I could do in no legal way to seek retribution. And he also, without having ever met nor fought against the Ironborn, deciphered a plot they had hatched simply by looking at a map and tracking their movements. A trap he in turn decimated with the aid of Lord Stark, earning the favor of the king. And he also has the look of one born of Valyria, yet he claims not to hail from those cursed lands. Nor does he claim any kinship with the surviving Targaryens. A tale that the king, Stark, Stannis, and I are willing to accept. Now, do I need to explain to you further why this man needs to be securely under our control? No, father, Tyrion replied after sitting in stunned silence. Should we instruct the girl that will be sent to Winterfell to seduce him? She is quite good. She can do this thing with her tongue where she licks the underside of your COC. I do not need to hear tales of your debauchery and shaming of our noble house. Tywin cut in harshly. And no, the whores will not seek the sorcerer out unless he comes to them first. We are working with a very limited amount of information at the moment. And as such, we do not know the full extent of his powers. Until we know more, they will not seek him out. Is that clear? Yes, father, Tyrion nodded before rising to his feet and collecting the tax reports. If that will be all, father, I will send the girls on their way and begin work on this. Good, now go, Tywin responded, waving Tyrion away. And send for the Maester Crelin. I have need of him. As you wish, father, Tyrion bowed awkwardly before shuffling out of the room, scrolls tucked firmly under his arm. He performed far better with the task than I thought, Tywin thought as he sat and waited for the Maester of Castle Rock. But that still does not mean anything yet. I know there are 3 discrepancies in the tax reports I gave him. We will see if he truly is clever enough to spot them or not. And if he has the ability to do what is necessary to make sure our bannermen do not believe they can keep our due from us. Soon after Tyrion left, Tywin heard a light knocking on his solar door. My lord, you sent for me. Maester Crelin called out, shuffling his old frame into the solar. I need to request a new maester from the citadel. Crelin has served House Lannister since my father's tenure, which is reason enough to get rid of him. Tywin thought as he watched the elderly man slowly make his way towards him. But more so, a lame maester who can barely do his duties is of no use to me. Yes, I did, maester, Tywin nodded. Tell me, you have your link in animal husbandry, do you not? Crelin blinked and nodded. Yes, I have my lord. Why do you ask? Tell me, Tywin said, leaning forward on his elbows once more. From what region would I have to inquire in order to procure a bantha? Making his way into the meeting hall within the uppermost level of the citadel, Archmaester Ebros took stock of the maester that were seated around the table within the small hall. These 5 men, along with himself, made up less than half of the archmaesters currently in the citadel, but to Ebros, they were the most important. For each archmaester present was responsible for leading their own sect within the order, quietly known as the Guiding Hand, the True Maesters. The men responsible for guiding the land of Westeros into a new age of enlightenment and peace. A goal that had been nearly obtained. Until recently. Taking his seat, Ebros met the eye of each of his fellow archmaesters one at a time before setting on Ryam. Archmaester Ryam, do you have word from the Iron Islands? Yes, Ryam replied, looking more than slightly uncomfortable. Both the good and the bad. The Ironborn are defeated. And unfortunately, the maester assigned to the Pike was killed during the assault. Good riddance, Archmaster Castos cut in dismissively. The maester we sent there was the very definition of incompetence. That was why he was sent to the Iron Islands in the first place. Yes, but with his death we are now forced to fill his vacant position, Archmaester Agravain stated. In times past, the islands may have served as a decent location to drop the less desirable of our order. However, with the king's new proclamation and Stark raising the future heir of the Iron Islands, perhaps it is time we rethink that mentality. Perhaps a new initiate in the Guiding Hand should be sent instead of just the dregs of the Maester Order. I agree with Archmaester Agrivance, Archmaester Benedict said. Despite where the children of the Kraken are being raised, we may not have a better chance of bringing enlightenment to the Iron Islands. Such a situation needs to be handled delicately. The status of the Maester within Pike is not why you called this meeting, Archmaester Ebros, Archmaester Sondu cut in with an impatient glare. It was because of the tales of this so-called Northern Sorcerer. Well, Ryam, have your sources been able to disprove this man's supposed abilities? Ryam's face scrunched as he shook his head. No, they have not. In fact, they have done the exact opposite. I've received word from over a dozen sources, all with unknown ties to our order, and they have all told the exact same tale. The Starks truly have gained the loyalty of a sorcerer. And a powerful one at that. That was the last thing Ebros, or indeed any of the Archmaesters present, wanted to hear. He was sure that Marwyn, the mage, would be overjoyed to hear of such powers' still existence. But such powers went against everything the Order of the Guiding Hand stood for. Their predecessors had been working to unify the lands of Westeros into a new age of order since before the doom of Valyria. And after the Targaryens managed to unite the lands, the Order changed their objective. The Targaryens had been useful to unite the lands, but they did so by using dragons and magic. Things that were not in the vision of the future the Order wanted. Despite their misgivings with it, the Maesters, including the Order of the Guiding Hand, didn't hate magic. Not like the Faith did. No, to them, magic represented what they were fighting against. For magic in its basic form was chaos. Pure, unadulterated, uncontrollable chaos. And that was not something that was needed nor wanted in their visions for the future. It had taken years, centuries in fact, but eventually they managed to cripple the dragons through forced encampment in the dragon pit and with the usage of poisons. And once the Targaryens lost the last of their dragons, it wasn't long before the madness that plagued the family took hold and they were ousted from their position. A madness that was easily avoidable if only the fools didn't interbreed so much. The inbreeding of the Targaryens to madness had been one of the more successful endeavors of the Order, almost on par with the ending of the dragons. Through very selective removal of books, the Order managed to paint the illusion that the reasons why the Targaryens couldn't hatch their dragons was because of impure blood, which wasn't the case at all. Incest, according to a few of the more well-secured tomes in the Citadel, was relatively rare in the land of Valyria. And was only done to keep the noble lines free from commoner blood. Much like the practice here in Westeros. But the Targaryens bought the lie and began to attempt to purify their bloodline by breeding exclusively within family, which brought instability into their line. The perfect slow death. The only pity was that it took so long for the nobles and small folk of Westeros to grow tired of the dragon's madness enough to revolt. And even then, the revolt only truly took place because of the carefully whispered words of Grandmaster Pycelle into the ear of the Mad King about who to choose as House Targaryen's champion during Lord Stark's trial by combat. And now, after centuries, the Order of the Guiding Hand were finally free of the Targaryens and their magic and dragons with a new king that was easy to lead around. All they had to do was dangle a jug of wine or provide him with a whore, and he would do whatever they wanted. But now their endgame was threatened by the untimely arrival of this sorcerer. And in the worst possible location as well. Had he made himself known in the south, the Faith of the Seven would have taken care of him for them. Their hatred of magic was well known to all. But instead, he arrived in the land of the first men, the land unconquered by the Andals. The only worse scenario would have been if he'd arrived in Dorne and encouraged the Martells to rise against the Baratheons in revenge for the death of Elia and her children. And what has been the king's response according to Pycelle? Ebros asked, looking towards Agravain, who served as Pycelle's primary contact within the Order of the Guiding Hand. Mixed, Agravain informed them. While he's impressed with what the man managed to accomplish and is in slight awe over his abilities, the fact that the man looks like he is a descendant of the Dragon Lords has made the king wary of the sorcerer. Not as much as we wanted, but he is still wary. Inform Pycelle that he is to try and encourage these fears, Ebros commanded. If he can plant the idea that the sorcerer is poisoning the mind of his dear friend and brother, Eddard Stark, against him and his throne, the king might take care of our problem for us. I will see it done, Agravain nodded. But that will take time. Time we do not have, not when we are so close. Sondu nearly shouted, his anger at having their plans foiled at such late stage clear. Patience, Sondu, Ebros said, trying to placate the man. Our order has been working for centuries on our designs. We managed to help unify the lands, gotten rid of the dragons, and helped to oust the Targaryens. By comparison, this sorcerer is but a slight hiccup in our plans. One that can be removed easily if we are to be a little bit more patient. Perhaps then, we should begin the next phase of the plan, Castos suggested, drawing attention back to himself. It is far past time for the next part to come to fruition. And if we play it correctly, then we might be able to tie the removal of this sorcerer in with the next phase. And it will also give us the time to bleed some more information from him as well. Benedict nodded, earning some curious stares from his companions. According to a very cryptic raven sent to use by Maester Luwin, apparently the sorcerer has a wealth of knowledge beyond just the mystic arts. He could provide us with some advancements that can be tested out in the north, away from the civilized world. And then possibly integrated if they are proven to work. Ebros nodded. See to it that it is done. Archmaester Castos, as it was your idea to tie the sorcerer into the next phase, I want to see your altered version on how to do that within the next month. Of course, Castos nodded. Such an alteration to the plan might delay it by a few years as it will require a very specific set of circumstances as well as the careful positioning of a few key players. But I feel that it will be doable. It would be easier if we had one loyal to the guiding hand in Winterfell. Ryam lamented. Before his untimely death, Maester Wales had also been a loyal member of the Order during his time in Winterfell. Maester Luwin unfortunately took his vows to the castle of Winterfell too seriously, which was why he was not inducted into the Order of the Guiding Hand. It would make things easier. Ebros nodded. Removing a maester of Luwin's age does not have precedence. But from what I know of the man, Luwin will not accept being removed unless Lord Stark specifically orders him out, which is unlikely. Or he dies. Another scenario unlikely to happen, and I will not authorize the removal of such a capable member of our order. So, no, while it will be cumbersome, we will deal with the situation at hand as is. Gentlemen, we have our work cut out of us. Let us begin. Standing on the balcony attached to her room high within the keep of Highgarden, Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns and unofficial ruler of the Reach, watched absent-mindedly as the residents of Highgarden mulled about the castle grounds below her as they worked to return to their normal lives after returning from one of the shortest wars in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. The idiot pirates actually thought they could slap the lions in the face and say piss off to the demon of the trident. Fools, all of them. But useful fools, as their war has given the Reach the chance to confirm our allegiance to the new Baratheon regime. And we have done just that. That was the one thing that Olenna truly feared about the war with the Ironborn. Not that the Ironborn would win. No, there was very little to no chance of that happening. No, what she was truly worried about was that her idiot of a son would do something or say something during the campaign that would once again paint the Reach and House Tyrell specifically in a bad light in front of the new king. But thankfully, despite offending Randall Tarley yet again with his mouth, her son had actually managed to worm his way into the king's good graces enough to allow the Reach Lords to finally make their appearance at the Stag Court. But House Tyrell will not be making an appearance. No, not yet. We cannot leave the Reach just yet. We need to reaffirm our hold over our vassal houses before we start making any plays for the Iron Throne. Walking away from the balcony, she considered the map of the Reach that was held up on the wall of her room. Mace insulted Randall during the rebellion by claiming a victory that wasn't his. And now he just had to open his fat mouth again and antagonize one of our most powerful and influential lords. Not to mention the most skilled military commander in the Reach. We will have to take some time to strengthen our hold, make the lords realize what a mistake it would be to try and take House Tyrell's rightful place as Wardens of the South. Marriage, of course, was the easiest path to securing their hold. And Willis was old enough to be betrothed. And despite the damn viper crippling her grandson, he still had his looks, a good head on his shoulders, and the prestige of being the future Warden of the South. A fine catch for any noble lady despite his handicap. Garland was another option, and while he was still a few years from being of age, he was starting to prove himself as a true knight of the realm, even if he hadn't been knighted yet. We need to get in good with the Baratheons. That will halt any of our lords from thinking of usurping us. It would be easy enough to simply betroth Margaery to the crown prince, but the boy is still but a boy and Margaery still only a girl. And while that is the future we are aiming towards, we need to approach it carefully. So, no, Margaery will not be brought before the court just yet. She needs to flower, mature, grow strong and beautiful. But then how? Yes. Yes, that could work. Sitting down at her desk, she began to write up a draft to be sent to the king. Loras is of age to be a squire. The king won't take him. And even if he did, it would probably be as little more than a glorified cupbearer. Stannis hates anything and everything to do with our house thanks to how Mace postured and mocked him during the siege of Storm's End. So, that leaves one option, Renly. The boy is only a few years older than Loras, but the age difference is enough that Renly taking Loras as his squire would not be unheard of. Plus, Loras can begin to whisper in Renly's ear about Margaery's beauty and skill as once those tales reach the king, from his brother's own lips, then Margaery will have a leg up on the other noble ladies of the realm. After going through 2 separate drafts of the letter, Olenna was finally satisfied with the letter she'd written to the king. Enough ass-kissing in here to make me want to lose my lunch. But unfortunately, such things cannot be helped. We don't have the clout yet to be blunt with the king. So, ass-kissing it is. For now, at least. Setting the letter aside, her thoughts turned once again as to how to reaffirm the Tyrell's hold on the Reach. And inadvertently, her thoughts drifted northwards. Towards the outlandish tale she'd heard not only from her oaf of a son, but from multiple other men of considerably brighter intellect that had gone to the Iron Islands with her son. Lord Stark has an honest to 7 sorcerer under his control. I'm sure the maesters are just loving that factoid. Their displeasure with magic is well known, especially here in the Reach in conjunction with the faith of the 7. They were perfectly willing to accept that magic died out with the last of the Targaryen dragons. But now, here we are. A sorcerer, alive and well. And in the land the first men no less. Oh, what I wouldn't give to see some of those knowledgeable men squirm like little girls at the sight of Spider. At first, she hadn't believed her son's tales of the man's capabilities. But after talking to a few more reputable sources, she discovered that her son had undersold the man's capabilities. I may not have the greatest mind for martial matters. But I know keeps. I know what it takes to claim one. And this sorcerer claimed Castle Pike in less than a few hours. Partially on his own to boot. My, if only I were in my youth once more, I'd be ripping my dress off and offering to do whatever he wanted to gain even a fraction of that power. Despite being a daughter of House Redwyn and a lady of the Reach, Olenna was not religious in the slightest. Sure, she went to the Sept as a good lady of the realm should. But it was more lip service than anything. Religion had its place. But it could also heavily narrow one's viewpoint of the world around them. The Septons will no doubt try to disavow anything to do with the man. But, luckily, he's safe in the north where the 7 have no hold. Well, besides the Sept in White Harbor and the tiny little thing Lord Stark built for his wife, and what a mistake that was. It'd be like planting a weirwood in the middle of the great Sept of Baelor and expecting people to come pray before it. Gods only know what was passing through Stark's mind when he made that decision. No doubt Catelyn Tully's tits are cunt. Shaking her head to refocus herself, Olenna forced out thoughts of Stark's marriage and back to the sorcerer. If House Tyrell could gain the favor of the sorcerer, then none would dare challenge us. Especially Tarly, as he's seen what the man can do firsthand. But gaining his favor will be the trick. No doubt Tywin is already trying to create a scheme to do just that. There is no way that one like him would ever let an individual as powerful as this sorcerer slip away from him once he'd laid eyes on him. So, the question remains. How to gain his favor? While she didn't know the man personally, or even at all, she did know the Starks. Or their reputation at least. It is through the Starks that we will gain his favor, Olenna decided, her mind wandering. But how to gain the favor of the Starks then? Betrothal. Lord Stark has a son of similar age. No. I will not give Margaery's hand to just anyone, even if that anyone is the future Warden of the North. And Stark's daughters are too young to be betrothed just yet. Maybe in a few years perhaps. But not now. Fostering. It has possibilities. But Willas and Garland are both slightly beyond the time of fostering, and Loras will hopefully soon be on his way to Storm's End. And I cannot send Margaery. I need that girl here so she can be properly raised. Perhaps we could foster one of Stark's daughters here in Highgarden. Yes, that might work. The eldest preferably, to encourage a friendship between herself and Margaery, and even parade Willas in front of the girl like a prized peacock. Yes, that might just work. Pausing in her musing, Olenna stared out at her balcony. But I cannot make the offer just yet. No. So soon after the reveal of the sorcerer, such a move will seem to be act of desperation for favor. And our bannermen would smell the weakness and begin circling Highgarden like the sharks they are. And the Starks have had little interaction with House Tyrell over the years. Mostly due to the North's preferred isolation to the rest of the land. But perhaps it's time to start bringing that isolation to an end. We'll start by working out new trade deals with the North. Deals that are slightly more favorable for the North but won't hurt the Reach in the slightest. And the Northmen have a fascination with the Wall. Those legends of theirs make it seem like it's more than just the glorified penal colony that it is. Perhaps encouraging more prisoners to take the Black or even a few second or third sons that have nowhere to go. Yes. But it will require time. Time that I only hope we have. And time that I hope I won't regret wasting. Pushing her correspondence to the king aside, she pulled out another sheet of paper. Left. Right. Get in here. The door to her room opened almost immediately as her two personal young guards entered the room. Ah, twin boys. Handsome, strong. But unfortunately, not the brightest in the head. But still, if I was only younger, ah youth. Left. Get me more parchment and ink. She ordered. And right, bring me food and wine. I'm going to be working here all night. So, bring some extra candles as well. Now shoo. Sitting at his desk in the Tower of the Hand in King's Landing, Jon Arryn, Warden of the East, Defender of the Vale, and Hand of the King stared down at a map of the Seven Kingdoms that was sprawled out across his desk. Across the map, each kingdom was represented with several figurines depicting each kingdom's potential strength and what they could provide to the royal regime. The map was much more favorable to Robert and the Baratheon royalty now than it had been before the Greyjoy rebellion. A rebellion that had gone exactly as Jon had organized. Especially now after Robert's victorious return to the capital. It took over 2 years while working through proxies of proxies, Jon thought disdainfully as he remembered just what he had to go through in order to goad the Greyjoys without implicating himself as the one who'd been pulling the strings. But in the end, everything went exactly as planned. The Reach was now firmly back under the control of the Crown and Robert was even allowing some of the Reach lords back to court. Ned's and Robert's relationship has finally begun to really mend after their falling out over the deaths of Elia and her children and Robert's refusal to seek justice for their murder. The people also now view Robert as a defender of the realm, rather than a usurper. Although, there will probably always be a select few who refer to him as such for several years to come, but they are few and far between. But most importantly, the Lion's growing influence within the court will be halted, at least for a few years. Truthfully, Jon did feel sympathetic for the people of Lannisport. Even with his predictions and his careful machinations, he had not fully anticipated the brutality and effectiveness of the Ironborn raid on Lannisport. He sent a prayer for the souls lost, but he took solace in the fact that their sacrifice was not for nothing. It would take years to Tywin Lannister to reclaim the loss of reputation due to the attack on his primary port town. Years during which his eyes and far-reaching influence would be lessened at the royal court. Years during which Jon could begin to weaken the Lion's influence on the Iron Throne. But despite the war turning out exactly how I wanted, not everything went according to plan, Jon thought, his eyes flickering to the Northern Kingdom. And it is all because of one individual. The man who has been dubbed by Robert as the Northern Sorcerer. As an Andal, the very thought of a sorcerer in a position of power made him uneasy. But at the same time, his position as a Lord of the Realm, and as Hand of the King, gave him the perspective to ignore such feelings. The man and his power were becoming a symbol of fear, hope, inspiration, and wonder. Things that were of great use in controlling the masses. Thankfully, the sorcerer had found his home in the north and had all but sworn allegiance to the Starks. He would have preferred that the man was here in King's Landing where he could keep a better eye on him. But the north would suffice, and he would take comfort in the knowledge that he was not under Tywin Lannister's thumb. Gods only knew what the realm would become should the Lions gain the allegiance of a sorcerer. Let alone one as powerful as Robert and the many others he'd questioned who'd been at the Pike claimed he was. And he will not be the last individual with these powers, if Robert's word is to be believed, which I have no reason to doubt. It had taken a surprisingly large amount of wine, not to mention a lot of gentle prodding and more than a few mentions to his status as an almost father while raising Ned and Robert, but eventually he got Robert to open up more about what Ned planned to do about the sorcerer now under his command. Ned planned on partially using the sorcerer to help train up both his trueborn son and heir and his bastard son. Both of whom, according to the sorcerer, had the born ability to command the same magic as he. Jon wasn't sure just when Ned had become as wise in terms of the game, but he was playing his usage of the sorcerer perfectly. His sons would train together and form a bond as strong as any trueborn siblings under the tutelage of the sorcerer. And by keeping their abilities quiet, at least for a few years, he could ensure that there was be no outside interference in the boy's training. Specifically, if a lord targeted Ned's bastard son and tried to tempt him with lordship of the North in return for something. It also gave Ned time to prepare. Because he had no doubt that the moment the knowledge that the Northern Sorcerer was training a Lord Paramount's son officially became known to the people as a whole, the other lords of the realm would be sending their heirs and throwing their daughters at the sorcerer in hopes that he will grant their house the prestige of having a sorcerer as their head of house. I will have to keep a close eye on the boy's training, Jon thought, idly tapping his finger on the map as he stared at the Northern Kingdom. But the boy's abilities make it imperative that the crown keeps a good relationship with the Starks. Just as the dragons served as a deterrent for years under the Targaryen rule, so too can these sorcerers act as a deterrent during the Baratheon rule. Perhaps a fostering, not for years, as I don't want to disrupt Ned's careful plans to cultivate a good relationship between his sons. But perhaps when the boys are older, or mayhap I can convince Robert to send Joffrey north. Wait. No, that won't work. The boy may still be young, but the lioness has shown her claws when even the mention of her precious golden son is brought up. Putting thoughts of the sorcerer and fostering aside, Jon allowed his gaze to flicker to the last problematic region of Westeros. And it was this region that truthfully frightened Jon the most. For if Dorne were to want to remove the Baratheons from power, they could not do so through a strength of arms. No, they would simply send assassins, poison the Baratheons, and then they would retreat back into their desert where no foreign army has managed to claim victory. Not even the Targaryens in the height of their power could rein in Dorne through strength alone. It took marriage to bring Dorne into the fold. And perhaps marriage might be the answer again. Doran Martell would not agree to a marriage with any Baratheon, nor any Lannister. And I have no heirs yet to offer him. The Reach will not be willing to marry into Dorne, not with the recent slight delivered upon them with a Baron Martell wounding Willias Tyrell. Edmure Tully is an option, but I do not believe that would be viable. By Dornish customs, the eldest Arianne Martell is next in line to become the ruler of Dorne. And I doubt that she would be willing to give up such a position to become Lady of the Riverlands. No, Doran will not accept just any lord or lady for his sons or daughter. But, perhaps there is another option. Perhaps, just perhaps, Doran would be willing to accept a son of Dorne for his daughter. One that would not be a threat to the Martell's control of Dorne. Quite the opposite in fact. And one that could help to ensure that the Martells stayed loyal to the crown. And, amusingly enough, the solution to that lies once again in the north. And he is gaining value as we speak. Ned refused to speak of just who the mother of his bastard son was. But Jon was not a fool. And he knew his foster son perhaps better than the man knew himself. And Jon knew that there was only one woman in the whole of Westeros that could make the Honorable Eddard Stark forego his honor. And that woman was Ashara Dayne. The timing worked out, the babe was just born slightly on the smaller size. And the story is well known that during the rebellion the Lady Dayne grew large with child. House Dayne claimed that the child was a stillborn girl, but Jon didn't buy it. No doubt Ned took the boy in the hopes of raising him, which was understandable considering what just happened to his family. And it was Ned taking her son, as well as the loss of her brother, that drove the Lady Dayne to her sad fate. The Dayne family will more than likely deny the claim, especially as they have not come forth with the claim yet. Perhaps they are ashamed of his northern roots. But it doesn't matter. In time, when the boy's abilities become known, his value will be elevated to a level that no bastard in history has ever experienced. And the Danes would be foolish to deny Ashara as the mother when that day comes. Doing so would hurt their reputation, perhaps to a point of no return. And it is not without precedence for the ruler of Dorne to take a bastard as their consort and gift them with the ruling family's name. He would have to time it carefully. He needed to give the boy time to grow into his powers and prove his worth. And he also needed to give Ned time to reaffirm the boy's allegiances to not only the North and House Stark, but the royal family as well. He would give the boy 5 years, maybe a year more if the knowledge of his powers hadn't spread through Westeros by then. And then he would carefully begin to spread the rumors of who the boy's mother is, making sure that said rumors reached Dorne, especially Doran and Arianne Martell. Yes. That would be for the best. But again, those were plans for years from now. He needed to focus on the here and now. With the lion's gaze off King's Landing, he was free to implement his own people into the court. And he had one candidate specifically in mind. It would solve many of the problems I am having. Specifically, the problem of Robert's extravagant spending habits and my wife's complaints of having no companionship here in the capital. And according to the reports I've seen, he has done an extraordinary job in the Vale so far. Rumor says that he can rub 2 coppers together and produce a gold dragon. An ability which I find difficult to believe, but one that could prove useful as well. Yes, I will offer him the position as Master of Coin and put his skills to the test. But I will have to be careful. I am aware of his history with my wife. I will have to have the 2 of them watched and make sure they do not spend any prolonged time together outside of what is socially acceptable. Putting such thoughts aside for the moment, John pulled out a blank raven scroll, dipped his quill in his inkwell and began to write the summons of Petri Baelish to court in order to assume the position of the Master of Coin. Winter Years Part 1. Keeping a tight hold on his horse's reins, Ned Stark had to resist the urge to press his horse into a faster pace as the landscape around them began to become steadily more and more recognizable as they grew closer to Winterfell. In comparison to his time at the Vale or during Robert's rebellion, the Greyjoy rebellion had caused him only to part from Winterfell for only a short duration of time, nearly 2 moons. But even then, it felt like an eternity. Especially with the news that awaited him once they'd returned to northern soil. Cat has given birth. A son. A second son. The second child born of our union that I was not there to witness. And these, Mandalorians, they are able to defeat your kind. Looking over his shoulder, Ned spotted his 2 new charges riding near the sorcerer that had managed to change so much in such a short period of time. For pretty much the entirety of the boat ride from the Iron Islands back to the north, Ned was fearful that either Theon or Asha especially as she was the eldest, would try to bring some form of harm to Nox. An effort that would no doubt lead to either one or both Ironborn wards to be seriously injured at best, or dead at worst. But to his utmost surprise, not only did that event not come to pass, but the exact opposite seemed to be happening. Both of his wards seemed to be growing somewhat fond of the sorcerer. Or, more accurately, Asha was relaxing and coming to terms with being in his presence, and young Theon was following her lead in the matter. It helped immensely that Nox was so incredibly persuasive. The man had captured the imagination of Asha and young Theon early in their journey by telling them a few tales of his homeland. Whether they were true or not, Ned couldn't tell, and none of the tales revealed details or specifics of his home beyond what had already been discussed. But the tales had done their job in creating a sort of truce between Nox and the wards. Asha seemed especially interested in the tales of these Mandalorians, as Nox called them. As did many of the northern lords and men, namely the Great John, who decided to accompany the Starks back north instead of heading south in order to participate in a tournament that Tywin Lannister was organizing on orders from Robert to celebrate the defeat of the Ironborn. These Mandalorians were apparently a warrior sect from his homeland that were dedicated their lives to the art of war and honor. And were, by Nox's own accounts, men and women that were able to match the sorcerers and sorceresses, these Sith and Jedi, of his homeland step for step on the battlefield. Such a group was of great interest to the 2 wards, and to Ned as well. For any group of warriors that held to honor as Nox described, and could go match even the likes of Nox, were a people he was very interested in getting to know. For his part, Nox didn't seem to have any qualms about describing a sect of warriors that were capable of defeating those like him. Sometimes, Nox answered Asha. A fight between a Mandalorian and a Sith or Jedi had no definite outcome. Although there were many who didn't believe it to be so. But just because one is skilled or powerful, does not make them invincible. A single lucky arrow fired when the target is not paying attention can fell even the greatest. So, what does that mean? It means archery is better in combat. Theon answered, to which Asha immediately slapped her brother upside the back of his head. Think first before sprouting off at the mouth, Theon, Asha chided her brother. It means that it doesn't matter how strong or skilled you are, you can still die from an unforeseen attack. Exactly, Nox nodded. One must remain vigilant and not allow their skills to become lax over time. The Mandalorians had that edge. Their entire life was dedicated to art of combat and, I see that we have arrived already. Time certainly does pass one by when talking on a subject you enjoy. Ned nearly jumped out of his saddle as he looked ahead and spotted the tall gray walls of Winterfell in the distance. By the gods, I need to stop getting so distracted by Nox and his tales. Ned sighed before feeling his spirits lift at the thought of what awaited them within the walls of his home. Come, Ned commanded, tapping his horse's flanks with his heels to set their pace at a trot. We will be within the walls within an hour at this pace. Let us not delay any longer. None of the men, or women, argued with him as the thought of the end of their long journey renewed their spirits. Within the hour they were passing through the walls of Winterfell, the warmth coming from the hot springs that warmed the keep washing over them. The main road that led through Winterfell and towards the inner castle was lined with all the denizens of Winterfell as they came out of their homes to welcome their lord and loved ones home. As they passed through another small wall and into the inner castle, Ned's joy increased tenfold as he spotted his wife, son and daughter standing in a line waiting for him along with Maester Luwin and Lord Manderly. His joy was dampened slightly at noticing how Jon had been forced to stand back several paces and in line with the servants of the keep, but he pushed that out of his mind for now. There would be time to deal with his placement. For now, he wanted to hold his family and see the newest addition to the pack. My lord husband, Cat greeted him as he dismounted from his horse, a bundle held firmly in her arms. Welcome home, my love. Cat, Ned smiled, approaching his wife and wrapping her in his arms, being careful not to disrupt the bundle in her arms. Despite the differences they had and no matter what Ned's heart constantly yelled at him, she was his wife, the mother of his children. And he truly did care for her. It is good to be home. Pulling back from him, Cat graced him with a smile that lightened her face. Husband, I present to you your second true son. Her statement wasn't lost on Ned, and he was glad that her words were said quietly enough to barely pass beyond the two of them. Taking the bundle from her arms, he carefully pulled back on the edge of the blanket, revealing a small face beneath. While Sansa and Robb may have taken after their mother in terms of their looks, Arya and the little one in his arms were without a doubt Stark. He's perfect. Ned smiled, looking up at his wife. What is his name? Brandon Stark, Cat said proudly. After your brother and the founder of your house. A good name. Ned nodded, handing his new son back to his wife, but not before leaning in and giving Cat a quick kiss. Thank you, Cat. Cat's eyes shined with happiness and pride as she stepped back and allowed Ned access to the rest of their children. Robb, Sansa, Arya, come here you. He laughed as he gathered up his children, bestowing hugs and kisses between them all before finding himself before Lord Wyman Manderly. The Lord of White Harbor had a smile on his face as he watched Ned disentangle himself from his children. You will forgive me, my lord, if I do not greet you as such. I'm afraid that not only would your arms not reach around me, but I fear my wife would get jealous if she hears the tale of me kissing someone else. I can imagine, Ned nodded, his mood light as he greeted the Lord. I thank you, Lord Manderly, on behalf of House Stark for your aid during my absence. And the king sends his regards and thanks along as well. To you and your sons for their repelling of the Ironborn attack on Dragonstone. Manderly's chest puffed out, an impressive feat considering the man's girth, at the praise. I will ensure that my sons hear of the king's regards, my lord. Lastly, Ned made his way through the line and greeted his bastard son. Jon, Ned smiled, squatting down in front of the boy. Jon seemed to be almost surprised at being greeted, but his face split into a wide smile and Ned could almost feel the joy emanating from the young boy. F.A. Lord Stark. I am glad to see you. And you, Jon, Ned smiled, ruffling the boy's hair. Did you do as I instructed and support your brother during my absence? Jon's eyes flickered briefly towards the rest of his family. Yes, Lord Stark. As best I could. Good. Ned smiled again, before patting Jon on the shoulder and making his way back towards the line of men and women that had rode with him. Motioning his two new wards forward, Ned introduced them to his family. Wife, children. This is Asha Greyjoy and Theon Greyjoy. From this moment onwards they are wards here at Winterfell and are to be treated as if they are part of the pack. Understand? Yes, father. Yes, Lord Stark, his family and the servants of Winterfell answered as he ushered Asha and Theon forward. Good. Robb, Jon, please see Asha and Theon to their rooms. Maester Luwin, Lord Manderley. I would like to have words with you both before we attend the feast tonight. You as well, Nox. We need to discuss some of the ideas you talked to me about during the voyage home. The courtyard immediately began to disperse as the people of Winterfell began returning to their assigned tasks. Behind him, Ned noticed Nox hanging behind for a moment, talking to the Ironborn woman and young girl that he rescued from Lorch. After a quiet conversation, he watched as Nox handed the two a small coin purse before making his way towards Ned. I wasn't sure if they'd had quarters assigned or not, Nox said, answering Ned's unasked question. So, I gave them some coin to put them up in Winterfell for a week or so until we can iron out the details of what they'll be doing here. That's right, Ned thought as the two made their way through the Great Keep and towards Ned's Solar, followed closely by Luwin and Manderley. Once they'd arrived, Ned had to resist the urge to head straight for his bed, and instead made his way to his desk and sat down. All right, Ned began, looking at Maester Luwin and Lord Manderley especially. Now that formalities have been observed, I want the truth. How did my son perform during my absence? He performed admirably for a boy his age, my lord, Wyman answered after taking a moment. He was as patient as he could be when dealing with the small folk, and he wasn't afraid to ask for advice from either myself or Maester Luwin when dealing with certain matters. And anything that was presented that was too much of a decision for him, he was able to set the matter aside until your return. Hearing how well his son of only 7 name days performed made Ned swell with pride. Robb would be a good lord of Winterfell in the future. And what of Jon? And the mention of his bastard, both Wyman and Luwin looked uneasy. Young Jon did his best to do as you instructed, my lord. Luwin answered tactfully. Which is barely a half-truth, Nox cut in. Before Ned could. Something or someone was preventing Jon from giving Robb aid. Is that the truth? Again, both men looked uneasy. My lord, Wyman began slowly. It is not my place to question yours or your Lady of Winterfell's authority, especially in your absence. But the Lady Cat all but forbade young Jon from being present during court. The joy that had been steadily building within him turned slightly. Gods, I was hoping I wouldn't have to deal with this so soon. How was she preventing him? Did she outright forbid Jon from attending court at Robb's side? No, Maester Luwin answered quickly. But young Jon did have a fair amount of duties and chores to perform. And those usually prevented him from attending court alongside your heir. Ned could see the truth between the words Luwin was speaking. Cat had assigned Jon extra work to keep him away from court and away from Robb. While not against what he'd commanded, his wife also hadn't abided by his word. It was not a pleasant situation. I will have words with Cat regarding Jon and his future. Ned spoke after a long silence. Truthfully, it didn't matter what potential plans Ned might have had in mind for the boy a few months ago. Jon's future was now tied to Nox. But for now, Nox has plans that we need to discuss the feasibility of achieving. Thank you, Lord Stark, Nox nodded, taking the offered opening. Maester Luwin, how much glass have we managed to produce so far? Enough to add an addition onto our existing glass gardens, but not enough to construct a new glass garden, Luwin answered almost immediately as if he were expecting the question. That is not enough. Nox sighed. The air is growing colder with each passing day. Ideally, we need to construct a new glass garden or two before the snows come. We can still produce during winter, but it will be much harder to assemble the gardens when our men are ass-deep in snow. The issue isn't the production, Master Nox, Wyman added, wiping at his forehead. It's the materials. Then let us solve that issue through trade. Nox countered. I'm sure Dorne would be open to trading with us considering our gift to them. Wyman and Luwin cast one another a brief look of confusion. Gift. Master Nox. Aye, a gift. Ned nodded. The hands of Esser Armory Lorch, who was found guilty through a trial by combat after he and his men were found raping a young mother and her daughter. Maester Luwin blanched at the thought, while Wyman merely shook his head. Should have figured that bastard would keep doing what he was doing. A shame the king didn't let us just execute the man after what he did at the end of the rebellion. Who did he fight against? Me, Nox answered. The man was a butcher and a sadist, but in truth had little skill when it came to combat. I crushed him and his men. Literally and figuratively. Not wanting to relive the fight, Ned moved the discussion forward. Regardless of what happened, Lorch has finally been brought to justice. Wyman, I'm entrusting you to deliver our gift and open trade negotiations with Dorne. You honor me, Lord Stark, Wyman bowed. I will deliver the hands personally and will not return without an agreement between the North and Dorne. I couldn't ask for a better choice to handle this, Wyman. Ned nodded his thanks. We can discuss the details later, but for now, Nox has several more projects for us to start on. Some of which will require your assistance, Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin perked up considerably. After Nox's showing of the glass, Ned knew that the aging Maester was excited to see what other secrets he could learn from the Sorcerer. Of course, my lord. Master Nox, what plans do you? A hand-thick pile of papers dropping onto the surface of Ned's desk cut Maester Luwin off. Gods, where was he hiding all of that? Ned wondered as he stared at the stack of papers of his desk. I swear the man has the ability to make objects appear and disappear at will. Although, considering the powers he showed on Pike, such a thing is probably tedious for him. We can start with some of the simpler projects, Nox began, picking up the first sheet of paper and handing it off to Luwin, who began to eagerly devour whatever was on the paper. However, there is one item that we will need before we can proceed. And that is a steady supply of metal and the ability to make large quantities of high-grade steel as well. Have you managed to complete the blast furnace per the plans that I presented to you before the war began? Taking the offered paper from Maester Luwin, Ned looked down at the strange device that was drawn in surprising detail on the page. It looks like a press of some kind. But for what? The foundation has been laid for both the furnace and the windmill in Wintertown, Maester Luwin answered. But I fear without your unique abilities that construction has been slow. It will take at least another moon's turn or more before your blast furnace can be used. Nox winced at that. Not ideal. At least it will give us time to gather the iron ore that we'll need. But for now, we can begin constructing various parts and pieces that do not require metal. And, while we're on the subject, I would like to ask something of you, Lord Stark. Setting down the paper, Ned picked up another from the stack, this one depicting a strange metal coil of some kind. What is it? I would ask for your permission to begin renovations on the first keep and the broken tower. Setting aside the paper, which Wyman immediately picked up, Ned gave Nox his full attention. To what end? Holding his hands behind his back, Nox spoke slowly as he outlined his plans. The first keep, you well know, is dilapidated and has been left in such a state for decades, if not centuries. During the winter years, it can house citizens of the north, but outside of that it serves little purpose. It is, for all intents and purposes now, a waste of space. I plan to change that for the better. We can transform the keep into a place of ingenuity by using the empty halls and rooms as places to construct many of these items laid out before you. The metal and wood will be shaped and formed in Wintertown, and then shipped into the first keep to be worked into their final purpose. We can also dedicate a section of the keep into a public bathhouse that feeds off the hot spring water that runs through the walls of not only the Great Keep, but also the first keep as well. I see, Ned nodded, thinking the possibility over. There was merit to his words. And he was right in saying that, for now, the first keep did nothing for them. And what of the broken tower? The tower would serve as an extension to the work being done in the first keep, as well as place to house the workers, Nox explained. And I would also seek to convert part of the tower into a college of sorts. A college. Maester Luwin perked up. A place of learning. Do you mean to separate the north from the citadel? No, Nox denied, shaking his head. More like a supplement to the citadel. But unlike your Maester order who only takes on those of nobility, and only men at that. The college would educate the lowborn as well as the highborn people of the north, both men and women who show promise. Luwin frowned. I would not be able to teach so many. My duties in teaching the sons and daughters of the Lord Stark as well as my other duties would not give me the time to do as you suggest. And I'm not suggesting that you teach. At least not to the masses. Nox countered. Bethany and her daughter Hilda, the mother and daughter we brought back from the Iron Islands, are well educated. Their background is their own and I will not discuss it without their leave to do so. But I believe that Bethany is capable of teaching those that wish to learn. And from her, we can identify those who have sufficient skill and who are deserving of furthering their education by aiding and studying with Maester Luwin and even myself if I have the time. The more Ned heard of Nox's plan, the more he wanted to see them come to fruition. The glass alone that Nox had gifted them had the opportunity to change the face of the North. Not only because it would allow them to create more glass gardens and therefore grow more of their own food, but eventually they would be able to start trading the glass with the other regions of the Seven Kingdoms and perhaps even in Essos. And if these devices that Nox was suggesting they make could have the same impact, then Ned was all for them. Maester Luwin, can our coffers support the renovation of the first keep and the broken tower as well as see to the beginnings of these projects? He asked. Luwin scratched at the back of his head, looking off to the side. The coffers are deep, my lord. I would have to spend a few days with Master Nox going over the details for each plan and the cost associated with each. But I believe our coffers could support most of what is being proposed. However, it would heavily cut into the coin set aside to purchase food during the winter years. The coffers of White Harbor are open for your use on these endeavors, Lord Stark. Wyman cut in quickly. With the coffers of White Harbor available to them, there was no question as to whether they would be able to afford most, if not all, of what Nox was proposing. But Ned knew he would have to ration how much he relied on the aid from Wyman. While the man was loyal and a good man, he could see his endgame. Wyman had 2 granddaughters after all, both of whom were near of age with Robb. If they relied too heavily on White Harbor, he would almost have to accept one of Wyman's granddaughters becoming the next Lady of Winterfell. Not an altogether uncomfortable choice, but one that he was not ready to make. Not yet at least. There are ways that we can cut some of the costs as well. Nox continued. If we focus our efforts on creating 1 or 2 glass gardens in Winter Town, I can supply the caretakers of the gardens with seeds from my homeland. That got Ned's attention, as well as the attention of the other 2 men in the room. What kind of seeds do you have to offer? Ned inquired. And are they capable of growing in the glass gardens during the winter years? They are. Nox nodded before elaborating further. Parts of my homeland are not so unlike the north. It took a long time, but we eventually managed to cultivate plants that can grow in extreme climates such as north. And perhaps even the lands beyond the wall. What kind of plants? Luwin asked, his eyes alight with curiosity. A few grains, a specific type fruit, and a vegetable or 2, Nox answered. Nothing exotic, but they can sustain a population if you grow enough of them. Then that will be our first priority. Ned concluded, ending the discussion. Lord Manderley, I invite you to rest the night and join me at the head table at the feast tonight. But I am sorry that I must ask you to return to White Harbor first thing in the morning and head for Dornish straight away. If we are to get the glass gardens built for these new plants before the first snows, we will need the resources to do so soon. Wyman bowed as much as his gut would allow him to. It is no trouble at all, Lord Stark. As you say, I will head out at first light and make for Dornish with all haste. And I won't return without a shipment of sand and a trade. Agreement with the Dornish. Good, Ned nodded, rising to his feet. Now, gentlemen, I think that is enough for tonight. Let us head to the welcoming feast, and we can talk more while we're there. Winter Years Part 2. Waking the next morning was a slightly more painful than normal process for Nox. Despite the shutters to his room being shut, the sun not yet cresting the horizon, and the fact that he was blind, the dim light shining on his unseeing eyes was far too bright. Force, Nox murmured to himself as he slowly sat upright, only to immediately flop back down on his bed as he was hit with a wave of vertigo and nausea. How much did I have to drink last night? I believe the better part of a barrel of ale, Master Nox. It was a testament to his state that he hadn't even realized that he wasn't alone in his room. With reflexes honed during the trials of Korriban and his life after, Nox made to lash out with the force towards the location of the voice in his room. The startled gasp made him pull back, just before the full force of his power could impact the other person in his room. Nyra, he half questioned as he painfully forced himself upright in his bed. Why yes, Master Nox, she answered, her voice shaky. Cursing his reflexes, Nox placed his hand to his head and used the force to purge the lingering effects of the alcohol still in his system. "I'm sorry about that," he said, rising to his feet and feeling far better than he had a moment before. I should be the one apologizing," Nyra muttered, her voice still slightly shaking. I shouldn't have snuck into your room while you slept and startled you so, Master Nox. But what was that? It felt so cold. Like I was staring into the darkness of night. I. Reaching out to her, Nox laid a hand on each of her shoulders. Despite having stayed in Winterfell for nearly a month before heading out to the Iron Islands and having her be his unofficial shadow, he hadn't really taken the time to truly see her. She was younger than him, but only by a few years. Her face was narrow, her chin pointed, and her long black hair was tied back behind her head. She may not have been the most beautiful woman physically, but she wasn't unattractive in the slightest. But that was only part of what drew his interest in her. She had a strength within her. She wasn't force sensitive, but there was still a strength within her that was shouting to be free. And that strength drew her to him. Cupping her jaw with his right hand, Nox carefully let the force flow through him and into her, soothing away her fear and the cold grip of the darkness that had entrapped her. Once he'd felt her free from the grip of the dark side, he broke contact with her and stepped back. Her body shifted forward as if searching for his touch. "Gods," she breathed, her breath coming in short rasps as she oriented herself. That was, what did you do?" "Chased the darkness away," he answered. It was a trick he'd learned with Ashara when he first began to teach her the ways of the Sith. As Ashara was a Jedi, or rather a Padawan, she was heavily versed in the light almost to the point where touching the darkness would leave her a trembling mess. And as he had no use for a quivering apprentice who couldn't touch the dark side, he was left with two options. Ditch her or develop a technique to help drive off the darkness when it became too much for her. And to this day, he didn't regret his decision. "It felt," Nyra murmured before shaking her head. "Sorry, Master Nox. It wasn't my place to make you, there is nothing to apologize for." Nox countered, giving her a smile. "And please stop calling me Master Nox. It's just Nox for you." Nyra's smile brightened not only her face, but her presence in the Force to the point where she was almost shining. "Nox," she replied, as if testing out the name on her lips. Is there anything you need for your fast? Or anything I can get for you?" "No," he replied, shaking his head. "But thank you for the offer. Right now, I need to get the Godswood well before young Robb and Jon arrive for their first day of training under me." "Very well, Nox," Nyra said, bowing slightly to him as she slowly backed up towards the door. "If there is anything, and I mean anything, that I can do for you, please ask. It is my honor and privilege to serve you." Watching her leave, Nox couldn't help but notice the slight swing she put into her hips as she walked out of the room. "Force," he breathed, calling on his training in self-control to take care a certain problem that had arisen by her sauntering. How long has it been that is all it takes? Once he'd managed to get his baser urges under control, Nox donned his robes and set out towards the Godswood, which by order of Lord Stark, would be where Jon and Robb would be undergoing their training. "Once again, I have to admit that Lord Stark has surprised me," Nox thought as he made his way out of the Great Keep. The cold northern air made him pause momentarily as he adjusted to the slight change in temperature. He is far more cunning than he appears. While the Godswood is open to the citizens of Winterfell, there is only one true way in and one true way out. And that is through a guarded entrance. By training the boys in the Godswood, he can control who knows what exactly their training will entail. And while he announced his intentions last night for Jon and Robb to train under my tutelage, he never specified just what I would be training the boys in. He still needs quite a bit of work, but at least he isn't a fool like many of the Southern Lords believe him to be. As he made his way past the guards and into the Godswood proper, he began running what he planned to use to teach the boys as he walked amongst the trees. "I cannot train them like I was. They are not acolytes of Korriban. If I were to treat them thusly, then at the very least one of the boys would have to die at the hands of the other before their training could be considered complete. Something that I am sure Lord Stark, nor any of the lords in this land, would approve of. Maybe except for Tywin. But no, I can use aspects of the trials of Korriban, but they will not be the central point of the boy's training. In this, Nox considered himself fortunate considering his past apprentices. His first apprentice, and love, Ashara had nearly been a Jedi before he killed her instructors and took her under his tutelage. And as much as he taught her in matters of the dark side, she too taught him much of the light side of the Force. And his second apprentice, Zalak, was a true Kaleesh warrior who almost had more in common with the Mandalorians than he did with the Sith. Both, along with his own experience coming up through the Sith ranks, had given him a relatively unique appreciation towards how to train an individual. But still, training Robb and Jon would be a far cry than training Ashara or Zalak, or any of his other underlings he'd collected over the years. Robb and Jon would be the first two who would be becoming his acolytes without any prior experience. Meaning he'd have to start at the very beginning of what the Force was and what it meant to use the light side and the dark side of the Force. By the time he reached the center clearing before the weirwood, he had a general idea about how to begin Jon's and Robb's Force training. But as he stepped through the trees, he found that he wasn't the first one to arrive this morning. Lord Stark was sitting on the large rock facing the weirwood with his back towards Nox. Lord Stark, Nox greeted the man, making the Lord of Winterfell turn his head. I hadn't expected to see you here this early. Nor I you, Stark replied. The sun has barely crested the horizon. Shrugging, Nox stepped up beside Stark. I don't sleep much. And through the Force, one can forego much sleep and still be at their peak. Stark nodded absent-mindedly. I think I shall have need of such a technique if nights like last continue. Reaching out to Stark through the Force, he found that despite being awake, Stark was barely conscious. His body was fatigued and his mind drained. Lady Stark keep you awake all night in her welcoming you home? He asked teasingly. Stark huffed, a wave of unpleasant emotions rolling off him as he did. The most obvious of which was a general sense of self-loathing, which was accompanied with a quick flash of deep violet eyes. Partially. But I found myself troubled and unable to rest afterwards, for my dreams refused to let me rest. That got Nox's attention. The Force often manifested itself in strange and mysterious ways. But none was more prominent than when it manifests during one's dreams. What kind of dreams, if you do not mind my asking? Stark took his time before answering. You may, and in fact, you might be able to help. I dreamt of the throne room within the Red Keep. At first, I thought I was merely dreaming of the nightmare that was the sacking of King's Landing, but this was something different. It felt so much more real than any previous dream. I could almost command what I was doing in the dream. I'd looked around, and I didn't recognize a single person in the room. And on the throne was a deformed creature wearing an animal skin to try and hide itself. I remember speaking and hearing others speak, but I don't remember a word of what was said. And then, a sense of death and betrayal as a dagger was held to my throat. And then nothing but darkness. Nox knew there and then exactly what it was. Stark had had a Force premonition in his sleep. And what do you think this dream of yours was, Lord Stark? Stark turned towards him, his very essence searching for answers. Starks before I have had such dreams, as have others, Daenerys the Dreamer perhaps being the most prominent example in history. My ancestors called them wolf dreams, and some say that King Torrhen Stark had such a dream the night before he decided to bend knee to Aegon the Conqueror. But I take it that, as the wolf's blood is more than it seems, so too are these wolf dreams. And you would be correct. Nox nodded, taking a step past Stark and towards the weirwood. In my culture, they're known as Force visions. They can occur during a deep state of meditation and can be narrowed in scope by a well-practiced individual. Or, in your case, they can come and go during sleep or meditation but with no sense of control to what you're seeing, let alone where or when. But they are the future, are they not? No, Nox denied almost immediately. At least, not entirely. For the future is always in motion, and the only thing certain about the future is uncertainty. And such dreams or visions should be taken with a grain of salt. For if they are taken too literally, then the recipient may inadvertently create the very scenario they witnessed by trying to prevent it. I guess what I'm saying is that while Force visions should not be ignored, they shouldn't be considered as an absolute. Stark went silent, the only noise the rustling of the leaves as the wind blew through the godswood. That is why you have stayed in the north, isn't it? Stark asked seemingly out of nowhere. You had one of these Force visions, did you not? Something that showed you that you needed to stay here instead of heading anywhere else. Again, Nox was impressed with the level of insightfulness displayed by the Warden of the North. Those foolish lords in the South think that he oblivious. And while he might be oblivious about some things, he is keen. Very keen. Lying won't work with him, not now. But I doubt he'd appreciate the full vision I received. Or he will overreact to it. Yes, I did, Nox confirmed. The morning of my first day here in Winterfell, I felt a pull from the Force. A pull that led me to this very spot. And when I stood before the weirwood, I was nearly struck blind. For the tree was shining in the Force like a beacon in the dead of night. Next thing I knew, I was thrown into a vision where I watched as a darkness emanating from the far north claimed the land. And just before the darkness was able to claim total victory, the vision started over as a new series of events played out. I do not know just how long I stood here watching countless potential futures flashed before my eyes, but in each one the darkness was able to conquer the land. Until the last vision I had. In this vision, the darkness failed. The specifics are lost to me as to what specifically led to the fall of the darkness, but there is one thing I know for certain. And that is without a strong north, the darkness will win. And the north can only be strong when under the leadership of the wolves of the north. He could feel Stark's curiosity peak. So that is why you are staying. To help House Stark grow strong to fight whatever darkness is approaching. But didn't you just say that these visions show not often be taken as truth? I said the untrained should take Force visions with a grain of salt, Lord Stark, Nox corrected, turning back to Stark. But I have been trained, for a long time and have delved deeper into the mystery that is the Force than you can possibly imagine. But having said that, I too am apprehensive on taking some visions too seriously. But this vision, this was something else completely. Something that I'm still trying to figure out. And after seeing so many possibilities, it is a puzzle. But before you start thinking that I'm a selfless man who's doing this to better your house alone, let me quell those thoughts. For I too now live in this land. And if the darkness that I saw consumes this land, I too shall be consumed. And that is not something that I want to have happen. So, you see, by strengthening the North and House Stark specifically, I increase my own odds of surviving what is coming. That is, strangely reassuring, Lord Stark remarked, his words echoing the feelings emanating from him. Do you know what this darkness is? Or when it will attack? Shaking his head, Nox answered honestly. No. And no. The darkness clouded my vision, which is unusual to say the least. I was unable to see what this darkness was or when it will come. But we have time, that much I know for certain. Time to prepare. Years. Maybe even a decade or two. Rising to his feet, Lord Stark stepped up beside Nox as the two men faced the weirwood. I cannot ask my bannermen to ready for a threat that we don't even know truly exists. But for what it is worth, I believe you. The old gods only know why. But I believe you. And you have my thanks for saying such, Lord Stark. Ned. Turning, Nox faced Stark. Pardon, Ned. Lord Stark said, turning towards him and holding out his hand. My family and those I hold closest to me call me Ned. Taking the offered hand, Nox gave Ned a grin, and as he did, he felt a slight shift in the Force. And judging by the slight tightening of Ned's hand, he felt it as well. You felt that as well, didn't you? He asked, to which Ned nodded. Good. That means that we are on the right path. And our journey forward truly begins today. Ned nodded, letting go of his hand. I guess it does. Rob. John. Quit hiding behind that tree and come out. I thought I told you boys it wasn't polite to spy on conversations that were not for your ears. Across the clearing, there was a sudden rustling of leaves and branches as first Rob then John sheepishly stepped out from behind the tree they were hiding behind. He's getting better at sensing presences. Remarkable progress for one his age and with such limited education in matters of the Force. If only I had managed to get to him when he was younger. Sorry, Father, both boys said almost simultaneously. Accepting their apology, Ned turned to Nox. I leave my sons in your hands, Master Nox. But I expect to be kept appraised of their progress and I want to be informed before their training turns to physical in the future. As you wish, Nox nodded. And by all means, you are welcome to stay as well. I'm sure you will be able to pick up a few tricks if you do. Would that I could, Ned sighed good-naturedly. But someone has to run the North. Boys, listen well to Master Nox and do exactly as he says. Both Robb and Jon nodded vigorously. Yes, father. With his piece said, Ned walked down the path towards the gate, leaving the three of them in the center of the Godswood. Come boys, Nox said, motioning towards the rock between the reflecting pool and the weirwood. We have much to talk about today. Both boys were almost bursting with excitement as they all but scrambled over one another in order to take a seat first. Master Nox, are we going to learn that lifting trick you do with your hand today? Or that thunder and lightning magic Lord Umber was talking about last night? Or how to see these visions you and father were talking about? Or are you going to teach us how to fight like you do? Ah, youth, always so eager to learn, Nox thought with a rueful smile. We'll see just how long this youthful eagerness lasts once their training truly begins. Eventually, yes. But not today. Nor tomorrow. No, first I must give you both an understanding of the Force. Which means for the first month at least we will be going over philosophy, history, tactics, and different aspects of the Force before you even begin to learn how to utilize it. Both boys' excitement dampened significantly at that. But that is all boring. Robb complained. To some, perhaps. But it is a necessary step. But if you are unwilling to the time to gain a foundation, then you will never be able to properly utilize the Force. And if so, then it is not worth my time to teach you, and the path out is right over there. But if you take it, I must truly question whether or not you are capable of becoming the next Warden of the North after your father, and will be informing him as such. Both boys ceased their complaints. Ready to listen now? He asked, to which both boys nodded. Good. Today we will start with the basics. The Force, as it is called, is not so easily defined. It is everything, and nothing. It is all around us. It surrounds us, penetrates us, binds us. Think of it like a river that runs through all things. And you two and I are stones in this river. We can divert the Force and bend it to our will, but only to a certain extent. And there are two aspects to the Force. The light side and the dark side. Both of which can be utilized by those who are capable. Jon's hand tentatively rose. Master Nox, why would anyone want to use something dark? It has to do with philosophy, Jon, Nox answered. I assume then that you two believe that because there are light and dark aspects of the Force that you both immediately categorized them as good and evil respectively, no? Both boys timidly nodded their heads. Then would it surprise you both to learn that I was raised and taught the dark side of the Force almost exclusively. Until I met my first apprentice. Both boys' eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. But you're not evil, Jon all but shouted. You saved me. You can't be dark. And that is the first thing we must eliminate. Your preconceived notions on what is good and what is evil, Nox lectured. Both the light and dark sides of the Force can be used for good, or evil pending on your point of view. While it is far more complicated than what I'm about to say, the difference between the two can be summarized as thus. The light side focuses on peace and tranquility, while the dark side encourages strong emotions and domination. The true path lies in subscribing to both sides of the Force to a degree. You cannot allow yourself to fall too far into one aspect or the other. Fall too far into the light side, and you will become an emotionless husk of a person who cares for nothing, not even his own kin. I've seen those who've fallen so far into the light that they simply sat there emotionlessly as unspeakable acts of evil were happening around them, and they didn't lift a finger to stop it. On the other hand, the dark side can be just as treacherous. Fall too far into the dark side, and you will become a slave to your emotions, especially the strong emotions like hatred and desire. You'll begin lashing out at anything and everything you deem a threat to yourself, even if it is not. And in the end, you will become little more than a malformed monster that cares for nothing but your own power. Pausing, he let his words sink in before continuing. Both sides of the Force have codes of conduct to help emphasize that aspect of the Force. Now listen well and commit these codes to your memory, for we will be going over them and their meaning frequently in the months to come. The light side, or the Jedi code is thus. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. And Sith code of the dark side is thus. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Now, I hope you two listened well. Because we will be going through each of these codes, one line at a time, and discussing them. Winter Years Part 3. Staring out over the city of Sunspear and the bay below from his private chambers within the Tower of the Sun, Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne, quietly pondered the latest oddity that had been presented to him. Namely in the form of the northern vessel that was anchored within the bay. Despite what many may have thought, Dorne did not hate the North nor the wolves. Not like they hated the stags and lions at any rate. If anything, the people of Dorne understood the Northerners' reason for rebelling against the crown. And Eddard Stark's actions at the end of the rebellion with his demands that Gregor Clegane and Armory Lorch stand trial for murder and his subsequent leaving when the demand was denied heightened the people of Dorne's opinion of the man. That wasn't to say that they would ever be considered friends. But the North were one of the few people left in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms that could safely dock at Sunspear without fear of reprisal. My prince, Prince Oberyn has arrived, his ever-faithful bodyguard Areo Hoda announced, his deep rumbling voice carrying easily across the distance that separated the two. See him in, he commanded, not turning around from his view of the bay. And then make sure that there are no unwanted ears nearby. I will be having private words with my brother. Yes, my prince, Areo drawled, his heavy feet telling of his quick retreat from the room. What little peace he managed to find was quickly blown away as the doors to his chambers opened forcefully. Brother, I hope that you know that you pulled me away from a most wonderful time I was having with my delightful Elaria and a few of the new girls in the city. Your urges can wait, Oberyn. Doran stated, turning and facing his brother. The pain in his knees flaring slightly but not enough to prevent him from moving. We have matters to discuss. Quirking an eyebrow, Oberyn's gaze flickered towards the port, namely the northern ship anchored in the bay. Yes, I suppose we do. I don't suppose you'll tell me why you haven't demanded that northern ship to leave our shores lest they want to taste our spears. No, I haven't. And neither will you, Oberyn, Doran stated forcefully. While intelligent and skilled beyond belief in combat, subtlety was often lost on his younger brother. And the best way of dealing with him was often by being blunt. That ship brought Wyman Manderley to our shores. And he is staying in the Tower of the Sun until our dealings are done. And you will be civil towards him during his stay. Oberyn didn't bother to hide his look of contempt at the name. While his brother was of the similar mind as the rest of Dorne regarding the North, he still held them responsible for the death of their sister and her children. So, the only man in the whole of the Seven Kingdoms who can rival the Fat Flower in terms of girth has decided to waddle his ass down to Dorne. No doubt at behest of his wolf masters. And you are allowing him to not only stay in Sunspear for a time, but in the Tower of the Sun. The very same tower where Elia, our sister, was raised alongside us. Why? Because I said so, brother, Doran countered harshly, meeting his brother's cool gaze with a look of his own. And you will respect my decision. Doran held his brother's eyes, unwilling to look away. Shortly enough, Oberyn broke their lock and turned his head away. Very well, brother, he conceded, albeit reluctantly. So then, tell me why the Fat Mermaid has come to Dorne. His purpose is twofold, Doran explained. The first was to deliver a gift to Dorne. The second was to establish a trade agreement between the North and Dorne. Oberyn's face turned quizzical. A gift? What kind of gift could the northern barbarians offer us? Something we have sought after for years, brother, he answered, motioning towards a table along the wall of the room where a lone chest sat. Compliments of the Starks. Frowning, his brother made his way over to the chest and lifted the lid. When he spied what laid inside, he froze, just as Doran had done when he first laid his eyes upon the hands and the signet ring that lay within. That ring has a manticore on it, brother, Oberyn said, his voice low. The sigil of House Lorch. And those are the hands of Armory Lorch, Doran continued, answering his brother's unasked question. His brother stayed unusually quiet as he stared down at the severed hands that had been gifted to them. A small piece of vengeance delivered by a house they had little love for. Who? A new vassal under the command of House Stark who fought against Lorch and several of his men on his own during a trial by combat after Lorch was found raping a mother and her young daughter by the Northerners. Doran replied, taking a seat as his gout began to flare to point where he could no longer ignore it. A new vassal, who just happens to be a sorcerer of no small power. That got a baron's attention. If there was one thing that could get his brother's attention outside of carnal delights or a good fight, it was the arcane. A sorcerer. Yes, according to Lord Manderly, and I find that he has little reason to lie. He knew what he was about to say next would not be taken well by his brother, but he had no choice but to withhold the information from his brother to prevent him from doing something rash. For I have also heard a tale of this sorcerer from one of our spies. Predictably, a baron spun around to him, his eyes alight with anger. You knew that Lorch was dead. I didn't say that, he replied, skirting around the truth. In truth, he had heard the tale that Lorch had met his demise, but he didn't trust a single source of information with something so vital. But before he could get confirmation, Lord Manderly had arrived with the hands of the man to confirm his death, and everything else that Doran had heard. I heard of this sorcerer. How he has sworn allegiance to House Stark. How this single man stormed Pike by himself and managed to bring the Krakens to heel. Pacified for the moment, a baron's posture relaxed. Perhaps I should head north to secure this supposed trade agreement and to see the truth for myself. While Doran was interested in learning more about this sorcerer as well, mostly with how he would affect their long-term plans, he was not about to send his brother to do it. No, you won't. At least not now, Doran said, ending his brother's hopes to learn more of the arcane. I have a different task for you to perform. And what task would that be, brother? A baron asked. Adjusting his legs and rubbing his knees, Doran brought up the next piece of information that Manderly had confirmed for him about the sorcerer. Something that I feel you will be well suited for. I need you to travel across the free cities of Essos to try and find any tale of this sorcerer so we might discover his origin. Taking the chair across from him, Oberyn poured himself a glass of wine and took a small drink. And why would you believe he hails from Essos? In the old days, it was not uncommon for those with the blood of the first men to possess magic. Not so unlike our own Roynish ancestors and their water magic. Because the man has the look of a pure Valyrian, Doran said, making a baron pause mid-sip. A fact which has not endeared him to the usurper, but the fool was unfortunately able to overlook his hatred for all things related to the dragons after he witnessed just what the man was capable of. Setting his glass down, a baron peered off into the distance deep in thought. The free cities are vast, brother. It will take me some time to search them all. And while his looks might point towards the free cities, would it not be better to start at Karth or Ashai? Perhaps, but for now we will start with what we know about the man, Doran said. While Ashai and their red god were a possibility, he doubted the man was from Karth as it was unlikely that a warlock from the House of the Undying would ever leave. We don't need to know his whole history. Just any clue as to his origin will suffice. Nodding, a baron finished off the last of his wine. Well then, I guess I will be off on the first ship to leave for Essos. Elaria has wanted to venture through Essos again. And I'm positive that I can find certain things to keep the both of us entertained while searching for any information on this sorcerer. Good, Doran nodded. And there are two more aspects about the sorcerer that might help you narrow this search. While Lord Manderly was vague about the man's potential origins, I can conclude that the man was either a servant or a slave early in his life. And the second, and much more telling aspect about him, is that he is blind. And he wears an ornate cloth to cover his scars. A blind man? A baron questioned. A blind sorcerer, who has the martial prowess and arcane power to kill Lorch and his men in a trial by combat, and then lay siege to Pike nearly by himself. This man is becoming more and more interesting with each word you speak, brother. That he is. I will continue to subtly question Lord Manderly about the man during trade talks. And there is one more task I ask of you while you are in the free cities. Pulling out a scroll from the inner lining of his robes, he held it out for his brother to take. This is for your eyes only, brother. Yours and the intended recipient. Picking up the scroll, a baron quickly opened it and read its contents, his eyes growing wider with each passing line he read. Are you sure about this? A baron asked as he rolled the scroll up and tucked it into the interior of his vest. There is always a chance when you play the Game of Thrones, brother. Doran stated. But with this sorcerer now in the game, we have to be even more cautious with how we play our hand. That is why that is not a full agreement. Not yet at least. Should the sorcerer prove to not be as big a threat, or if he can be swayed, then it will become such. I see. A baron nodded. Well then, if that is all, brother, I will be off. I wish to say goodbye to my daughters before Elaria and I head out on our adventure. Safe travels, brother. Doran nodded. And may you find success in both of your endeavors. Leaning against the arched window in his room within the renovated broken tower of Winterfell, Nox watched as light flurries of snow slowly drifted down from the sky to the ground below. 2 years, he thought, as the snow fell past the window. 2 years I have been living this new reality of mine. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would find myself stranded on a pre-industrial world. Yet here I am. But even then, this experience has been something else entirely. Reaching out with his senses, he didn't stop the swelling of pride within him as he assessed the ancient stronghold of House Stark below him. Despite the heavy snowfall that had started barely a few months after their return from ending the rebellion on the Iron Islands, many of the projects Nox had been hoping to get started had gone off relatively smoothly. Or perhaps, it was because of the heavy snowfall, that could put even a blizzard on Hoth to shame, that he was able to help the Northerners achieve so much in such a short amount of time. After all, what was there to do as the snow drifts climbed more than halfway up the walls of Winterfell? After their return from the war and with the threat of winter weighing upon them, Nox had moved to personally oversee the final phases of construction for additional small glass garden within the walls of Winterfell, at nearly square acre in size secondary glass garden tucked nearby the homes of Winter Town and the windmill and blast furnace situated just beyond the outskirts of Winter Town. Getting the glass gardens finished in time had allowed the farmers and gardeners within the Stark lands to prepare the soil enough that they were able to begin planting seeds before the first snow reached them. While most of what was grown was native to the land, the seeds that Nox had within the small survival bag had proven a huge boon to the people. The fruit, vegetables, and grains that he provided grew faster and larger than anything the Northerners had seen before. When asked about them, he made up a tale about how these plants were the mainstay of the food production of his home and had been chosen as such due to their size and quick germination period. Of course, he didn't tell them that each of those plants had been heavily genetically engineered to grow so large and so quickly, let alone in such harsh conditions. But even if he did, he doubted that anyone would be able to understand the explanation. While the additional glass gardens and the blast furnace were the two primary changes to the land before the first snow, they were not the last. Merely the most important to get the other projects that could be started during the wintertime. But before they could make anything, they needed the raw materials necessary. Primarily iron and other metals to be smelted in the forge to create the steel. The solution to that problem came from perhaps one of the last places Nox expected. An old journal belonging to Lord Rickard Stark, Ned's father, recently discovered by Maester Luwin that had been misplaced in the library by the previous Maester of Winterfell. In it, the former Lord of Winterfell noted the possible discovery of an iron vein in the mountains near Winterfell. But before he could order a crew to scout the area, he received word that his son Brandon had ridden to King's Landing and demanded justice for his kidnapped sister. And that was the last entry in the book. Ned had understandably been furious that the journal belonging to his late father had been misplaced for so long. And when he inquired as to how such a thing happened, Maester Luwin had no answer to give. Not unless they were to bring Maester Whaleys back from the dead and ask him. But regardless of how the book got lost, they now had it. And so, before the snows could set in, Ned had sent out nearly 200 men with mining equipment to not only scout the area noted, but to begin mining as well. The vein the men discovered apparently went deep, and not only was there iron, but they also discovered a copper vein nearby as well. With the blast furnace operational and with a newly discovered vein of iron and other metals that laid within the mountains near to Winterfell, Winter Town was able to supply the smiths and craftsmen of the north with a decent amount of high-grade steel before they were forced to close down the mine due to the snow making such operations near impossible to complete. While he would have preferred more steel to work with, and more raw iron would be arriving via trade vessels in the future, Nox had more than enough to set the smiths of Winterfell to work. The first project thing he had them make were the parts necessary to make a prototype printing press. The theory and makeup behind the press were easy. What was not easy was the careful crating of the individual letter blocks that would then need to be carefully arranged on the printing plate. It had taken him months into the winter, but eventually he managed to get the press assembled and have enough letter blocks crafted to give Ned and Luwin a demonstration as to what the device was capable of. While Luwin was not necessarily impressed by the speed of which it took to assemble a single printing plate, he quickly changed his tune once he saw just how fast the press could print paper once it was set. The best of scribes could write maybe 2 to 3 pages an hour, whereas the press could print nearly 20 in the same amount of time. The second, a much easier item, that Nox set about making were metal springs. Once again, the blacksmiths were more than a little confused as to why he wanted them to make a coil of thin metal, but after the first few were made, Nox showed them how they could be attached to a carriage to create shocks. The smiths immediately stopped questioning whatever he told them to make after that. And with more than a little bit of ingenuity on behalf of the smith Mikan, they were able to create smaller, more compact springs, to which Nox showed them how to create the first spring mattress. With those two inventions, the smiths of Winterfell were working almost night and day in order to create as many parts for the press and springs. While they didn't have enough yet to begin trading, there soon would be. And Nox was positive that both would be highly sought after throughout the realm and bring in no small amount of coin. Not that coin was necessarily a problem now, not with the amount of glass they were producing. Lord Manderley had gone above and beyond when he went to Dorne to begin trade negotiations, and now the North was receiving almost more sand than they could process. At first, the glass makers of Winterfell focused on creating glass panels for future glass gardens. But within a relatively short amount of time they had a stockpile of glass enough to build at least 2 more acre-sized glass gardens with some to spare. With such a surplus, the glassmakers had turned to the excess and started to experiment. And without him even needing to drop the suggestion, one enterprising glassmaker created a glass blowing technique. And now they were making glassware and ornate glass pieces. The first shipment of which had already headed south to King's Landing with a spring mattress and, judging by the raven they'd received a short time ago from the king, the items were very well received. Especially amongst the nobility. And now orders and promises of gold were flowing into Winterfell with each new raven that landed. Hearing the door to his chambers open, Nox let himself smile as he felt the familiar and comforting presence that had just waltzed into his room. Nox, I have the reports from the laborers of Wintertown as well as the glassmakers and smiths here in Winterfell. Maester Luwin has passed on a raven from White Harbor about the latest shipment of iron ore and sand. And Lady Bethany has finalized her recommendation for 2 students to enter under advanced tutelage. Pushing away from the window, Nox turned and faced Nyra properly. The woman before him now was almost unrecognizable from herself before his arrival. Over the past 2 years, he'd spent almost as much time with her as he had with Jon and Robb, his acolytes. Under his guidance, she'd learned how to read and write as well as gaining a firm grasp of mathematics. As his projects evolved and became more and more complicated, he started to rely on her to handle some of the more mundane tasks, mostly writing reports and organizing shipments. And she had excelled at every task he'd given her. In a relatively short amount of time, she found herself relieved from her duties as maid in the Great Keep and reassigned to be his personal assistant. A transition that caused no small amount of rumors to begin circulating around Winterfell. Start with the raven from White Harbor, Nox said, making his way around his makeshift office and to the desk where numerous books lay open. Nodding, Nyra set down the armload of parchment she was holding onto her own workstation before sorting through them and selecting one. According to Lord Manderley, the ships sent to Essos have returned with 2,000 pounds of raw iron ore. And the ships from Dorne and Dragonstone should be passing by the Vale soon. Each of which should have 1,000 pounds of sand and other ingredients on board. Nodding to himself, Nox began running calculations through his head as to how long the raw materials would need to arrive here at Winterfell. Unfortunately, with the white knife frozen over, the cargo would have to be transported by land, through the snow. Which would more than double the amount of time it would normally take for them to arrive. Send a message to Wintertown and tell them to begin preparing the blast furnace for the arrival of the ore. Lord Stark wants this next batch to be used to craft weapons and armor rather than parts. Picking up a quill from an ink pot, Nyra made a few quick notes before turning to the next missive. The glassmakers, Quota for glass panes for the month has been met and they are ready to begin shipping them out. Flipping through his own notes, Nox found his notes from the last meeting he'd had with Ned about the glass gardens. Lord Stark wants this shipment to be sent to White Harbor so that they can begin construction of their own new glass gardens. We'll use the transports that are carrying the iron ore and sand to send the glass to White Harbor. Nyra nodded, making more notes as he talked. How many students has Bethany recommend for further tutelage? 2, Nyra replied, flipping her paper over yet again to read the report from Bethany. A young girl from Winter Town whose mother is well, that's not important. And a glassmaker's son as well. Bethany had validated his trust in her and her daughter several times over since arriving in Winterfell. The ex-noblewoman had taken no time at all in setting up a small school room within the confines of Winterfell and a second in Winter Town. She then began teaching 2 days a week, once in each set-up classroom. At first there were very few children and even fewer adolescents that went to her class. But within a month's turn or two, word of her teaching how to read, write, and how to perform basic math spread and her classes filled to the point where she had to add an additional class in Winter Town just to keep up with all of the students she had. All trust in her judgment then, Nox nodded. Set up rooms for both the boy and girl here in the lower levels of the tower, near to Bethany's chambers. And be sure to remind them of the limits here in the tower. And set them to task with creating printing boards. Nyra nodded and quickly began to write out the request to receive the necessary furnishings from Winterfell's steward Vayn Poole. After having completely restored the broken tower to its former glory, Nox had immediately set about carving out sections of the tower for specified uses. The lower levels were to be the future site of the dormitories that would house the students of the Winterfell College, while the middle levels contained a small library and lecture halls. The top 4 layers of the tower, however, were reserved solely for Nox. And the only ones allowed entry were Lord Stark and his family, Maester Luwin, Steward Poole, and whoever else Nox allowed entry to. The topmost layer was Nox's own personal chambers, while the level just below, where he currently was his office. The next level down was a dedicated training and mediation chamber, while the level just below that were to be where Nox would house his future Force acolytes. But as his only acolytes were Jon and Robb at the moment, both of whom had rooms in the Great Keep, the only other occupant in the uppermost levels of the tower was Nyra. Which of course did absolutely nothing to quell the rumors circulating about the two of them. Is there anything else, Nox? No, he replied before holding out his hand and summoning his cloak and lightsaber to him from across the room. Please see to it that the orders are filled out and submitted to Poole for Lord Stark's approval by the evening meal. Of course, Nyra nodded with a smile. When have I ever let you down, Aleem? His name leaving her lips brought a smile to his face and a swelling within his chest. Well, he said, walking up to her and slowly wrapping her in his arms. There is a first time for everything. Lightly touching his lips to hers, Nox let himself go as he held her in his arms. Despite what the rumors of Winterfell said, their relationship, at least the physical aspect of their relationship, was still new. And it wasn't quite to the point where they were sharing a room. Not for a lack of her trying though. But the pain of losing Ashara had cut Nox deeply. It had taken him a long time to heal. And while his heart still ached when thinking of his lost love, it was nowhere near as painful now that Nyra had slowly made her way into his heart. Enough, she breathed, breaking their kiss and forcing him to take a step back. If you keep doing that, then I won't let you leave your room. And you have a training session with Lord Robb and young Jon to attend. Don't want to leave your acolytes on their own. Especially not today. Word is you're going to putting the boys through sparring practice today. And you know how much they have been looking forward to this. I bet they're both already in the Godswood waiting for you. And the Greyjoy lad who's taken to following them around like a lost pup. Pulling back from her, Nox pushed his emotions and wants down and let himself seep back into the pull of the dark side ever so slightly. It would not do to be soft. Not today. I doubt that they will be feeling the same once they realize just what they will be going through. Leaving Nyra to her work, Nox began to descend from his chambers. Her didn't make it very far, however. For as he was passing by his private meditation and training chamber, he felt a very familiar presence coming from within. It wasn't the presence that made him stop. He'd given her permission to use his meditation chambers when needed, but rather the feelings of frustration, anger, and more than a slight amount of amusement that was coming from within. Deciding that whatever had happened needed to be addressed sooner rather than later, Nox ducked into the room. His meditation room was rather Spartan, having only had a short time to set the room to his liking and lacking several things he required. A single window provided the light for the room, which was mostly empty save for the 6 large round stones he'd levitated up into the tower that were arranged in a hexagon pattern in the center of the room. Besides the stones, the only other objects in the room were 3 wooden training dummies of various design made of ironwood along the far back wall. And it was against one of these dummies that he found Asha, practicing a few of the hand-to-hand combat techniques he'd shown her. Standing just within the entrance, he watched the young woman move through the steps he'd shown her, her arms and legs connecting the various limbs that were attached to the dummy as she ran through the kata. Waiting until she'd finished, Nox cleared his throat loudly, making her start slightly as he approached. When I said that you could have access to these rooms, I did not envision that you would abuse the privilege so thoroughly. Asha merely snorted at that. Just needed to hit something after dealing with that woman. Shaking his head, Nox immediately put together the source of her anger. While his relationship might not have been the best with Lady Stark, mostly due to her belief that the Force was magic and therefore a creation from the 7 hells that should be either purged from the lands or avoided like a plague, he at least was able to keep a civil tone with the woman and the Septa Mordain thanks in no small part to his years of practice amongst the Sith. Asha had no such practice. And she had no problem telling the Septa and Lady Stark exactly what she thought of them both and their views on what was proper for a woman. And by that woman, are you referring to Lady Stark or the Septa? Septa, Asha snorted. Although I'm sure by now she's gone and told Lady Stark exactly what I told her. And that cold fish will no doubt want to have words about my unsightly behavior. Shaking his head, Nox stopped a few paces short of her. And what happened exactly? Knowing he wasn't going to let it go, Asha stepped away from the dummy. She made a remark on how if I didn't start behaving properly as a lady of my station should, then she was going to switch my ass raw. And what did you tell her in return? At this, Asha hesitated a moment. I told her that if she comes within 10 paces of me with a switch, then I was going to shove my axe up her withered, crusty, unused cunt. Impressive word usage. Nox nodded. But altogether unwise. We've spoken about this before, have we not? That while your anger does you credit, there is a time and place for it. And that this not here and now. He could almost taste Asha's shame. Yes, master. Yet the lesson has not sunken in apparently. Nox remarked, stepping away from her. Perhaps I have been too lenient in your training then, and I must make my point more forcefully. Force lightning arched from his fingertips, slamming into Asha and sending the young woman to the ground, crying out in agony. Her screams would have undoubtedly raised an alarm had Nox not been actively using the Force to make the room completely soundproof. Holding her under the torment for a few seconds, Nox ceased his attack, leaving Asha gasping on the floor as she tried to recover. Stand. And remember, you are the one who asked for this. Nodding her head, Asha slowly rose back to her feet and pulled on her slight connection to the Force to fight through the pain coursing through her body. It hadn't taken Asha long to put together the meaning behind his cryptic comments back on Pike when he'd first encountered her. And after witnessing Jon and Robb lifting rocks with the Force, she'd immediately approached him and demanded to be trained as well. Unfortunately for Asha, she had 2 aspects working against her when she was compared against Jon and Robb. The first was that her Force connection was far less potent than the 2 boys, or indeed any of the Stark children. While her tenacity and ruthlessness would have allowed her to survive the trials of Korriban for some time, she would have never been able to become a full Sith. But this wasn't Korriban. And with such limited resources at his disposal in terms of acolytes, he couldn't afford to be picky in who he trained. The second aspect that was working against her was her sex. While the North and the Iron Islands could be more liberal about a woman's place in the world, unfortunately Lord Stark was not of the same mind. Not entirely. Oh, Nox was sure that in time he could convince him, and he would have to due to Arya being potentially just as powerful as Jon. But the shadow of his sister and her reckless ways still weighed heavily on the mind of the Warden of the North. And that was without Lady Stark pressing her views on what a woman's place was. So, in the end, while he had agreed to train her, he was doing it in secret. away from the eyes of Starks and everyone else. Although he was pretty sure that Ned knew what was happening. The man had honed his ability to sense aspects of people through the Force through the years. And he had to have known that Ash's power was growing steadily. He had intended to train her like he was Jon and Robb, but she had nixed that quickly. She didn't want him to take it easy on her. If she couldn't be as powerful as he, which he had bluntly told her so, then she wanted to be as strong and skilled as a Mandalorian. It was an ambitious goal. And one that confirmed his thoughts on just who should be the one to take over the Iron Islands in the future. So, he'd agreed to her request. And while he was still teaching her both aspects of the Force, he was not taking it easy on her. Good, Nox nodded approvingly as she fought through the pain. While I am teaching the boys, you are to stay here and meditate. Use your anger, your fear and your drive to grow stronger to help you delve into the Force. And by the time I return, you will do 3 rotations of the stones. Understood. Ash's eyes widened before flickering to the hexagon of stones in the center of the room. He'd carefully crafted each stone in a rough copy of Muntur stones. While none were as heavy, they were still a good training tool. Yes, Master. Asha nodded, making her way to the center of the room and kneeling between the stones. Winter Years Part 4. Leaving her to her meditation, Nox gave her one last passing glance through the Force before leaving her alone. He had no fear of her not doing exactly as he'd instructed. She'd made that mistake only once before. And he made sure she fully understood what it meant to disrespect her master in the future. And since then, she'd not once failed to do as instructed. Descending through the tower, Nox passed by the empty chambers that would soon belong to the 2 new initiates, as well as the ones belonging to Bethany and her daughter before making his way across a short bridge and entering the first keep. Much like the once broken tower, the first keep had been renovated. Though, granted, less than a third of the keep had been cleaned up and made usable. And the third had been divided up into staging rooms for the printing press, apartments for glassmakers and smiths, as well as a public bath. In time, Nox hoped to renovate the entirety of the first keep so that the upper layers were primarily apartments for the workers, while the lower levels would become production facilities. He was still trying to introduce the idea of somewhat modernized manufacturing to Lord Stark and the rest of the North. But they were starting to come around to his way of thinking. Especially as they began to see just how efficient some of the processes could become. Walking out of the first keep, his ears immediately picked up on the sounds of sparring and loud voices coming just a short distance away. Knowing exactly what was going on, Nox walked towards the commotion. The training grounds of Winterfell were near standing room only as hundreds of men of the North trained under the careful eye of the captain of the guard, Ser Jory. Keeping his distance to not interrupt the training, Nox reached out with his senses to get a better look at how the men were faring. Unfortunately, this was one aspect that Nox had not been completely successful in. While many aspects of his training program were being utilized, it was nowhere near what Nox thought to be enough. He'd wanted Ned to form a professional army that numbered in the tens of thousands. But unfortunately, that just wasn't feasible. Mostly due to the current mindset of Westeros as a whole. Lords had knights that they could call upon and levies that could be raised during times of war. But no lord, not even the king, had a true standing army of professionals. That, and the fact that the North simply couldn't afford to keep such an army paid for a long time all but killed his first outline. But Stark had seen the value in much of what he'd suggested. So, he'd implemented a new order. All men and boys of age that lived on the Stark land would attend military training for 1 month each year. For that month they would live in Winterfell and train day and night under the guidance of Ser Jory, Ser Roderick, and even Nox himself when he had the time. It wasn't perfect, nor anywhere close to what Nox wanted, but it was better than nothing. At least now, when the time came to call the banners to war, the levies would at least know the difference between their polearm and their cock. But now, with winter fully set in, there were many in Winterfell that had nothing but time on their hands. Which meant more time to train the men. Currently, the men and boys were doing circuits around the obstacle course Nox had designed, and then ran when Jory said that such a course could not be done in any reasonable amount of time. Come on, you lackwits, Ser Jory yelled, picking up a man who'd just fallen to the ground and forcing him to keep moving. You're men of the North. Not some silly southern pussy. Now get your asses moving. Well, at least they're actually managing to complete the course. Although the amount of time it took for them to realize that they would need to help one another to complete the course is more than a little worrying. But, hey, better late than never, I guess. Deciding not to interfere with the drills, Nox quietly made his way away from the first keep and towards the Godswood. Despite the changes to the once broken tower and the first keep, relatively little else had changed throughout the rest of Winterfell since his arrival over 2 years ago. The only real noticeable difference in the layout of the castle was the extra glass garden behind the main keep, and the expansion of the forges to accommodate the glass-smiths and metalsmiths that had begun making their way towards Winterfell looking for work. Passing by the Great Keep and the glass gardens, Nox made his way into the Godswood, the 2 guards stationed just outside the entrance not even bothering to stop him as he passed them by. Making his way through the trees, Nox wasn't surprised as he made it to the weirwood in the center of the Godswood and found that he was not the first one to arrive. Jon was already there, dressed in training clothes and holding a weighted training blade in his hands as he moved through the steps of Form 3 Sorcerer, one of Nox's preferred forms due to its ability for defense and to allow him time to utilize the Force during combat. Staying out of sight, Nox observed the boy as he went through the motions. Of the 4 he was training now, well, 3 really, and only 2 of them officially, as Theon unfortunately had next to no force sensitivity unlike his sister. Jon was without a doubt the most promising pupil he had. Outside of his high force aptitude, which was well more than enough to make him a favored student on Korriban, the boy had a drive to prove himself that far outmatched any of the others. And he knew exactly why that was. He wanted to cast aside the title of bastard that a select few in the castle made sure he was reminded of almost daily. He wanted to prove that he was more than that. And that desire to prove himself and the anger that festered at the title gave him the ability to progress at a rate that was almost astonishing. Left foot forward by 6 inches and angle your right arm down more during that sequence to help maintain your balance. Jon stopped almost immediately, turning on his heel and bowing to him. Master Nox. Stepping out from the trees, Nox made his way towards his most promising acolyte. Again. Nox didn't need to clarify as Jon immediately began running through the form again. As he went though, Nox would periodically make him hold certain positions or ask him questions as to why some moves were performed as they were, testing both the boy's stamina and his knowledge. After running through the entire form twice more, Nox called a stop to the exercise. Enough. Your brother and Theon have arrived as well as the others. Turning his back on Jon, Nox faced towards the lone path that led through the Godswood. Ned was walking in front of the group with Sir Rodrik next to him along with Theon and Robb. And behind them were 15 men-at-arms that were carrying tourney blades and looked more than slightly nervous as to why they'd been allowed access to the Godswood while Nox was instructing. It was no secret in Winterfell that Nox was instructing the boys, but in the past 2 years, no one had seen the boys use the Force at all. But today, that was going to change. Nox, Ned nodded to him in greeting before taking his customary place near the weirwood with Sir Rodrik following close behind him. With the Lord of Winterfell moving away, the Stark men-at-arms awkwardly shifted in their place while Jon joined Robb and Theon in a line before Nox. As he did, he couldn't help but notice the slight spike in resentment that wafted off Theon. It was obvious to all that there was no love lost between Jon and Theon. Theon was older, larger, and the heir to the Iron Islands. And in his mind that made him inherently better than anyone else, especially a bastard. Yet Jon had managed to utterly defeat Theon in everything that the 2 boys competed in. Be it during their studies or in the yard under the watchful eye of Sir Rodrik. Today, you 3 will be sparring under my direction, Nox informed the 3, garnering a spike of excitement from each of the boys. And you will be using tourney blades today. Weighted tourney blades. While Sir Rodrik was a competent teacher, he tended to almost shelter the boys. At least he did in Nox's opinion. If it were up to him, the boys would be using live steel. But Ned had put a stop to that. It was tourney blades at the most, at least for now. Are we going to be sparring against one another, Master Nox? Robb asked, nearly bouncing in place. Nox's lips twitched upwards as he wondered just how long the boys' excitement would last. He intended today to be much like a training session under the Blade Masters of Korriban. In other words, pushing the boys to their limits and beyond. Not at first. Nox explained, motioning towards the 15 men at arms behind them. First, you will have to spar with the men behind you. First, 1-on-1. Then, 2-on-1. Then another round of 2-on-1. The round will be over when you make a killing blow on your adversaries through whatever means you have available to you. After each fight, you will then make 4 laps around the perimeter of the Godswood before returning to this spot and proceeding to the next fight. Once you have defeated all the men standing behind you, you will then spar against one another until there is only one of you left standing. And as for you men, should I believe that you are hesitating or taking it the slightest bit easy on them, you will face me. And I won't be holding back against you. All 3 boys' eyes widened as they cast passing glances back at the men lined up behind them. That's impossible. Theon almost yelled. Is it? Nox asked, making the 3 boys shift their weight nervously as he pulled on the dark side of the Force and expanded his presence. Then why am I wasting my time training you? Impossible is merely a state of mind. But if you truly believe it, then the way out is that way and quit wasting my time. What's the matter, Greyjoy? Afraid you'll fall behind? Jon taunted. Theon scoffed. You wish, bastard, just concerned you won't be able to keep up with us Trueborn heirs is all. Jon began moving towards Theon, nothing more than a slightly shifting of his weight, but he was stopped almost immediately as Robb held his hand out, stopping his brother. Theon, don't call my brother a bastard, Robb, ever the peacekeeper between the two, said to the elder boy before turning towards Jon. And, Jon, don't taunt him if you can't handle taunting back. You know he's just trying to get under your skin. Well spoken, Robb, Nox congratulated the young man, who immediately preened up the rare compliment that Nox gave out. Now, what are you 3 standing around here for? Get your asses moving before I start using your behinds as target practice. He emphasized his words by raising his right hand and letting a small amount of force lightning dance across his fingertips. While he wasn't as harsh as the overseers on Korriban, mostly since he doubted Ned would approve of such treatment, he wasn't above giving his acolytes some motivation. One that all 3 had been the recipient of at some point and time. Nothing more than a slight jolt, but enough to not want it to happen again. The 3 boys nearly kicked up a cloud of dust amongst the snow as they hurried to gather a tourney blade from one of the men at arms. As the boys took their positions, the men at arms wasted no time in attacking the young boys. None of them wanting to face the prospect of going against himself. Good, Nox nodded, watching as the boys began fighting against their much larger and more skilled opponents. They need to push themselves and reach their limits if they're going to have any hope of surpassing them. Walking out of the small sept that had been built for her in Winterfell, Lady Catelyn Tully Stark paused momentarily to tighten her hold on her heavy overcloak as she fought against the chill of the northern air. Even after nearly 10 years and 2 true winters in the north, she had not adjusted to the cold bite of the northern air as it kissed her skin. During these times she usually stayed to her rooms and would throw another log or 2 on the fire to fight against the cold. But today she couldn't. She'd received joyous news from the maester earlier that day. Joyous. And terrifying. She was with child again. A blessing from the 7. But at the same time, she was terrified. For while the 7 had blessed her with 4, soon to be 5, strong healthy children, the old gods of the north and the first men had cursed her children with the taint of magic. So now she prayed and prayed to the gods of her family that the 7 would intervene and not allow the newest life growing within her to also be cursed with the taint of magic. As she began her trek back to the Great Keep, she couldn't help but hear the hammering of anvils and the sound bellows blowing as the newly made glass was quenched. While she might despise the sorcerer for his unholy powers and his corruption of her children, even she could admit to his usefulness in helping to aid the North. But that, in and of itself, was another problem altogether. He was becoming too powerful. His influence amongst the northern lords and people was growing by the day. How long would it be before he was more influential than her husband? How long before he usurped her children's place as lords and ladies of the North? She knew in her heart that was exactly why the man was favoring the bastard so much. To give him a puppet to install so he could truly lead the North. But, unfortunately, her wolf husband did not share her concerns. One of frequent points of contention that had been arising between them as of late. But hopefully the child growing in her womb, a child she prayed would not be cursed like her other children, would be able to begin to heal the gap that had been forming between them. Lady Stark, I fear I must have words with you once more. Turning, she found Septa Mordain making her way towards the small sept from the direction of the Great Keep. From the time of day, and the look on the septa's face, Kat knew exactly what the septa wanted to talk to her about. Very well, she nodded, motioning towards the sept. But let us have words inside, out of the cold. The septa nodded and obediently followed Kat into the sept and out of the cold. While she appreciated what her husband did in building her this sept so that she might pray to her gods, it was almost insultingly small. Just barely large enough for a handful of people to stand side by side along with the statues of the father, mother, warrior, smith, maiden, crone, and the stranger. The girl has to leave Lady Stark. Septa Mordain nearly shouted the moment the door shut behind the two of them. She is no proper lady and never will be. Honestly, I don't know what the king was thinking sending her here. She should have been sent to the Silent Sisters the moment she stepped foot off those godless islands. There was no need for the septa to elaborate on just who she spoke of. Asha Greyjoy, the young girl who had become the bane of the septa, and indeed Kat's life. The girl absolutely refused to accept what was expected of her as a noble lady of the realm. She outright refused to dress properly, even going as far as burning the dresses Kat had delivered to her. Her manners were atrocious, as she proved when she outdrank several guardsmen one night. And instead of performing proper womanly activities like sewing or learning how to manage a household, she instead constantly sought out the training grounds for a fighter. She sought out the sorcerer to pester him to teach her. Which, thankfully, he had refused. Under normal circumstances, Kat would have had the girl banished from Winterfell within the first moon of her arrival. And indeed, she had tried, suggesting to her lord husband that the girl would do better in another house, far away. Like the Mormonts, for example. But her husband had refused her request, stating that it was the king's desire that he raise the two Greyjoy children as his wards, and that was what he intended to do. After failing to rid Winterfell of her presence, Kat had done everything in her power to try and lessen the girl's potential to corrupt her two young daughters. But in that, she was only partially successful. Sansa, her rapidly growing and beautiful red wolf, was becoming a fine example of a true lady. Her manners were perfect. Her singing was excellent. Her sewing was better than even Kat's. Truly, one day she would make a southern lord a great wife. Perhaps she would even be graced with becoming the next queen. And, indeed, that was a possibility with her husband's close friendship with the king. And, best of all, despite the sorcerer trying to tempt and corrupt her by saying she had the capability to learn magic like her elder brother and the bastard, she at least had the fortitude to resist the temptation. A fact that she thanked the seven for daily. Arya, however, was the complete opposite of her sister. Arya had a near obsession with Asha and seemed to idolize her, much to Kat's dismay. Her little girl had even taken to trying to forego wearing proper women's clothes, until Kat had put a hard stop to that, which had caused quite the tantrum from her younger daughter. Then there was the fact that, unlike Sansa, Arya was proud and excited with the fact that she had the ability to use magic and was pestering herself and Ned almost daily about when she would be able to join the boys in their training. Gods blessed. Ned had refused so far. But she knew that it was only a matter of time before he relented and allowed her to be trained. When that happened and when word got out, she would never be able to attain a marriage to a proper lord. What did Asha do this time, Septa Mordain? Kat asked, bringing herself back to the present and putting the despair she felt with her younger daughter to the side for now. I told her that she needed to start behaving as a proper noble lady of the realm. Or I would punish her accordingly to try and prevent her behavior from affecting young Sansa and Arya. Septa Mordain said, her head held high as she did. And she responded with the most vulgar of insults. Shaking her head, Kat was at a loss. She could discipline the girl, and would do so, but she knew that it would be a fruitless venture. Perhaps if Asha had arrived at Winterfell when she was still Theon's age, she could have molded her into a proper lady. But now it was far too late for the girl. May the new gods watch over her future husband. I will speak to my lord husband about the matter and see to it that the girl apologizes and is properly disciplined for her words. The Septa nodded, seemingly pleased with the decision before moving aside so that Kat could leave. Once outside, she immediately tightened her hold on her cloak to fight against the cold. Looking around the courtyard, Kat noticed the denizens of Winterfell going about their duties, few seemingly bothered by the cold or the wind. Even after all this time, do the gods of the north still reject me? She wondered idly to herself as she shivered. Is this because their curse for not being able to love the bastard? To give him the name I promised them? No, I will not allow the thought. Holding her head high while trying to not to show just how much the cold bothered her, Kat set about to find her husband. Entering the great keep, Kat let out a breath of relief as the warm air of the interior of the keep hit her. Not quite the same as sitting before a warm fire, but better than nothing, she thought, setting off towards her husband's solar. But to her dismay when she arrived, she found the room empty. Where could he be at this hour? Stepping out of the solar, she spotted a servant walking away from her. You, girl, where is my lord husband? When the servant girl turned around, her arms laden with scrolls, Kat just barely fought back groan at her misfortune. Of course, it would be the sorcerer's whore. Nyra. Winter Years Part 5. When she'd first arrived in Winterfell, Kat had initially had high hopes for the girl. Hopes that she would see the light and turn to the Seven, a task Kat had set about trying to accomplish with all the servants to very little actual success. But then he arrived. She'd trusted the girl to watch over him, but she underestimated the sorcerer's cunning. He turned the girl against her. Made her no better than the whores who serviced everyone who had 2 coppers to their name out in Winter Town. She'd tried to dismiss the girl, but again the sorcerer proved himself most cunning by taking the girl in and making her his, what was it he called her? A secretary, or some such nonsense. A fancy title for a whore, no doubt. Granted, no one has caught the two in the act. But why else would the sorcerer raise a serving girl up so high and take such an interest in her? Apologies, Lady Stark, the girl replied, dipping into a shallow curtsy while keeping hold on the papers in her arms. I have not seen the Lord Stark. But Master Nox has gone to train the boys in sparring today in the Godswood. Perhaps Lord Stark is overseeing the training as he often does. Kat sniffed at the subtle slight in the girl's tone. Ever since the sorcerer had gotten his hooks into her, he'd turned Nyra against her. 7 be praised, none of the other servants had been corrupted. But that was primarily because she kept a tight rein on those who had the honor of serving a great and noble house. Very well, be on your way, Kat said dismissively before stopping as her curiosity got the better of her. Where are you off to? And what are those you are carrying so closely? Nyra looked her straight in the eye. Another slight. Reports from White Harbor on the status of new shipments of raw materials, as well as reports of progress made by both the glassmakers and the smiths for Steward Vayn and Lord Stark. Kat felt her ire raise. This was even more proof that the sorcerer was going to try and wrest control away from her children in the future. Such important reports and ravens should have been sent directly to her lord husband and herself. Not some upstart sorcerer and his whore. Very well, be on your way, Kat replied, doing her best to keep her expression neutral as the serving girl curtsied again and walked away calmly. The nerve, Kat fumed, turning on her heel and making her way towards the rear entrance of the great keep that led towards the Godswood. Her and the sorcerer act as if they own Winterfell. They forget who they serve. I need to talk to Ned about this again. But I don't know how to broach the subject. He's already stated that he doesn't share my concerns as to the sorcerer's intention. And last time when I tried to push the issue to the point where he yelled, 7, his eyes. They turned into the eyes of a beast, not a man. And I never want to see those eyes on my wolf again. Or my children. Making her way to the Godswood, Kat stopped just as she was about to cross the threshold that led into the ancient woods nestled within the great walls of Winterfell. Passing by the guards without giving them a thought, Kat's steps faltered as she walked amongst the ancient trees that belonged to the old gods of the first men. It didn't matter that she'd married into House Stark, nor that she had obediently bore her lord husband 4 healthy children with a 5th now on the way. The old gods were not her gods. And she never felt welcome in the Godswood. It was almost as if, while walking amongst the trees, the old gods were judging her and finding her wanting. I cannot keep my promise, she thought to herself, fighting back against the unease that was growing within her with each step she took. I cannot give him that hope, that desire for more that those like him are born with. If he is given the Stark name, he will covet his brother's position more than ever. I can't let that come to pass. I won't. Approaching the heart of the Godswood, Kat could start to hear voices from ahead. Shouting, cheers, and the steady sound of training blades striking one another. Nyra said that Nox was training Robb and the bastard today. I'll have never seen just how he is manipulating my son. Perhaps this will be a chance to see just what foulness he is teaching him. Slowing her march, she veered slightly off the path and into the trees so that she could watch what was going on, hopefully without being seen. Staying partially behind a tree, she came upon the clearing and immediately frowned at what she saw. Nox was standing with his back towards her, facing the center of the clearing while around him over a dozen men of Winterfell were laying down or sitting while nursing some sort of injury or another. Even the Greyjoy boy was on the side of his face reddened as he clutched at his side in obvious pain. And in the center of the clearing was Robb and her husband's bastard. The two were sparring against one another and, much to her dismay, they were not using wooden blades. No, they had blunted tourney blades. Which they shouldn't be using. They were both far too young. She didn't care much about the possibility of Jon being hurt. But she was concerned about the possibility of Robb being injured. As she watched the two trade blows back and forth, she began noticing things. Robb was favoring one leg over the other, almost limping as he moved, and he was frequently rolling his left arm as if there was something was not quite right with it. They are already hurt, she realized with a start, her eyes narrowing in on Nox. Why has he not stopped this? Where is Ned? There is no way he would allow this to continue. Just as she was about to step out and put an end to the madness, she stopped herself. Jon had slipped slightly on the snow and dropped his guard. And her son had taken advantage and had his tourney blade raised, ready to end the spar in his favor. But just as the blade started to descend, Jon moved. It was impossible. His body was bent backwards nearly all the way to the ground. Yet still, he moved. His body twisting, and turning in the unnatural and impossible position as he moved out of the way of the path of the blade just enough, so Robb's strike hit nothing but air. When the boy managed to right himself, Cat was ready to intervene once more, but her eyes widened in fright as the bastard held out his hand, palm out, towards her son. She could hear her first son's grunt of pain as an invisible force struck him and sent him flying almost to the edge of the clearing, as he slid across the snow. Stopping just short of colliding with a tree. Even years later, Cat would never remember crossing the distance that lay between herself and the bastard who dared raise his hand against his father's trueborn son. But cross the distance she did, bypassing the sorcerer and all the men of Winterfell who dared to just sit and watch as the bastard used foul, unholy magic against her son. At the last moment, Jon turned towards her, his eyes widening in fear as she bore down on him. Her full arm slap echoed throughout the now deathly silent Godswood as Jon was sent to the ground, clutching at his face. "How dare you?" she screamed, glaring down at the cowering boy at her feet. Her fury was so potent and raw that her innermost thoughts just spilled out of her mouth with no filter as she tore into the bastard. The world fell away from her as she focused completely upon the cowed and recoiling creature below her. "You dare use such unholy magic against your betters. I'd always known you were a true bastard and one day would succumb to your bastard instincts to fight against your betters. I will see you thrown out of Winterfell by sunset. You and the sorcerer, who is no doubt grooming you to take over Winterfell so he can rule the north through you. By the gods, I don't know what I was thinking years ago when I begged the old gods to spare your life from the pox after the seven granted my wish to remove you from my." Caitlin. Cat froze, her words dying on her tongue. She knew that deep voice. The same voice that often spoke to her softly and offered words of comfort and support. But now, she heard none of those things. Only rage. Turning, she prayed to the seven that he wasn't there. That it had only been her imagination or seven-sent spirit within herself yelling at her to bring her back to her senses. But as she turned towards the source of the voice, she realized that the seven appeared to have abandoned her in this moment. It was no doubt the influence of the old gods keeping them away. For standing just a short distance away from her was her lord husband, Ned. His fists held tightly and stiffly to his side and his face set as if he were about to pass judgment on a criminal. But the worst were his eyes. No longer were they the dark gray that she cared for. Instead, they were again that beastly yellow. Swallowing, her eyes flickered from her husband to his bastard, who was staring up at her with wide eyes holding his cheek with tears flowing down his face. Looking around, Cat tried to find some support. All the men were staring at her as if they'd never seen her before. As if she wasn't their Lady Stark but rather some stranger who'd just wandered in. Even Robb, Her wonderful firstborn son was looking at her as if he'd never seen her before. It was in that moment that it truly struck her. She was alone. Ned, she began, only to stop as her husband held up his hand. Training is over for the day, Ned declared, his dark and bestial eyes never leaving her. Nox, take the boys to the maester and see to their injuries. And the rest of you, you are all sworn to secrecy. Should I hear even a single utterance of what has been spoken today, I will find the worst post imaginable and leave you there for the rest of your lives. Now, go, all of you. The feeling of dread within her swelled as all the men, her son included, gathered themselves and quickly left the godswood, leaving her alone with Ned. Once alone, Ned didn't say a word. He just stood there, staring at her with his beast-like eyes. Ned, her words died in her throat as Ned held up his hand, the simple gesture silencing her completely. Closing his eyes and turning away from her, Cat could almost see him visibly composing himself. When he turned back to her and opened his eyes once more, his gray eyes that she had started to care for had returned. You spoke of the seven granting your wish to take Jon away. Ned said, his voice empty and emotionless. And then you made a promise to the old gods when you asked them to heal him. What was your wish to the seven, and what promise did you make to the old gods? Swallowing hard, Cat tried to think of a way out of this, but nothing came. Her secret was out, her shame. And now she had no choice but to face the consequences. She meant to simply say her piece, but when she opened her mouth the words that left her were completely different than the ones she had planned. You brought your bastard into our home, shaming me, Ned. She started, almost startled by the harshness in her own voice. She tried to stop, but the words kept flowing from her. You took responsibility for the boy, which I can respect. But he should have never been brought here. He should have never been shown what his trueborn siblings have because his very nature will compel him to one day take it from them. He should have been sent to be raised by one of your bannermen. Or sent to the wall. But you refused to send him away because you love his mother more than me. So, I prayed to the seven to take him away. And they did. Just not in the way I had intended. Ned's face remained completely passive. The pox. Yes, Cat nodded, shame filling her. When I saw him, so sick and so little, I regretted my prayer. I tried to take it back, but the seven would not listen to me. Each day, he grew weaker and weaker, and my prayers did nothing. So, finally, I prayed to the old gods. I begged them to make him well. I promised them that. What did you promise the old gods, Cat? Ned pressed. Again, it was as if the words were being forced from her. I said that if they healed him that I would make you give the boy the Stark name. That I would love him like a mother should, she said, her shame and past laid bare before her husband. Ned was silent for a long time as the two stood amongst the snow and trees of the godswood. You never spoke a word of this to me. Caitlin merely shook her head as her voice failed her. Why did I tell him? I wasn't going to. I didn't plan on deceiving him, but why? Why did I say exactly what had happened so readily? Letting out a low sigh, Ned turned away from her and faced towards the ancient weirwood that dominated the center of the godswood. A promise made to the old gods is not one that should be taken lightly. Nor should it be ignored once made, for bad things often happen to those that did such. And if word gets out that the Lady Stark made a deal with the old gods and then failed to uphold her end of the deal, my own bannermen will begin to question not only my own but my children's right to rule to North. Cat thought that was going a bit far. But nothing she could say now would help her in any way, so she stayed silent as she knew that. And despite my relationship with Robert, I cannot simply ask the King of Westeros to legitimize my bastard son on a whim. He has to earn it, Ned continued, shaking his head. Then there is also where to place him. As a legitimized son of House Stark, he cannot simply be sent away and forgotten about. The snow crunching beneath his boots, Cat stayed still as Ned turned back. To her, I will work on finding a reason to legitimize Jon. And while I have never asked for you to be his mother, I do ask that you begin treating the boy as my son. Not as the great offense or threat you think he is. For if you had watched him interact with his brothers and sisters, you would know that he would never want to harm them in any way. I will not force you to apologize to him for today, but there will never be a repeat of these events again, wife. And as for his mother, she is no threat to you, Cat. Nor to our children. She never has been, and she never will be. And that is all I will say on the matter. Swallowing, Kat nodded submissively. She kept her head down as if she suddenly found the ground most entrancing. Not that there was much she could say her in defense. Not right now while Ned was in such a state with her. While her husband was known as the quiet wolf, and known for his honor, there was a great anger within him that few ever saw. And having now been confronted with it, Kat did not like it at all. Yes, husband. Good. Ned nodded. I will make sure that word of what happened here will not be spoken of. Keeping her head lowered, Kat tried not to flinch as Ned laid a hand on her cheek. Kat, his voice was softer now, soft enough that it made Caitlin look up into his eyes. I am angry at you. Gods know that I'm angry. But I still care for you greatly. You are my wife, the Lady of Winterfell and the mother of my trueborn children. And I do love you. Kat felt tears forming in the corners of her eyes as she nodded. I love you, Ned. And I will be nicer to the bast, John. That is all I ask, Kat. Caitlin felt herself sag in relief as she felt her husband's comforting arms encircle her and pull her in close. All too soon for her liking, her husband pulled away and let go of her. And then without another word he turned and left her to stand alone amid the godswood. I didn't tell him, she thought, her hands going to her midsection. But now was not the right time, not with what happened. Turning her back on the weirwood, Kat made her way back down the path in the snow leading out of the godswood. As she walked, she reflected to what just happened. It had to be the sorcerer. It had to have been. I would have never done that. Well, I would have berated the bast, the boy for beating his trueborn siblings. But I would not have struck him. It was the sorcerer. It had to have been. Him and his whore. They tricked me somehow. But, how? And why did I say exactly what happened so quickly? It was as if I could say nothing else. Even when I had planned to say something completely different, just what happened. Did the sorcerer cast some sort of spell on me without my knowing? Or was it Ned? No, I can't think like that. Ned wouldn't do that to me, would he? Shaking away the thoughts, she lifted her chin high as she walked past the guards, neither of whom even looked in her direction. It had to have been the sorcerer. He's trying to discredit me. He's already turned his whore against me and now he's starting to turn my own family against me. He set this up. He must have. But I can't just order him gone from Winterfell, as much as I want to. He's too well liked by the people of the North. Kat knew that she wouldn't get any support for this problem here in the North. Maybe she needed to talk to someone else. Her father most definitely. But she needed another. She needed a friend to confide in. Maybe Petter. I heard that he has been made master of coin. Yes, perhaps I will write to him. I could use a friend that understands the threat that a sorcerer poses to my family. And perhaps he'll have an idea on how to help. He always had interesting ideas for games when we were children. Perhaps he will have another. Now, winter years, 2, kneeling in the slowly melting snow, 11 named Day Jon Snow, bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, watched with bated breath as the 20 men he was with slowly moved forward through the lightly snow-covered forest towards their destination. Despite the citadel and the maesters of the south declaring that winter was officially over, and spring was upon them, all the people of the north knew that only really mattered to the people south of the neck. For in the north, snow was an almost constant. And as the words of House Stark stated, winter always came back. Keeping up with us, lad. Can't have you falling behind on us. Turning his head sideways, Jon saw the leader of this group, First Ranger Harwin, the son of Hullen the horse master of Winterfell. Nodding, Jon looked around the trees surrounding him and took his time locating each wolf rangers that were accompanying them on this task, which in fact turned out to be all 20 of them. The idea of the wolf rangers came from his brother Robb, soon after the incident in the Godswood with Lady Stark nearly a year past now. Numerous lords of the north and small folk alike had started coming to his lord father claiming bandits had been raiding along the Kingsroad between Moat Cailin and Winterfell, as well as along the lesser roads that connected the major keeps of the north to one another. The lords of the north had sent out their men to try and hunt them down, but no one had any success. It was as if the bandits were wind, striking hard and disappearing. Many believe that they were just simple bandits that were trying to take advantage of the large terrain of the north and its sudden increase in trade to make a profit. Even his Lord Father believed it to be so. But Master Nox did not. So, with his Lord Father's permission, Nox had devised a trap. 4 small trade caravans with a handful of covered wagons each left Winterfell and traveled through the area the bandits were known to frequently strike. Word was then sent out that each caravan would be transporting a different item: glass, food, wool, metal and other substances. But the truth was the only thing in each of the caravans were dozens of Stark men at arms. Word eventually reached Winterfell that the bandits had indeed struck only a single caravan, the one that was supposed to be carrying glass to White Harbor. After the single attack, Master Nox was convinced that the bandits were no ordinary bandits at all, but rather sellswords from Essos, and that the North needed to retaliate and rout out the bandits to send a message to Myr, the only other known maker of glass in both Essos and Westeros. His Lord Father wasn't convinced, however, neither about the bandits being sellswords or about Myr's involvement. But he did agree that the bandits were targeting the glass shipments, and therefore ordered the lords of the north to supply more men to help defend the caravans. For weeks afterwards, the lords and men of the north searched for the remainder of the bandits, but there was no sight of them. In the end, it was Robb who came up with the idea of creating a special group of men modeled after a combination of the Mandalorians from Master Nox's tales and the Rangers of the Night's Watch. They would be paid soldiers, much like Master Nox wanted, and their duties would be to specifically travel the north and hunt down bandits and others that threatened the peace of the north. With Lord Stark's permission, word was quickly sent out to every nearby settlement that they were looking for volunteers to create this new group of rangers, what their duties would entail, and that they would be compensated accordingly. At first, dozens, maybe even more than 100 men, both old and young, came to Winterfell looking to join this new group. But Jon was sure that almost all were lured in by the promise of coin rather than anything else. Unfortunately for volunteers, it was not Esser Roderick or even Esser Jory that was responsible for training them, but rather Master Nox. Within a few days, over half of the volunteers had left. And by the time that Nox had declared them mostly fit for their first assignment, there were only 20 left. And now Jon was with those 20 men that managed to make it through Master Nox's training, hunting down the remaining bandits and trying to find just where the men had come from in the first place. Jon nodded, breathing deep and calling on the Force to try and calm his racing heart like Master Nox had taught him to do. I can keep up. Good. Harwin nodded. Lord Stark and your sorcerer said you'd be an advantage to us in finding these fuckers. Hope they were right. And I hope the sorcerer taught you a few tricks that will be of use to us. 'Cause I have no fucking clue how to find these fuckers that are raiding our lines. Keeping his mouth shut, Jon bit back the retort that he wanted to let loose. While the people of Winterfell overall had treated him better than Lady Stark ever had, in the end, he was still a bastard in their eyes. Something that Master Nox had reminded him of several times. Your name is but a name, Jon Snow, his master had told him. It does not define you, however much people may believe it otherwise. And until such time as you can prove those naysayers wrong, wear your title, embrace it. Take away that which others feel makes them have power over you. And you will find that they will never be able to use your name against you. And in time, you will prove them all for fools. Closing his eyes, Jon knelt and placed the palm of his right hand against the ground. Closing his eyes, Jon let out a low breath as he delved deeply into the Force, concentrating the swirling power within him into the ground and then reaching out to feel his surroundings. He could feel the trees, the grass, the animals stirring about the woods as they made themselves scarce. But most of all, he could feel the slight sensation that he'd been searching for. Keeping his eyes closed, Jon kept his right hand firmly pressed against the ground and let the Force guide his left hand as he pointed off into the distance. There, that way, he said with conviction. An hour, maybe 2 by foot. He could also feel Harwin's doubt. You sure, boy? Yes, Jon nodded, opening his eyes and standing upright. After all, Master Nox has taught me and my trueborn siblings a few tricks. This is one of mine. Even after studying under Master Nox for several years, it still amazed Jon just how versatile the magic, or rather the Force, truly was. Between him, Robb and Arya, as Sansa had rejected any form of instruction from Master Nox, Each of them had their strengths and weaknesses when it came to using their newfound powers. Robb almost had an aura about him, as Master Nox described it. He was a natural leader and could think quickly, answering questions during their lessons with Maester Luwin almost as soon as the Maester asked them. Arya's force abilities had formed in a way that was far different than Robb's or his own. His beloved little sister could hardly lift a stone with the force. But, instead, she could use the force to strengthen her small body in a way that made her faster and almost physically stronger than Robb and himself. To be sure, both himself and Robb could do the same. But where they needed to concentrate to achieve a desired result, Arya could do it naturally. And not only that, but she had the uncanny ability to make herself disappear. Not literally, of course, but it was almost as if she could make people momentarily forget her presence. Of course, this had caused more than a few arguments with Lady Stark, as Arya frequently used her gifts to skirt her womanly lessons with Septa Mordane. And as for himself, he had developed a skill that Master Nox was most interested in. He could track anyone or anything, even days after they'd passed by and even if they hadn't left any obvious signs. Master Nox had called it force tracking, and stated that in time, Jon would be able to track down any individual even if the trail was days or even weeks old. At first, Jon hadn't known what to think of his powers. He wanted to be able to use lightning like Master Nox, but instead the force had manifested itself within him to give him this ability. To say he'd been disappointed had been an understatement. But after several weeks with Master Nox developing his powers, Jon had begun to see the benefit of such a skill. It wasn't just game or the odd bandit that he could track in the open. But in Winterfell, he could enter a room and, with a decent amount of concentration, could even identify and locate those who'd been in the room recently. And it was because of his tracking skills that he was now with the Wolf Rangers, hunting down the bandits that had been plaguing their trade lines for months. Not that he'd be doing any fighting, of course. Despite being trained by Master Nox for years, his father had yet to gift him a true blade of his own. So instead, all he had to make do with was the small dagger that had been gifted to him by his father on his last name day. Staying a few paces behind the Rangers, Jon did his utmost to keep up with the older, more experienced men of Winterfell. By the time one of the Rangers that was leading the group and was currently standing at the crest of a small hill raised his hand calling for halt, Jon was nearly out of breath and had to lean up against a tree to steady himself while he pulled on the force to replenish his strength. I understand what Master Nox was talking about now, Jon thought, looking around at the Rangers in sight of himself and noticing that none of them were laboring nearly as hard as him. We may have the force at our disposal, but there is much to be said for experience and endurance. Sticking close to Harwin, Jon kept himself low to the ground as he followed the first Ranger to the crest of the hill. Once at the top, Jon immediately ducked behind a tree. In a small ravine on the opposite side of the hill was a decently sized house, no doubt a fishmonger's family home as it was stationed so close to the large stream that flowed into the White Knife. But it wasn't the larger than average house that had made the lead ranger call for a halt. But rather the two men Jon could see standing just outside the door talking to one another. Two men who were most decidedly not Northmen. A fact that was confirmed when Jon used the force to increase his hearing to try and spy on their conversation, only to realize he didn't understand the tongue they were speaking in. Well, lad, looks like you were right, Harwin whispered to him as the two of them observed the homestead. Two men on guard, but last report we had placed their numbers at well over 24. Could be inside, the other ranger whispered. That homestead is big enough to fit them all. Be a bit tight, but it'd work. Well, this just makes it easier for us then, Harwin nodded. Spread the word to the others. Split into groups of 3. We hit him from the north, south, east, and west. Our best archers will stay here with the boy. The signal to move will be when we skewer those two fuckers standing guard. Jon, you stay here. Last thing I need is you getting a big head and getting yourself killed. Gods only know what Lord Stark will do to me if I fail to return with you safe and unharmed. Jon wanted to tell the man that he was ready to prove himself, both to Lord Stark and the people of the North, but he wasn't given the chance as the first ranger seemingly disappeared into the grasses and trees around them, taking almost all of the rangers with him shortly afterwards and leaving Jon with the 4 who were considered to be amongst the best archers in the North. Hells, John had even seen a few of the men shoot an arrow in a manner that allowed it to bend around an obstacle in order to hit the targets that lay behind. Staying low to the ground, John watched, more through the force than with his eyes, as the Rangers silently made their way into position around the homestead. The two guards standing at the entrance were still talking and not noticing their death slowly approaching. Something isn't right, John thought as the Rangers beside him readied their arrows. Shouldn't there be more out on guard? The homestead is big, to be sure, but can it really hold the number of men suspected to be with these bandits? Letting the land around him fade, John pulled on the force and reached out with his senses, trying to isolate the uneasy feeling he was getting. Almost immediately he recognized what was wrong, as he felt a dozen presences approaching the few that had been left behind from the opposite direction of the homestead. "They're behind us!" John shouted, rising to his feet, as he drew his dagger from his hip, his heart beating rapidly in his chest. The four Rangers started at his yell, but quickly gathered themselves as war cries came from the trees behind them, followed soon by the dozen bandits John had sensed. Holding his dagger in two hands, John's mind went blank and he froze in place as he watched as the bandits ran at them with weapons drawn. All thoughts of Master Nox's training, his Lord Father's lessons, and Sir Roderick's advice left him as he just stood there. Even as a bandit closed in on him, sword raised ready to cut him down, John couldn't move a muscle in his body. Just as the sword was about to come down, the bandit jerked as an arrow appeared in the man's eye. A rough pair of hands grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him off to the side and to the ground. "Get the fuck out of the fight, boy." Rolling onto his side, John watched with wide eyes as the four Rangers fought against the bandits. It was unlike anything John had thought battle would be. It wasn't glorious. It wasn't honorable. It was simply killing. By the time the bandits had managed to close the distance between themselves and the Rangers, 4 of their numbers had been done in by the arrows of the Rangers. But even with how close they were, the Rangers kept to their bows, using them as staves to deflect swords and axes aside even as they tried to notch arrows. He watched as one of the Rangers grabbed an arrow by the shaft near the head and used it to stab a bandit in the throat, only to pull the arrow back out, spilling the man's blood all over him and then notch and loose the arrow into another bandit's eye. Only to receive a sword in his back the moment he felled that bandit. Another Ranger had dropped his bow and had drawn the short sword, but he was outnumbered and surrounded. He managed to land a single cut before a bandit cut open his thigh, making him stagger before a second cut open his throat. The Ranger who'd thrown John had drawn his own short sword and stood protectively in front of John as he fended off a man who was screaming in a weird tongue. "Get the fuck out of here, boy!" The Ranger yelled as he found an opening and cut the bandit down. "We can't fight while trying to protect you at th." His words died as something warm splashed across John's face. Bringing a shaking hand to his face, John wiped at the warm substance and pulled his hand away. Blood. Looking from his hand to the Ranger that had been defending him, John's heart raced even faster as he saw the Ranger fall to his knees before falling to his side. An arrow in his neck and 2 more in his chest. Looking up, the world around him almost seemed to come to a crawl as he watched a bandit in the distance notch an arrow on his bow and take aim. He could almost see the arrow waver slightly as it left the bow, heading straight for John. And yet, even watching the arrow coming at him, John still couldn't get his body to move. Move, 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 move. The last came out as a shout as John finally gained control enough to roll to the side. But even then, he was too late as the arrow grazed across his brow above his left eye, leaving a searing pain as he rolled away. Reaching up to his eye, John's fingers touched the cut on his brow. Blood, he thought, pulling his hand away and looking down at it. My blood. A Ranger's blood. So much blood. A new set of rough hands grabbed him and turned him around, forcing him to look up at the sight of one of the bandits looming over him. Fuck. The man cursed, his accent not of the north. We didn't sign up to kill no kids. A job is a job, another said, his accent similar but slightly different. We get paid. We kill. We don't ask questions. Now finish up before the others reach us. The man above John let out a sigh before raising his blade, point aimed down towards John's heart. Thoughts of his siblings ran through his head as he stared at the sword ready to take his life. Of Master Nox, of his Lord Father. No. It can't end like this. It can't. No. John shouted, holding his hands before him and gathering the force to him before lashing out with it as he'd done countless times under Master Nox's tutelage. The man standing above him had only a moment to widen his eyes in surprise before he was thrown back away from Jon and into tree behind him. Spinning up to his feet, Jon held his hands out to his sides, waiting for the next bandit to try and get to him. The rest of the men that had been plaguing the north did little more than stare at Jon as they tried to figure out what had just happened. But before anyone could move, shouts of "Winterfell" came from the hill behind Jon. He almost sagged in relief as he felt the rangers of the north falling on the bandits. But his relief was short-lived as one of the men regained his wits and charged at Jon with his sword raised. Acting on instinct alone, Jon flung his hands towards the advancing man, lashing out with the force. Just like with the previous man, this one barely had time to figure out what was happening before he was flung back and into another tree with enough force to break the trunk in half as the man impacted it. Turning on his heel, Jon readied himself to fight some more, only to find that there were no enemies to be had. With the rest of the rangers coming to their aid, the remaining bandits had either surrendered, died, or run off. Jon wasn't sure which, but what he did know was that it was over. And with that realization, Jon's blood began to cool as he looked down at his bloodied hands. "Well, I'll be damned, Jon," Harwin muttered, coming up and patting Jon on the back with enough force to make him stumble forward a step. "I guess that the sorcerer has been teaching more than just a few tricks, fell a man twice or three times your size at barely 11 name days. You truly are a son of the north, lad." Blinking, Jon looked from his hands to the two bandits he'd thrown away from himself. The one that didn't go through the tree was resting at the base of the trunk. His body bent backwards at an unnatural angle. And the second, the one who had gone through the tree had splinters the size of Jon's fingers sticking out of his chest, legs, and arms. He barely had time to cough before he felt his stomach betrayed him and he lost his fast and meal from the night before. And then the ground was rushing up to meet him as darkness clouded his sight. Winter Years 2, Part 2. Walking into the small council chambers, Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, let out a frustrated sigh at the sight before him. Of the 7 men that made up the small council, only 2 were currently in attendance. Lord Stannis sat with his back straight, reading over a piece of parchment with a chalice sitting next to him. No doubt a water at the strongest. And the other occupant was Lord Varys, the Master of Whispers. The eunuch was standing next to the open window, staring out over the Blackwater Bay. But besides them, the rest of the small council was absent. Pycelle is no doubt shuffling about, trying to act his age and believing that he has everyone fooled, Jon thought as he spared a quick nod towards Stannis before making his way around the table to his seat. Baelish no doubt is finding a way to make more coin appear out of nothing to appease the king's appetites. And Renly, 7 only know where that boy is. I warned Robert that his younger brother was not yet ready to take on the mantle of Master of Law. But Robert is not one to change his mind once it is set. One need only look at his ongoing opinion of the Targaryens to know that for a fact. And Barristan is no doubt still with the king. Lord Hand, Varys greeted him cordially as the eunuch turned away from the window and made his way towards his seat. "Lord Varys," Jon greeted the man back. Of all the members of the small council, Varys was the one that caused the most concern for Jon. Stannis was predictable. Renly was easy to manipulate. Pycelle was easy to anticipate once you saw through his facade. And Baelish cared only for his own self-interests in expanding his coin and influence. But Varys was an enigma. The man had not only managed to survive his tenure as a member of the Mad King's small council, but he'd managed to seamlessly ingrain himself into Robert's small council as well. And while he could anticipate and predict the other members of the council based on their wants and needs, Varys was a complete mystery. He truly seemed to mean what he said when Jon had first talked to the man. "I serve the realm, Lord Hand. Someone has too." But the day he truly believed that would be the same day that he ate his own shoe. If Jon had had his way, Varys would have been excused from the council the moment Robert had been crowned. But the problem was that they needed him. They needed his spy network. He'd been trying for years, ever since his appointment as Hand, to try and subtly find another that could potentially take over Varys's position, but for over 10 years he failed with every attempt. So now, he had no choice but to accept the eunuch out of necessity. Within moments of Varys taking his seat, the doors to the small council chambers opened once more as Baelish and Renly came walking in, the two determinedly not looking at one another with a slowly lumbering Pycelle directly behind them. "Forgive the tardiness, Lord Hand," Pycelle muttered as he stumbled to his seat, his act growing rather thin on Jon but not enough for him to call him out on it. "I ask forgiveness as well, Lord Hand," Baelish smiled, bowing slightly as he took his seat and pulling out his ledger. "But there were a few discrepancies that I felt the need to deal with before we begin today. And I believe that now that we are not all here," Jon cut in quickly. "We will wait for Robert before beginning." Looks of doubt crossed the face of each member of the small council. Even Stannis looked curious. And why wouldn't they? It was well known that Robert despised these meetings. Counting coppers, he always called them. But Jon knew his former ward and now king. He knew exactly what to say to make the boy do what he wanted him to do. And, sure enough, he only had to wait a few moments longer before the doors to the small council chambers were thrown open again. "Your Grace," rising to his feet with the rest of the council, Jon inclined his head as King Robert, cup of wine in hand, entered the council chambers with Esser Selmy and the king's squire Lancel right behind him. "Ah, save that shit, Jon, and sit your ass down. All of you," Robert grumbled as he made his way to his seat and flopping down in it while holding out his cup for Lancel to refill. "So, I'm here. You said there was news from the north. What is it?" Jon could see Stannis's jaw tighten as recognition flashed in his eyes on just how Jon had managed to get the king to attend the meeting. In time, Jon stated, taking his seat as did the rest of the council. "First, though, we have several issues we should discuss that concern the realm. Varys, let us start with you. What news from the realm?" Jon could see Robert visibly deflate. He cared and loved the man as if he were his own son, to be sure. But after years of dealing with the errant man, Jon found he'd simply given up on caring about Robert's whims. Varys, taking the opening, began to speak. "Songs have reached my ears that a Baron Martell has been making his way through the free cities of Essos with his paramour Ellaria Sand. No doubt looking to sire a few more bastards on a few Essos women," Renly quipped, chuckling slightly at his own joke. Jon, however, did not find it amusing. While the younger Martell brother was known to be a wanderer, his current whereabouts were of concern. "Has he made contact with the exiled Targaryens?" Robert sat up straight instantly, his eyes gaining that same fire as what always entered them whenever the dragons were brought into the conversation. Mercifully, Varys shook his head. If there was one point of contention between Jon and Robert, it was in the fates of the remaining Targaryen children. The idea of killing them both still made Jon uneasy. Although he did admit that it would solve many problems, it would also create many others. No. The best bet would be to capture the two of them and bring them back to Westeros. Viserys, of course, would have to be sent to the wall. But at least there, once he'd sworn his oaths, he would be unable to legally try and claim the crown. But the girl, Daenerys, she had potential. If she were set to marry the Crown Prince Joffrey, then Robert's reign and the Baratheons' continued hold on the throne would be without question. But Robert didn't agree. He only wanted the two dead. "No, he has not," Varys said with a sigh. "I fear that after the death of Esser Willem Darry that two remaining Targaryens have disappeared. The two are quite adept at hiding from my little birds. I want them both found, Varys." Robert all but shouted, rising from his seat slightly. "I want them found and dead. My little birds are trying their best, Your Grace," Varys nodded. "But I believe that they are playing on the few families that are still loyal to the Targaryens in Essos are making promises to others in exchange for protection. The Targaryens and their fate can be discussed at a later date," Jon cut in, ending the discussion with a pointed look at Robert. "If a Baron Martell has not traveled to Essos to seek out the Targaryen exiles, then have your little birds managed to learn why he is there?" "I have, Lord Hand. Prince Aberon has not been discreet during his travels," Varys nodded. "Apparently, he is asking anyone and everyone for information about a certain man. A blind man with Valyrian features." It didn't take the wisest man in the realm to understand what Varys was alluding to. "The Northern Sorcerer," Stannis stated. "Why would Dorne be interested in the man? He is sworn to House Stark. But he has said no oaths, neither to House Stark nor to the crown." Pycelle cut in, suddenly energetic as his facade slipped, as it always did when the topic of the sorcerer was brought up. If Dorne is interested in the man, then perhaps he truly is a Targaryen loyalist who is merely preparing the land for his master's return. Jon could see that same fire return to Robert's eye, and he knew that he needed to cut off that line of thought. He had no idea just why Pycelle seemed to despise the man so much, but the Grand Maester would take every opportunity presented to paint the sorcerer in a poor light. But he was saved from having to say anything this time as Stannis spoke up. "That is unlikely," Stannis stated, fixing the Grand Maester with a glare that shut the old man up. Since his arrival in Westeros, the sorcerer has only proven to be a benefit. He almost single-handedly brought down the Greyjoys and brought peace back to the realm. And with his work in the north in the creation of glass, the printing press, his gifts of new foods to the north as well as his countless other contributions that have brought more wealth and stability to the realm than we have seen in years. If he truly is trying to upset the balance of the land to make it easier for a Targaryen resurgence, then he is doing a poor job of it. In fact, I would dare say that the sorcerer has been responsible for more technological and societal advancements in the past few years than the maesters of the citadel have in the past few centuries. Stannis wasn't lying. The advancements coming from the north, of all places, far outpaced any advancements that the maesters had ever achieved in well over a century. The printing press that was in Winterfell was able to turn out books as fast as they were able to supply them with paper. And while the effects were still relatively minor, it didn't take an archmaester to know what was to come. Literacy in Westeros was common only amongst the nobility, and even then, competent literacy was usually reserved only to those amongst the noble families. And that was primarily because of the scarcity of books due to the time and effort it took to make them. But now, with a single machine, that argument was now null and void. Literature could be made efficiently and cheaply. Soon, many of the small folk all over Westeros would be reading, which in turn would likely force their lords to step up their own lessons in retaliation. The blast furnace was also a technological marvel. A giant bloomery capable of smelting tons of iron ore at once into high-grade steel far better than anything they had before. And, again, it could be done at a rate almost unheard of. It wouldn't surprise Jon that if in a few years, the North managed to surpass the Westerlands as the most well-equipped and armed martial force. Then there was the glass, whose strength somehow managed to surpass anything they could currently purchase from Myr. And while to many in the southern kingdoms it meant little, to the north it was a matter of life and death. Now that they could produce glass of their own, they could create glass gardens that could feed most of the north even in the middle of winter. However, that also created a new problem as many of the southern houses depended on the north to buy their crops, even if it chaffed them to admit that they depended on the north for anything. Then there were the dozens of other little items the north had been creating over the past 5 years. When they weren't producing glass for the glass gardens, the glassmakers were making wine glasses or decorative pieces of art that were becoming very popular amongst the nobility of Westeros and even amongst the rich of the free cities, if Varys's little birds were to be believed. Then there were also the springs that were used to not only create new mattresses, which were far more comfortable and durable than feathered mattresses, but were also being used in larger sizes to stabilize carriages while they traveled. Truly, the North was quickly becoming the height of technological advancement in Westeros, which was a fact that many, including Jon, would have thought impossible just a few short years past. The bloody fucking sorcerer has proven his worth, Robert grumbled, waving his hand dismissively at Pycelle's concerns. And if he does show any allegiance to the fucking dragons, then I'll trust Ned to deal with him. Enough of the snakes, what the fuck is next? Songs from the Reach, Your Grace, Varys informed the council. Lord Tarly has sent his eldest son north to gain the approval of the sorcerer. From the time my bird sung of his departure, he should have arrived at Winterfell by now. And Garland Tyrell has taken the Lord Tarly's second son as his squire. Tarly's boy? Renly questioned. I remember the boy, vaguely. A chubby boy that couldn't even hold a training sword in his hands without shaking. No doubt Lord Tarly hopes that the sorcerer will be able to turn the boy into something resembling a reasonable heir, Baelish sighed dramatically. I do hope Lord Tarly doesn't take offense to the sorcerer shipping his son back south like he has with dozens of others. Baelish spoke the truth of the matter. Ever since the citadel had declared the end to the 3-year winter Westeros had just endured, dozens of lords from across the realm from Bear Island to Storm's End and across to Highgarden had sent their heirs to the north to try and garner the approval of the Sorcerer. And each one had been turned around and sent back home by the Sorcerer. Some managed to last longer than others, but in the end, it always ended the same. With the Sorcerer informing the heir that they could not be taught the ways of magic, and the heir dejectedly leaving the north. Perhaps the boy will surprise us then and be the first not to be turned away, Jon commented, ready to leave the subject be. Are there any other whispers, Varys? No. Good. Lord Stannis, you spoke last time of an increase in pirate activity around the Stepstones. Have you any? Oh, for fuck's sake, Jon. Robert groaned, knocking back his wine cup in one go before holding it out to be refilled. Enough with this counting coppers and whispers horseshit. You brought me here because you said you had word from Ned. So, what is it? Barely more than a scant few updates, Jon sighed while just barely managing to suppress his outward groan of annoyance. Sometimes, he truly wished that Ned had claimed the Iron Throne for himself that day when he walked into the Red Keep only to find the Mad King dead at the hands of the Kingslayer. It would have taken a lot of concessions to get the rest of the realm to agree to a reign headed by the wolves, but at least Ned would have been an attentive king. Yes, we have, Jon nodded. Lord Stark reports that the bandit raids that have been plaguing the trade lines near Winterfell for the past few months have finally been bandits. Near Winterfell? Robert asked, sitting up straight and his eyes suddenly much clearer than they were a moment before. Why wasn't I informed of this sooner? It was discussed months ago, when Lord Stark sent word to the council informing us of the raids. And was later confirmed by Lord Varys, Stannis informed his brother calmly, although Jon could see the rage lingering behind the man's eyes as he addressed his brother and king. Lord Stark informed us at the time that he had the situation under control. And that he and the Northern Sorcerer were working on a solution to the problem. Robert looked confused, but before he could question further, Jon pressed on. In response to the raids, Lord Stark commissioned the creation of a new group of Rangers, much like the Night's Watch have that patrol north of the Wall. Only this group would patrol the northern lands. They were specially trained by the Sorcerer and by Winterfell's Master-at-Arms, Sir Roderick. In Lord Stark's latest correspondence, he confirms that the newly formed Rangers managed to track down and kill the bandits that were plaguing their trade lines. With the aid of Lord Stark's baseborn son, these new Rangers managed to track the bandits back to their hiding place and they wiped them all out. Save for 2 who they brought back to Winterfell for questioning. Jon continued. While being questioned by the Sorcerer, it came to light that these bandits were no mere Westerosi men looking to make a quick amount coin. No. These were in fact SOC sellswords, sent to the north specifically to disrupt the trade shipments of northern glass. And while they did not reveal who hired them, as their hiring was done through a proxy and therefore unknown to the 2 men questioned, it is obvious who stands to gain the most from the disruption to the new northern export. Baelish supplied seamlessly. Curious. I was not aware that the northern glass trade had had such an impact as to attract the attention of the only other glass distributor. Perhaps I need to recheck the northern records to make sure they are paying the crown its true due. Careful, Baelish, Robert growled. You're coming dangerously close to talking ill of my warden of the north and one of, if not the, most honorable men in the realm. Of course, your grace, Baelish smiled politely. I am sure that a man of Lord Stark's caliber would never forego the crown its due. Robert spared one last glare towards Baelish before coming back to Jon. All right, so Ned had some problems with bandits, who turned out not to be bandits but sellswords from Myr. Varys, why haven't your little birds sung that fucking song to you? Varys didn't seem the least bit perturbed by the king's ire. And why would he? This was one of the only men who managed to survive his tenure in the Mad King's small council. My little birds in Essos are spread thin, your grace. Songs take time to travel. And I have but a few birds in Myr, and none in such a spot to overhear such plans as the ones that were used against the north. Get someone in position then, Robert growled. What's to be our response to this then? Myr dares to attack Westeros. We cannot let such a thing go. This time, Jon couldn't help but groan. If there was one thing that Robert longed for, it was war. A good fight. The Greyjoy rebellion had done a fine job of tempering the king's hot blood. But that was years past now, and Robert was once again itching for another fight. If it was a simple uprising in Westeros, perhaps Jon would have entertained the idea, if only to calm Robert's blood once more. But this attack wasn't originating from Westeros. It was from Essos. And even then, they couldn't prove it fully. And if they were to launch an attack against one of the free cities, then the Iron Bank could suddenly start taking an interest in recollecting their due. Which was not something the crown could necessarily shoulder at the moment. There is nothing we can do, Stannis supplied, no doubt his thoughts on the matter akin to Jon's. Perhaps if we had more evidence to prove their involvement, we could demand reconciliation through the Iron Back. But as it stands now, we have no cause to go to war with Myr. And if we launched a seemingly random attack against one of the free cities, the other nations of Essos would turn their attention to us. And that would be even if we managed to convince the lords of the realm to set sail in the first place, Your Grace. Leaning back, Robert scratched at his beard. Ah, fine. But, Varys, get some of your fucking birds in some fucking corner in Myr so they can actually hear something interesting. Of course, Your Grace, Varys nodded. But I believe that the end of the bandit raids was not all that Lord Stark had to say. Jon nearly cursed the eunuch. Jon had wanted to approach the matter delicately, but now that option was taken from him. Indeed, Jon nodded, shooting the eunuch a withering glare. During the skirmish with the sellswords, young Jon Snow used magic to kill 2 of the sellswords in front of the other rangers by blowing the men away and breaking their bodies against several nearby trees. The implication of his words took a moment to sink in, and when they did, the reaction around the table was about what Jon had expected. Stannis and Robert were not surprised by the fact that the boy had magic. Nor was Varys. Pycelle seemed on the verge of having a fit and Renly looked completely blindsided. And Lord Commander Selmy seemed curious. All which Jon expected. But what he hadn't expected was Baelish's seeming indifference to the news. Almost as if he already knew. Ah, we knew it would only be a matter of time before this news came to light. Robert shrugged, not caring or not realizing the full implications of what was at stake. Your Grace. Pycelle gasped, turning to the king. Is it that you, already knew of the bastard boy's usage of this accursed magic? I fucking knew, Robert shrugged before waving to Jon and Stannis. As did Jon and Stannis here. And it isn't just Ned's bastard that has magic. His trueborn son, Robb, can use that fucking magic well. The sorcerer has been training both the boys since the end of the Greyjoy spat. Glad to see that the fucking sorcerer is keeping to his word. Be that as it may, we will have to prepare for the backlash from word of this development reaching the masses, Jon stated. A foreign man who can use magic was acceptable, if reluctantly, to the people and most especially to the faith. But now word will reach of an heir to a great house being able to use the same abilities, it will cause a stir. Let the fat septon bitch and moan all he wants. The Starks are descendants from the first men and do not follow the faith of the seven, Robert shot back, waving off Jon's concerns. So, Ned's bastard was managed to kill a couple of sellswords, Not bad for a boy of, what is he now? 12 name days. Good age for a boy to start bloodying themselves. If only my own fucking son showed such initiative, what else did Ned have to say? The next bit was a subject that Jon didn't really want to broach with Robert, but he knew that he had to. If he held this back and word got back to Robert, it wouldn't be pleasant. Lord Stark has made an official request that, in light of his actions, his bastard son be legitimized as a true son of House Stark. Again, the reactions were predictable. Pycelle was furious, Stannis contemplative, Renly unsure, and Selmy stoic as ever. But again, Baelish proved to be the odd man out as he didn't show any reaction at all. Does he have eyes and ears in Winterfell? He seems to know a lot more about what is happening in the north than he's letting on. Wait, Lisa has mentioned receiving letters from her sister in the north for some time, but I just assumed that they were harmless. And the 3 did grow up together, and then there are the rumors that Baelish claims to have claimed both Tully's sister maidenhoods. Could Lisa be informing Baelish of news from the north? Or worse, could Catelyn be sending the missives directly to Baelish? Either way, I need to keep a better eye on the man in the future. Why not? Robert shrugged. Pycelle, write up the decree and I'll sign it and send. One moment, Your Grace, Jon interrupted quickly. Perhaps we should not be so quick to grant this request. Raising and legitimizing a bastard is not something that can or should be done on a whim. We don't want to set the precedence that all a bastard needs to do is kill a few bandits in order to be legitimized. The problems it would cause with the line of succession within many noble families would be chaotic at least. Bloody, at worst. In truth, Jon wasn't exactly against the idea of legitimizing Ned's baseborn son. If anything, it could reaffirm the boy's allegiance to the Baratheon monarchy. But if the boy were to be legitimized, then Lord Stark would be forced to do one of two things in order to keep the line of succession in Winterfell clear. Either he would have to give the boy a keep of his own, which would then result in the lords of the realm throwing their daughters at him to try and gain the favor of the Starks to breed magic into their house's line. Or he would have to send the boy to the Night's Watch to ensure he didn't pose a threat to his siblings. Neither of which coincided with the part Jon needed the boy to play in stabilizing the realm. It seems I have run out of time, Jon thought sorely. I'll have to start spreading the rumors of the boy's parentage through the realm and Dorne especially. I need word to reach the Martells, and Arianne especially, about the boy's capabilities and parentage. The Lord Hand speaks true, Renly, surprisingly, spoke up. The laws regarding legitimization are muddy, at best. But, still, we can't make it easy for bastards to try and claim legitimization. Robert didn't seem pleased. But, thank the Seven, he didn't seem to have any allies regarding legitimizing the boy on the small council. Fuck. Fine. Robert grumbled. The boy won't be legitimized, yet. But I swear, the moment the boy does anything even remotely noteworthy, or if Ned asks again, I'll send the fucking papers on the first raven myself. Very well, Your Grace. Not ideal, but Jon could work with the situation. At least he still had time to put certain pieces into play. There is one last request from the Warden of the North. Due to his exemplary service, not only to the North but to the realm as a whole, Lord Stark requests that the Northern Sorcerer be given a title amongst the nobility and be recognized as the realm's Master of the Arcane. Preposterous. The Grand Maester all but shouted, nearly rising from his chair before catching himself and stumbling back down into his seat. Your Grace, you cannot allow this. To give the man such a title would be to appoint him to the small council. Lord Stark might trust him. But he is Valyrian, Your Grace. Can we really trust one with such ancestry to the council given what happened with the Targaryens? I must agree with the Grand Maester, Your Grace, Baelish chimed in. The man has done some good, to be sure. But his loyalty is still uncertain, as is his past and even his homeland, if the stories are to be believed. And that is not to mention what the faith would do upon his appointment to such a position. Winter Years 2 Part 3. Jon could understand their concerns. The Sorcerer, despite having earned Ned's trust, was still an unknown. His past a mystery to all, even to Ned. The only thing that was known about the man was that he hailed from a region of land that was under an imperium, that he was once a slave, and that he had the look of a Valyrian. Wild rumors stated that he was a remnant from Valyria itself, a man frozen in time by the ancient magics of the Valyrian Empire. And while the tale was outlandish, Jon couldn't banish the thought outright. Too many aspects of the man's tale could be related back to the Valyrian Empire. But that would make him over 300 years old, at least. Jon thought dismissively, trying desperately to fight back against the thoughts and doubts in his mind. To reach such an age should be impossible. Yet, old tales spoke of the children of the forest living for centuries or more. So, perhaps, no, I will not think more on the matter. Despite his unknown past, there is no doubt that the Sorcerer has done much for the realm. Lesser men have been rewarded greatly for doing far less, Jon countered, drawing attention to himself. Granting him the title of Master of the Arcane might be premature, given his loyalty to the throne is still questionable. But he deserves a reward, nonetheless. So, lordship, and the ability to claim land should he be offered it by a great house or the crown. A lord without any land of his own, Renly smiled easily, leaning back in his seat. He'll probably see it as an insult. No, he won't, Stannis countered his brother sharply. You were not at Pike, Renly. You did not speak with the Sorcerer. The boon of lordship, he will appreciate. But should we force him to take a lordship of a plot of land that is not to his liking, then he will not accept. And that will cause greater problems as, while his loyalty may be in question, we do not want to aggravate him and drive him to our enemies. And to be sure, brother, we still have enemies. Enough, Robert commanded. Lordship with the promise of land of his choosing in the future should his loyalty to the crown prove true. John, write it up and bring it to me to sign. And that is the end of it. Any more from Ned? No, John replied, shaking his head in resignation as he knew what was about to happen. Good, Robert nodded, rising from his seat, prompting the council to follow suit. Then I've had enough counting coppers for today. Baelish, I want that dark-haired whore in my room by sundown. You know the one I like. Baelish merely smiled and inclined his head. Of course, Your Grace. She will be ready and waiting for you. With his piece said, Robert turned on his heel and marched out of the council chambers, leaving the commander of the Kingsguard to hurry and catch up. Less than half an hour, John bemoaned silently as he took his set once more, rubbing at his forehead in a futile attempt to stop the headache that was now ravaging his mind. Gods, Ned, why couldn't you have just forsaken your honor for a second time and claimed the damn throne for yourself? Lord Stannis, he said out loud. You wished to speak on the pirates around the stepstones. What news do you have? Standing on the newly constructed covered bridge that connected the Great Keep of Winterfell to the First Keep, Lord Eddard Stark stood still as he watched the activity occurring in the courtyard below him. It was strange to think just how much life in the north had changed in the past 5 years, but there was no doubting that it had indeed changed. Despite winter having been officially declared over by the Maesters, despite the spring snows that still lingered within the north, Winterfell had not emptied of people as it had in the past. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people now resided within the walls of the ancient keep that Ned's ancestor erected over 8,000 years ago. Men trained daily in the training yards or plied their trade in the smithies or within the manufacturing areas, as Nox called them, within the First Keep. And it wasn't just the men either. Women too worked in both the smithies and within the First Keep. And a few more stubborn women had even begun picking up weapons and joining the men in the yard to train. A sight that made Ned more than slightly uneasy. While the North was more open to the idea of women fighting, primarily in the northernmost houses like Umber and Mormont, it was still a concept that Ned wasn't keen on. Not because he believed that women to be any less than men, but because simply he didn't want the women on the battlefield. He'd seen what happened to men when their blood ran hot and got the better of them. And he would not give them such easy targets to state their battle-induced lust. Moving from away from the railing, he made his way towards the First Keep, keeping an eye on the training grounds below as he walked. He felt no small amount of pride as he watched the men of the North train under the watchful eyes of Esser Jory and his appointed First Ranger Harwin. The men, and few women, were disciplined and skilled. Far more than any levy he'd seen before. He had no doubt that if he were forced to call the banners once more, something he prayed would not happen, that the northern levies of House Stark would be the finest warriors on the field. Through no action of my own, however, he thought, pausing to watch the people of the North train. If not for Nox, the North would not be in the shape it is today. Despite the praises the people of the North sing of me and House Stark for leading them into this new age. Continuing on his way, Ned made it only a few dozen more steps before stopping once more. Sitting at the base of the Sorcerer's Tower, as the once broken tower was now named, was a training area specially designed by Nox to assist in the training of those Nox deemed worthy of his personal attention. Or in other words, those who had the same affinity for magic as he. And on one of those training devices, a series of posts that stood taller than a man with an arch standing overhead that held a spiked log that swung freely back and forth over the posts, was none other than his little wolf, Arya. As he watched, his little wolf moved skillfully back and forth across the tops of the flattened posts as she avoided the swinging log with apparent ease. A feat which was not easy, and he could attest to this fact as he himself had been knocked flat on his ass the first time he tried. He didn't regret giving his daughter permission to train like her brothers were. He had never seen his daughter so full of life as he had since giving in and allowing her to train to fight, despite the objections of her mother. But even still, watching her train caused a constant war to rage within Ned. She was so much like his sister, the same fire, the same free spirit. The same drive to prove that she was more than just a lady. But in the end, it was that mentality that led his sister to do what she did and led her to her fate. A fate that he did not want his little wolf to suffer. Shaking his head, Ned forced himself to look away from his daughter and made his way into the first keep of Winterfell. Despite being the oldest building within the walls of the ancient Stark castle, the first keep was almost completely unrecognizable from when Ned was a boy, or even from a few years prior. While the exterior of the keep was still the same, the inside was drastically different. No longer was it an abandoned keep that was used only to house citizens of the north during the winter years. No, now it was a bustling keep that was almost as crowded as the great keep of Winterfell. Dozens of people wandered the halls, making their way from the rooms that had been set aside for them and their place of work within the keep. It still amazed Ned just how quickly seemingly frivolous items could be made once Nox had introduced Ned and Maester Luwin to a way of working he called an assembly line. It took more people to be sure. But they could produce items far faster than ever before. Plates, bowls, eating utensils, decorative glass pieces, decorative metal pieces, leather works. All were being produced now in the first keep. And while he was more than slightly unsure about the venture, especially once Nox laid out the startup costs, Ned's worries had been quickly dashed the moment the first trade vessels returned from the south and from Braavos. The single trade venture had garnered the North more coin in the few months of travel that it usually gained during an entire year. Many of the northern lords had shared his concern with the seemingly excessive expenditure of coin, but just like he, once they saw the coin that was suddenly flowing into their coffers, almost all of the complaints dried up. In fact, many of the lords, Lord Manderley in particular, had sent their castellans, stewards or even their heirs to Winterfell to learn how to recreate this new process of creation that Nox had implemented. Nodding in greeting to the few North men and women that bowed respectfully to him as he passed, Ned made his way through the first keep and across the bridge that connected the keep to the Sorcerer's Tower. Making his way up the winding stairway past the first few levels, Ned nearly ran headlong into an individual who suddenly appeared out of one of the rooms nearly halfway up the tower. Lord Stark. Forgive me, my lord. I was not looking where I was going. He recognized the young woman immediately, not a very difficult task considering her name was on the tongues of just about every lord and lady in the north, and not necessarily for the best of reasons. There is no need for apologies, Nyra. My mind is wandering as well right now. The young northern woman had her hair pulled back into a simple braid as was custom with almost all the women of the north. And for a moment, Ned had to catch himself as he took a good look at her. She reminded him far too much of his sister. And not just with her looks, but with her strength. Her time with Nox had awoken a fire within her. A fire that, to his shame, Ned had not seen before. If he were being completely honest with himself, after watching her help Nox with his ventures, he was almost positive that this young woman could run Winterfell just as well as his own steward, or even his lady wife for that matter. But despite the fire and strength that had been awoken within her, the girl still remembered her courtesies. Of course, my lord. Is there something I can aid you with today? Yes, Ned nodded. Would you happen to know where Nox is at the moment? I need to have words with him. Of course, my lord, Nyra nodded as she stepped aside and pointed up the stairway. He is with young Lord Tarly in his laboratory, my lord. Thank you. Ned thanked the young woman before making his way past her and up the stairs another level. Arriving at the door leading to the strange workshop Nox had set up, Ned reached up for the latch. The door is open, Lord Stark, Nox's voice sounded through the door. But I ask that you stay within the entryway for a moment. Lifting the latch, Ned made sure to stay just beyond the entranceway as Nox had requested. While Nox was known to have a rather queer sense of design, at least according to many that knew him, this workshop, or rather laboratory, was without a doubt the strangest. Nox had used his own coin that he'd earned to commission the creation of dozens of different types of glassware from the glassmiths and blowers. Rounded glasses, cups, plates and dozens of other designs Ned had no head for. Recognizing were all scattered throughout the room, along with dozens of clay jars that were filled with many types of different plants and substances that Nox had spent nearly the entire winter years and the spring months collecting, both from the north and from trade with Braavos in the south. But perhaps one of the oddest things Ned noticed during his brief look about the workshop was a single tabletop that had several different types of food that was laid out. Food that was well past being edible going by the rotting and mold growth that was present. And strangely enough, some of the molding food was in one of the clear glass containers, soaking in water with a candle underneath to heat it. Nox is almost impeccably clean, so, why would he keep rotting food so close by? Standing at the far back of the workshop with his back turned towards the door was Nox, although he wasn't alone. The two students, as he called them, that had been recommended by Lady Bethany to undergo further tutelage were standing beside him helping him with whatever task he had at hand. Ned also knew that if not for his duties tending to the ravens or teaching his sons their lessons, Maester Luwin would be right there beside the two youngsters. The old maester honestly spent almost as much time with Nox as he did with Ned. And standing just off to the side, his eyes wide as he eagerly took notes on a piece of parchment was Lord Tarly's son and heir, Samwell Tarly. If Ned were being entirely truthful, the young lad was the exact opposite of what he'd been expecting when word reached them from Hornhill that Lord Tarly was sending his son north to try and gain the approval of the Northern Sorcerer. The boy was nearly half as wide as he was tall. And the first time he stepped foot into the yard with John, Rob and Theon, the boy had barely managed to parry a single strike from John before he dropped his sword and curled into a ball on the ground. There was no getting around the facts the moment that scene was made. The boy was a fat craven, the exact opposite words that anyone would think to use when describing a son of House Tarly. Ned had fully expected for Nox to dismiss the boy before he could even have his first evening meal in Winterfell. But to Ned and no doubt just about everyone other denizen of Winterfell's collective shock, he had not done that. In fact, he had encouraged the boy to continue learning under both himself and Lady Bethany in the Winterfell College while he worked on his skill at arms. Ned had been, to say the least, dumbfounded. Nox had turned away dozens of fit and skilled heirs and spares over the course of the past year. And yet, the first acolyte he took outside of Ned's own children was perhaps the mostly unlikely choice in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. After Samwell had accepted Nox's invitation, nearly shaking with glee as he did so, Ned had approached Nox privately and asked if the boy had the same force sensitivity as his children and could use magic as well. Again, to his utmost surprise, Nox merely laughed. The sorcerer had then proceeded to tell Ned that Samwell had about the same force sensitivity as a pile of horse shit. But he then followed it up by saying that, just like horse shit, just because you can't use it in one way doesn't mean that it isn't useful. According to Nox, Samwell had a keen mind, a very keen mind, especially for a boy his age. And while he would more than likely never become the warrior reborn, as Lord Tarly wanted his son to become, Nox was confident that given enough time he could mold the young boy into something just as useful. Need to let this boil for at least 2 hours now. Nox declared, bringing Ned back around as the sorcerer used his powers to flip an hourglass over that was clear. Across the room. Luca. Rin. Once the time is up, remove the flask from the heat and let it cool. And then add the ingredients in the order and quantity that we discussed. Samwell. Keep with them and make sure to keep track of everything, especially any color changes that occur during the addition phase after boiling. Other than that, do not touch anything until I return from talking with Lord Stark. Yes, Master Nox. The three youngsters nodded as Nox stepped away from them and over to Ned. For his part, Ned hardly waited for Nox before turning on his heel and making his way further up the tower towards Nox's personal quarters and solar. Marching into the room, Ned barely waited for the door to shut behind the two men before starting. I received a raven from King's Landing this morning, he began, marching away from Nox so that he could stand before the open window that peered out over the courtyard of Winterfell. I suspected as much. Given your aura, I take it that news was not all that you hoped it would be. Nox questioned. No, Ned replied, shaking his head. No, it was not. Robert has denied my request for John's legitimization. Nox didn't necessarily seem surprised by the announcement. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily surprise me. The South, and even most of the North, place a heavy stigma on those given bastard names. It's a shame really. And it comes back to the nature versus nurture as to how they turn out. That wasn't a concept that Ned was familiar with. Nature versus nurture. Yes, Nox continued as he stepped up beside Ned, a glass of dark brown liquid in his hands. It's a philosophical argument that contemplates what determines the being of a person. Are we like we are from birth? Or does our upbringing truly define what we are? Taking the offered glass, a newly constructed form of cup that was roughly the size of a man's fist that Nox called a tumbler, Ned idly swirled the brown contents within. Whiskey, he thought, taking a small sip and letting the liquid warm his throat and stomach. Another gift from Nox, far more potent than even our most fortified wines and ales. Yet simple to make. Barley, sap, water, yeast and some patience. And you have a drink that, even within only a single shipment having left the north, is in such a high demand amongst the nobility that I doubt we will ever be able to fulfill all the requests sent to us for the drink. Robert in particular seems to have taken a shine to it. Which I am not sure is such a good thing, given the potency and the man's love for drink. There was more, Ned continued, this time turning to face Nox. The king has authorized your ascension into the nobility and has given you the title of Lord. Despite this, however, no lands have been conferred unto you. Nox knocked back the drink in one go with hardly seeing to even notice its strong bite. Lord, well, it's been some time since I've held such a title. I've gotten quite used to just being Master Nox, or plain old Nox. The title of Lord once more, that will take some getting used to. Ned nodded. Despite the fact that the king has not bestowed any lands upon you, I'm sure I can find you a suitable keep should you wish it. In truth, Ned didn't necessarily want to see the sorcerer out of his sight. While he was in Winterfell, Ned could keep an eye on both him and how he went about training his children. Not only that, but should Nox ever turn against the realm, Ned would be able to hopefully stop him before he could cause too much damage. But those were just the logical arguments. In truth, Ned had come to consider the foreign sorcerer his friend and perhaps even his closest advisor. But still, now that Nox was considered a lord of the realm and considering everything that he'd done for the realm and the north in particular, it would have been rude of him not to at least offer the man a keep of his own. Nox appeared contemplative as the man scratched at the slight growth on his chin and jaw. Unlike other men of the north, the sorcerer seemed to prefer to keep his beard close cut instead of letting it grow. A trend that had actually started to spread slightly as many of the men throughout Winterfell began to imitate the sorcerer, especially once word began to spread of how the woman of the land apparently found the look refined and attractive. The offer is appreciated, Lord Stark. But I am quite comfortable here in Winterfell for now. Unless, of course, you would rather see me gone from your halls. Not at all, my friend, Ned replied, letting out a sigh of relief. Your presence and advice has been a boon to myself, my children, and the north, and I would see you stay as long as you so choose to do so. Then I'll stay, my friend, Nox smiled back to him. Although, I suppose with my new status, I can be expecting quite a few ravens from various lords across the land trying to throw their daughters at me in hopes of tempting me away from the north. Not that any of them could hope to tempt me away from Nyra, of course. Perhaps I'll let her use them as kindling for the fire. At that, Ned unwillingly frowned. I would be careful on ignoring some of the lord's letters, Nox. Many will know that gaining your favor to be how did you put it? A long shot. But some more prominent lords will not take refusal well and may seek retaliation. And not necessarily on your person. His meaning was not lost on Nox, and Ned just barely managed to suppress the shiver that ran down his spine as he could feel the unmistakable coldness that was associated with one drawing heavily on the dark side of the Force. They harm a hair on Nyra's head, and they will learn the wrath of a Sith is the most terrifying thing to ever evoke. I believe that. Ned nodded as the warmth slowly returned to their surroundings. Now, on to other matters. As well as the ravens from King's Landing, I also received a letter from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderley has begun construction on the vessel you, Maester Luwin, Asha Greyjoy, and Wendell Manderley collaborated on. While the cost will be within your projections, unfortunately Lord Manderley estimates that it will take a year at best to complete construction of the vessel and to make sure it's seaworthy. A year passed. Wyman had sent his second son Wendell to Winterfell to try and garner the approval of both Nox and himself, much the same as many of the other lords of the realm had done since the declaration of spring by the Maesters. And like almost all who came before him, Wendell was met with disappointment as Nox informed him that he did not have the means to learn the Force. But unlike many of the other second sons and heirs who immediately turned tail and left, Wendell stayed and sought to learn whatever he could from Nox. It was during his stay at Winterfell that he, Nox, Lewin, and Asha of all people began creating the designs for a new ship. A ship that, once completed, would without a doubt be the power to best on the water. The ship was a galleon in design, but that classification almost did it an injustice when compared to the few galleons in the south. The ship, once completed, would measure at least 90 paces long and nearly 30 across. Including the main deck, the ship would have 3 lower decks beneath it. Multiple cabins would be scattered throughout the lower decks, and side slots in the hull above the water level would be able to be opened, creating an opening for scorpions to fire from. And to help with protection of the ship, the inner workings were reinforced with iron plates to reinforce the ship from breaching. The top deck would have 4 masts and the second to lowest level would have the ability to run out oars as well. And due to the ship's sheer size, it would take hundreds of men to properly man the vessel. Winter Years 2 Part 4 When the proposal had first been brought to him, Ned had nearly laughed the men and woman out of his solar when he saw the sheer scope of the project. Not only would it cost a substantial amount of coin to build, but to keep the sailors on board and the ship properly maintained would cost a small fortune. But Nox, like always, had a counter to his argument. As well as laying out the designs, the four had also laid out a plan to pay for the vessel without putting a dent in the coffers of the North, as well as to how to keep it manned. And if their plans worked out, not only would the vessel hardly cost them anything, but in a decade or less it would be bringing in a substantial amount of coin from trade. A year will be fine. It will give us time to prepare. Nox responded almost immediately. That is, of course, if you still plan on allowing the expedition I requested to come to fruition. Ned felt his head start to ache as Nox brought up his wish once more. Your request is not one that is so easily granted, Nox, Ned sighed. Many have tried to navigate the ruins of Valyria and the Smoking Sea. Garyon Lannister, the youngest brother of Tywin, set out himself no more than a few years past. And he, like all the others who have attempted the venture, have yet to return home. All those others were missing one key aspect that we will have, Ned. Me. Nox responded, sounding incredibly sure of himself. My lack of eyesight is exactly what will allow me to help to navigate the Smoking Sea and venture deep into the ruins of Valyria. And once there, perhaps I can locate the strange darkness I've felt emanating from the east. The darkness, Ned thought, his eyes wandering to the east. Over the years, Nox had been able to help him hone his abilities with the Force. He wasn't nearly as well versed in the Force as Nox, nor even his own children at this point. But he was able to at least meditate and reach out with the Force, and at times even receive visions as Nox called them. Although deciphering the cryptic messages from the old gods and Force was still something that mostly eluded Ned. But during one of their meditation sessions, Ned had sensed what Nox had. A great darkness to the east, and almost, hunger. An insatiable hunger to devour. It was a strange sensation to say the least. And one that Ned had no desire to ever encounter at its source. Is this darkness you speak of the one you saw in your vision when you first arrived? No, Nox answered almost immediately. It is similar, almost kindred if you will. But it is not the darkness that I sense that threatens to devour the land. However, should this darkness in the east not be quelled, then it will aid the other darkness that is to come. And that is what it always came back to. This darkness that Nox claimed will devour the land unless it is stopped. Even after years of knowing him, Ned still wasn't completely convinced of the darkness that Nox spoke of. It sounded too much like the myth of the others and the White Walkers to his liking. But in the end, Nox believed in his vision, and that belief led to Nox aiding and strengthening the North to almost unheard of levels. And Ned knew that if he didn't aid Nox in combating what he perceived as a threat, that the man would go off and do it himself. Very well, Ned nodded. But the lords of the North will be most anxious. As I have said, few have dared to traverse those lands since the doom. And if you should find any spoils of Valyria, they will want something as well. Then send out ravens a moon's turn or so before the ship is ready to depart, Nox counter-argued. Offer a spot on the vessel to the northern houses. And whatever spoils that are collected from Valyria will be given out accordingly. Scratching his chin, Ned nodded. I'm not sure if allowing their heirs or vassals to travel with you will ease their anxiety or increase it. But the thoughts of scavenging the ruins of Valyria will most definitely be worth the risk to many, I think. Then it's decided. Nox declared with a note of finality. But there is one more thing we need to discuss, Ned. A rather personal matter regarding the expedition. I've been meditating long on what might happen, and most is still uncertain. But there is one factor that I know must occur. Jon must accompany me on this voyage. I am unsure as to the exact nature of what will happen, but something will occur during the voyage. And Jon must be present for it. Maybe it has something to do with his ancestry and where we are heading. Ned felt his blood run colder than the wall and his heart cease in his chest. Jon, why? Ned asked nervously. Truthfully, he didn't want Jon within 100 leagues of the home of the Dragonlords. He is but a boy or not even 12 name days. And despite his actions of late and the fact that he has been bloodied in battle, he is not yet a man. And his blood, Jon is my son, a son of the North. Nothing more. Turning his back on him, Nox waved his hand towards the door. The door closed abruptly as the latch clicked shut. A gentle wave of the force pulsed from Nox, settling around Ned and the sorcerer. A silencing dome, Ned recalled Nox calling such a technique, his anxiety growing with each passing moment. A useful technique to ensure there are no unwanted ears to a conversation. But what could he say that is so pressing that, no? He can't know. Can he? His hopes of Nox not knowing the secret of Jon's birth were quickly dashed as Nox faced him once more. His eyeless face completely devoid of all emotion. I am not a fool, Lord Stark. So please do not take me for one. Think back, my friend. I have been here for nearly 5 years, and in all that time have I once called Jon your son. Ned felt like he'd been punched in the gut by the great Jon while wearing a steel gauntlet. How long? Since the first moment you two stood side by side, Nox answered. I will admit, it is a good ruse, and you're lucky the boy takes after his Stark heritage. I doubt that any who simply look at the boy would mistake him for anything but your son. Especially given your reputation as the most honorable man in the realm. But to someone like me, someone who can see beyond the surface, I can tell that is not the case. There is a familial connection between the two of you, to be sure, but it is not the connection that is held between a parent and their biological child. So, at the start, I knew he was not yours. Which left 3 options. He's not Ben's, as he would have no need to hide it. Your elder brother was a well-known skirt chaser, so that was a possibility, but it was unlikely that you would dishonor your brother's name by denying him the knowledge of who his true parents were. Which left 1 option. And the mostly likely candidate for the father became obvious when I read the history of what happened. Which even goes to explain your motivations in naming him your bastard and keeping him, and indeed the rest of the realm, in ignorance. If he had a dagger on his person, Ned would have been gripping its hilt by the time Nox had finished speaking. There were only 2 people who knew the truth of Jon, himself and Howland Reed. And now Nox. While 2 people could keep a secret, especially as one preferred to stay isolated in his keep in the neck, 3 people increased the odds of others finding out. And how long until more pieced it together? And what would Robert's reaction be once he learned of Jon's parentage? Would his love for Ned's sister overrule his hatred for the dragon blood that ran through his veins? Or would the fact that his sister had a child and with her last breath begged Ned to keep him safe finally push his friend over the proverbial edge? You are worried that I will spread this secret, or that I have plans to put Jon on the Iron Throne to usurp your friend, Robert, Nox stated, giving voice to Ned's thought, which made him immediately pull back on himself as he tried to form the mental walls around his mind as Nox had shown him. I don't need to read your mind to know your thoughts, Ned. Your feelings are practically screaming them. And to ease your mind, I have no plans to place Jon Snow on the Iron Throne or to usurp your friend. You have my word and oath on that. And seeing as how I haven't brought up Jon's true parentage in the past 5 years, I hope that I've earned your respect enough to acknowledge that I can keep this a secret. No one, and I mean no one, will learn about Jon's true ancestry from me. Ned felt himself relax at the oath. He speaks the truth, he thought, trying to calm his racing heart. By his own admission, he has known of Jon's true parentage for nearly his entire time here in the North. And no one knew, not even myself. He's proven he can keep a secret, especially one that is as dangerous as this. If word got out of Jon's parentage, combined with the spreading knowledge of Nox training him, many would assume that, given Nox's appearance, that he was indeed trying to put the dragons back on the Iron Throne. And while his word and oath are enough to ease my mind, Nox's sense of self-preservation does so in equal measure. And what purpose will Jon serve on the expedition that another man cannot? Ned pressed, trying to see if there was anything nefarious in Nox's request. Truthfully, I don't know. Nox shrugged. Surprisingly, Ned. All that the Force has shown me is that if we are to survive the coming darkness, then certain things need to happen. Some of which will occur on this voyage. And Jon must be there to experience them. But don't worry, Ned. I don't plan on putting Jon in a situation I don't believe he can handle. I've grown quite fond of the boy over the years. Breathing deep, Ned closed his eyes. Lyanna, what would you want for your son? It was a silly question, and he knew that the moment he asked it of his sister. He knew what she would want for her son. She would want him to live free. Live a life of adventure and excitement. The life that was denied to her. Very well, Nox. Ned nodded. Jon will accompany you on this voyage. Thank you. And there is one more topic regarding this voyage that we need to discuss. Asha. She will be coming along as well. Now Ned wanted to ram his head against the stone wall of the tower. Another Force prediction, Nox. No. Just saying. Asha helped to design the ship we'll be using to get there. And honestly, from what I've seen and heard, the Northmen are not the greatest sailors. And even at a young age, the girl probably has more time on the water than most of the sailors in White Harbor. Her knowledge will be vital. That, and I doubt you'd be able to keep her from going even if you wanted to. The sorcerer had a point. The girl was even more headstrong than Lyanna. And that was saying something. And although she was still a ward of House Stark, for the king's command she would be free to return to the Iron Islands in a little over a year, roughly the same time during which the expedition would be taking place. Staying silent, he began weighing the decision in his mind should anything come to happen to her during the voyage. He could argue that he did not have a say in her decision should anything come to pass during the voyage. But still, he doubted that Lord Greyjoy would be so understanding should his only daughter come to harm during her stay as his ward. On the other hand, he was sure that the possibility of having his daughter on a voyage to the heart of Valyria would be something Balon would want. Especially if she was able to replicate the voyage under the banner of the Ironborn. And he wasn't so sure he wanted the Greyjoys to have a map laid out to them that would lead into the heart of Valyria. There was no telling what a man like Balon or his brothers would do if they managed to get their hands on such knowledge. But then again, allowing her to go could reaffirm her loyalty to the crown and help to influence the Iron Islands back into the true fold of the Seven Kingdoms. Something that Ned knew Nox was working on. Should she request it of me, I will not deny her request, Ned spoke, coming to a decision that he truly hoped he wouldn't come to regret. I take it that you will be continuing her training in her Force abilities during the expedition as well. Ned had hoped to have caught Nox off guard with his comment, but to his surprise, Nox only shrugged. Of course, she's not as Force sensitive as your children or Jon. But she does have certain skills that can be honed. Much like your own. Turning to his friend, Ned stared at cloth covering the man's ruined eyes. You don't sound surprised that I know of your secret training of Asha. To this, Nox scoffed. Please, Ned, Winterfell is your keep, the seat of House Stark. Plus, while your powers have not been able to be refined like the young ones, your powers are still developing. Enough so that you should be able to sense an individual's Force sensitivity and be able to identify if they've had training or not. At this point, I'd be more disappointed and surprised if you didn't know that I was training her. And as you have not stopped her from learning, you must obviously know what I'm trying to accomplish. And tell me the truth, Ned, if you had to choose, who would you rather see on the Seastone chair leading the Ironborn? Theon or Asha? The choice wasn't a difficult one. Or at least it wouldn't have been had both been men. Asha is a lady of the realm, Ned countered. She cannot inherit her father's seat in front of her brother. To this, Nox merely shook his head. Why? Because her reproductive organs are inside rather than swinging between her legs. 'Cause she bleeds once a month in a biological cycle that. How does that make her unfit to rule a land? She is far smarter, more skilled, more powerful, and most importantly older than her brother. Why should she not rule the Iron Islands? Lady Dustin rules her lands in the absence of a husband and son, does she not? And if the tales are true, Lady Orlena rules the Reach through her puppet of a son. And in Dorne, The eldest regardless of gender takes the mantle of rulership when the time comes. Why should Asha be any different? The lords of the Iron Islands will never accept a woman to lead them. Ned tried to argue, trying to make Nox understand. He'd grown to care for the girl. He saw his sister in Asha almost as much as he saw her in Arya. The lords of the Iron Islands would tear her apart should she try and stake a claim to her father's seat. Asha knows full well the uphill battle that she will have to fight, should she wish to claim the Seastone chair. And she more than willing, and capable, of fighting and winning such a fight. Especially if she has the backing of highly influential individuals in the mainland kingdoms. Ned was losing the argument, both to Nox and to himself as he began to see the benefits of having Asha controlling the Ironborn. As much as it pained him to say, as he did not like to favor one child above the other, if he had to choose between the Theon and Asha, he would choose Asha. The young woman had a good head on her shoulders. And she seemed to genuinely want the Ironborn to abandon the old way. Something that Ned was highly in favor of. And what of Theon? To that, Nox merely shrugged. That would be up to Asha. She will be his head of house if all goes well. What position he will hold will be up to her. Looking down at the clear glass in his hand, Ned finished off the small amount of whiskey within. Very well, Ned sighed. Should Asha manage to have herself named as heir to the Iron Islands, then she will have the backing of the Starks in the north. Your backing will help her keep hold on the islands after she's managed to take it for herself, to be sure. Nox nodded, taking the empty glass from Ned. Now that those unpleasantries are out of the way, shall we start discussing the specific details of the expedition to Valyria? Even with a year wait, I'm sure it will take some time to gather enough volunteers for the voyage. And the more details we can give your bannermen, the better odds of getting those volunteers quickly and getting them trained to sail. Walking across the smooth deck surface of the newly christened Sea Wolf, Nox took his time to examine every inch of the large sea vessel that had quite literally just been put into the water less than a month prior. I have to give credit where it is due, Nox thought as he finished his examination of the vessel, finding no faults in the construction of the ship that would serve to ferry the Northmen and himself across the narrow sea into Valyria. While primitive, the natives of this world can truly build some wondrous constructs when they put their minds to it. The ship was impressive to say the least. And the builders had managed to follow the designs that he, Asha, Lewin, and Wendell had collaborated on. Although, truth be told, his contribution was less in the actual designing of the ship and more along the lines of potential ways to improve it, while the other three worked his ideas into something that was functional. It was humbling, to say the least. His time as a slave and amongst the Sith had forced him to learn an extremely wide range of subjects, from anatomy, to medicine, to ship mechanics, to politics, to agriculture, and just about everything else in between. But one thing that he had spent very little time on was seafaring wooden ships, understandably given the primitive nature of such a vessel. Stopping near the bow of the ship, Nox heard the voice of Lord Manderley as he led Lord Stark around the deck. The man had puffed up like a prized winning bird when Lord Stark had arrived and congratulated the Lord and his men on their construction of the ship. And now, it looked like the man was trying to capitalize on the praise to integrate himself even more so into the good graces of Lord Stark. His ambition shining like the suns of Tatooine. Which is reassuring, Nox thought silently with a smile as he sensed the two men wander away from him. I wouldn't be able to trust the man if he'd gone through all of this for nothing. Leaning against the railing of the ship and breathing in the sea air, he let his mind wander as he took stock of those of import that had decided to join on with the expedition. He'd been pleasantly pleased with the response that Ned had received from his bannermen when he'd announced the expedition to Valyria to his bannermen. Within a mere 2 weeks of having sent the initial ravens, dozens were flying back from the various keeps littered across the north, promising their backing in the forms of men, coin, or even in a few cases heirs or spares of the lords themselves. Although what was even more telling were the houses that had not offered men or coin and had merely offered their well wishes. House Bolton, Dustin and Ricewell, Nox repeated in his head for the 100th time since the ravens had returned to Winterfell all those moons ago. To give up the chance to explore Valyria and take a share in the riches of the land, even if they truly believed the voyage was doomed to fail, the chance was well worth the price. So why would they snub the chance? Does their hatred of House Stark truly run so deep? To that, Nox almost laughed at his own naivety. He'd sensed the pure hatred and loathing almost rolling off Lady Dustin the first time he'd met her before heading to the Iron Islands. And Lord Bolton, while he didn't outright hate Lord Stark and was able to keep control of himself at least visibly, was clearly lusting after the power that came with the title of Warden of the North. Be it the Sith Empire, the Galactic Senate, or here in this backwater world. Politics and the desire for more power, no matter the definition, never ceases. Chasing away such thoughts, he went back to those who were on the ship with them. Asha Greyjoy was near the helm of the ship and was, unsurprisingly, grilling 3 shifts of helmsmen on the controlling of the ship. No doubt the young woman was intending to take the ship designs back with her to the Iron Islands when she left the north to return home, something that Ned had brought up with no small amount of concern. Which was understandable to a point. Should those who wished to continue the old way get their hands on this ship, it would take an armada to stop it. Especially if it was under the control of such seafaring people like the Ironborn. But Nox had faith in Asha. Or rather in her ambition at any rate. She was smart enough to see the path of destruction that her people were on. They needed to change. And she had the spine to do it. And if a ship akin to the Sea Wolf could help further her plans, then Nox and a begrudging Ned were willing to accept it. Near the gangplank were Jon, Robb, and Theon. The 3 boys, or rather almost young men according to this land's sense of appropriate age, were laughing good-naturedly with one another. But despite their good-natured barbs, Nox could sense the underlying feelings within each of them as clearly as if they were shouting them at the top of their lungs. Jon was excited and nervous, understandable considering the voyage ahead of them. Robb was more complicated. He was excited, but at the same time extremely jealous that his brother was going, and he was being forced to stay behind. The boy had gone so far as to get down on his hands and knees and beg his father to let him go as well. But Lord Stark had been resilient. Which was understandable. Robb was his heir. The boy couldn't risk himself on a potentially dangerous voyage like this one. Not when he was still so young. And as for Theon, well, the Ironborn boy was a whirlwind of emotions. Depression at being left behind. Anger by the fact his sister was allowed passage over him. And mixed in was a sort of relief that Jon and Nox would be away from Winterfell for a time. A sentiment that Nox mildly shared with the boy. Whereas Jon, Robb, Asha, and even Arya had begun to excel and grow substantially under his tutelage, Theon had stuttered and basically failed. The boy had very little force potential, and his sense of entitlement, which was still prevalent even after several years, was still a major hurdle that the boy was unable, or willing, to overcome. Letting the 3 have their moment to themselves, Nox scanned the other lords and ladies that were giving last-minute instructions to those who would be accompanying Nox. The great Jon had his son, Small Jon, which was an ironic title as the young man was just a fist width shorter than his father, firmly by the shoulders. A fair distance away, the Lord Karstark has his second son Eddard Karstark in a fierce hug. And a small distance away from the Karstarks stood Mage Mormont and her daughter Daisy Mormont, the latter of whom would be accompanying Nox. While many were joining the expedition for the chance at fame and glory, the Mormont's reason for joining was not as grand. It was no secret in the north that Jorah Mormont had recently been draining the coffers of Bear Islands in order to keep his new wife, a noblewoman from the Hightower house from the Reach, pleased. No doubt the she-bears thought that this voyage would be their best, and potentially only, way of refueling their coffers without having to resort to anything drastic. All in all, the diversity of northern houses that were represented was impressive. But it was who would not be joining Nox that he felt most keenly. Nyra. The young native northern woman that had managed to work her way into his hardened heart so thoroughly that even now the thought of leaving her for months on end caused a pain in his chest. He hadn't intended for their relationship to develop to this point when he'd first met her, nor even when he'd returned from the Iron Islands and had taken her under his wing. At best, he figured that she would be a nice little distraction when he needed it. But as time passed, he found himself drawn to the young woman. She reminded him so much of Ashara that it was almost painful. Not physically, of course, he doubted he would be able to find any Togrutas here on this world. But all the same, she had the same fire, the same drive within her that had attracted him to Ashara in the first place. Nyra hadn't been pleased to be left behind either. Their argument at his decision was unpleasant, and had left him with a very cold bed for nearly a month. But in the end, she relented and saw his point of view. It wasn't because he thought her incapable. Quite the opposite, in fact. He needed her to stay behind because she was capable. She was the only one he trusted to continue overseeing the various projects and business ventures he had set up, both for himself and of the North. The night before they left Winterfell, she had proceeded to give him a farewell that had sent more than a few tongues wagging in Winterfell. Despite his not so inconsequential stamina that came from years of Sith training, Nyra had nearly worn him out to the point where his body almost refused to move. "I wanted to give you a reason to come back to me," she had said the next morning, "and to make sure you were sated enough not to search for the company of whores when the ship inevitably makes port." Well, she had certainly marked her territory, as the nail marks on his back and chest that had still not healed completely were any indication. He was so caught up in his memories of Nyra's parting night, that he didn't even realize Ned and Manderly were approaching him until the two were nearly on top of him. "Lord Stark, Lord Manderly," he greeted properly, turning to the two. "Nox," Ned acknowledged back. "The last of the supplies are loaded and all of those who volunteered are on board." "Good." Nox nodded. "Well then, I guess that this is it." "Aye, it is," Ned nodded before turning to Lord Manderly. "Lord Manderly, let the men know that everyone who isn't going should disembark. Once everyone is off, the ship is to cast off." "As you wish, Lord Stark." Manderly nodded, bowing once to Stark before bowing to Nox and making his way away from the two. Once alone, the two men stood in silence as Ned's gray eyes met Nox's ruined eyes. "I need your word, Nox." "Aleem," Ned began. "He may not have my name, but he is my blood and my son. Your word that you will make sure he will return." "He will, Ned," Nox nodded. "I give you my word on that." Ned's presence in the Force relaxed ever so slightly. "Then, I will hold you to it," the Lord of the North said, holding out his hand. "May your gods watch over you, my friend." Clasping Ned's forearm, Nox nodded. "And may the Force be with you, my friend." The Valyria expedition, standing next to the helm of the Sea Wolf, former Darth Nox, Lord of the Sith, member of the Dark Council of the Sith Empire and a current Lord of Westeros and the Northern Sorcerer, watched through the Force as the massive ship cut through the waves of the ocean with barely a tremor felt. The ship's massive size granted it such stability that unless they encountered a large wave, the calm to choppy waters of the narrow sea did little to disturb the passengers and sailors on board as they sailed down the coast of Essos, heading ever closer to their destination. Leaning his head back, Nox took in a deep breath of sea air. He hadn't really realized it before, as he hadn't had a chance to, but he'd missed this. Not the sailing, although that too was enjoyable to a point. No, what he missed was the adventure. Heading off into the unknown. Searching for secrets long since lost and returning with knowledge worth more, even more than raw coaxium. Ever since the end of his apprenticeship, under his former master Darth Zash, Nox had not had a moment to truly head out and pursue this type of venture again. After Zash's death, he was stuck running for his life from Darth Tanadan before wading through the swamps of Terrace and then the frozen wasteland of Hoth. And after that, he was stuck trying to keep his body from deteriorating from the Force-walking ritual so that he could finally confront Darth Tanadan and kill the son of a bitch. Which then led to his ascension to the Dark Council and the end to any potential free time he might have had, as he suddenly found himself responsible for an entire sect of the Sith, maintaining his own fleet of Imperial ships and soldiers, while at the same time keeping an eye out for any potential upstarts within the Sith that thought they had a chance at taking what was his. The only thing that could have truly made this little venture of his more enjoyable would be if Nyra was by his side. It had honestly surprised him how fast the once timid girl had worked her way into his life. But now she was as much a fixture of his thoughts as Ashara had been, and still was. But while the two women might be equal in his heart now, they were quite different. Oh, they both had the same fire and drive that attracted him so. But if he were being completely honest, Ashara was the stronger of the two. He'd tried to teach Nyra to fight, but she'd been, well, miserable at it. He'd been persistent with her, and while she did learn a few things and could probably hold her own for a time against most, she would never be able to truly stand by his side on the field of battle as an equal. But while she might not be the warrior that Ashara was, she was strong in other areas. Which was why he'd had no qualms about leaving her in charge of his affairs while he was away. He trusted her, probably above all others, to do what needed to be done. At least this time I won't be going skinny dipping in a toxic waste dump on Balmora. Nox thought, chuckling lightly to himself as he remembered the defector Imperial doctor that he dragged back from a Republic base. Although, based on what I've learned of the so-called doom of Valyria, I could very well be walking headfirst into a similar situation. Ever since he'd had the vision before the weirwood tree in Winterfell all those years ago, Nox had been dedicating almost every moment he could to deciphering it. While some aspects of the vision he could make sense of, for every one of those occurrences there were still 10 or more that did not make much sense. The great darkness that was threatening to overrun Westeros, for instance, was still a mystery to him, although after digging through the library and speaking discreetly with the denizens of the North, he had a fair idea of just what, if not who, the darkness was. But the other dark presences around this world still eluded him. Not something that he was accustomed to, nor something that he was comfortable with. And due to the lack of effective transportation, he was unfortunately stuck with dealing with the threats closest to him for the time being. Whenever he entered a deep state of mediation, he could almost feel the individual dark presences across the globe. And besides the strangely clouded presence far to the north of Westeros, there was only one that was close by. And it resided in a land that few dared to tread. Valyria. The perfect place to hide. And there was not a doubt in his mind that whatever this dark presence was or is, it had something to do with the doom of Valyria. It had to be some sort of force ritual gone wrong. Or right, pending on one's point of view. Nox pondered while idly drumming his fingertips against the railing of the ship. Nox could think of several rituals off the top of his head that could have a backlash, intentionally or not, that could equal the devastation reportedly caused by the doom. And none of those rituals were pleasant. Well, not that many Sith rituals could be considered pleasant in the first place. But still, there were a few rituals that any Sith with barely a mediocre amount of sense in their heads knew to stay well away from. The only other theory he had for the doom was a natural disaster like a volcanic eruption. But that seemed more and more unlikely with each new fact he learned about Valyria. The land was rife with magic. And even a novice Sith acolyte would have been able to sense such a disastrous event well before it occurred. Then there was the smoking sea itself, a simple strait that became a sea after the doom shattered the peninsula that Valyria once sat upon. The sea constantly smoked, and the water boiled. And then there were the demons and stone men were said to roam within its depths. Not something that Nox considered to be a natural phenomenon. Hearing a commotion from the main deck of the Sea Wolf, Nox pulled his senses back into himself and to the ship. Standing on the main deck of the ship, surrounded by a good portion of the crew, were two individuals who, despite sharing the same name, were complete opposites in terms of size from one another. Small John Umber, although Nox was sure the name was ironic as the newly turned 20-year-old man stood even a full head above Nox, was making small circles around his much small opponent, Nox's own acolyte Jon Snow. While to the passerby it might look like the two were sparring, they were instead playing a game that Nox had introduced to the crew as an attempt to alleviate some of the boredom and stress that can come from long voyages such as this. On each of their backs, they had a strip of red cloth the size of a man's arm tucked into the waistline of their pants. The objective was simple. The first one to get the cloth from the opponent won. And the only rules were no weapons and no drawing blood. However, despite the severe size mismatch, John was holding his own as he used his smaller frame to deftly dodge around Small John's light punches and attempts to grab him while those who were surrounding the two were shouting words of encouragement or taunts as coins and verbal bets were being passed between one another. Of those trading the taunts and barbs, the ones who surprised Nox the most were Daisy Mormont and Asha Greyjoy. Not because the two were in the crowd joining in with the others, but rather because the two were standing side by side and laughing with one another. Despite the long history of animosity between the two young women's houses and their relatively frosty introduction to one another, the two women had developed a strange camaraderie during the voyage. And now, it was almost strange to find one during the day without the other right next to her. Their relationship was probably helped by the fact that, being the only two women on board the vessel, they were placed into the same cabin with one another. So, they were forced to either try and find some common ground between themselves or be faced with a very long voyage ahead. Hearing a chorus of cheers and groans as well as the sound of coins changing hands, Nox focused on John and John. His acolyte had managed to jump and flip over the much large man's head and had grabbed hold of the red cloth on his opponent's back, before tucking and rolling away from him, ending the match between the two as he came up with the cloth in hand and a grin that nearly split his face in two. Even though this voyage had only just really begun, the changes in Nox's young acolyte were astonishing. The boy had grown by leaps and bounds, not necessarily in terms of power, but rather in confidence. Something that he needed desperately but was heavily stunted due to his time in Winterfell and to his status as a bastard. While Nox had noted that the northern people did not care for a man's status but rather his deeds, the title still held a heavy weight over the boy's head. Primarily because it had been drilled into his head for years before I arrived and could cease the berating. Nox thought sourly. It's taken a long time to undo years of conditioning. Their brief stop in Bravos to resupply had done wonders not only for Jon, but for many of the men of the north, most of whom had never stepped foot outside the northern territory in their entire lives. Of course, he was sure that many of the men were just happy with the few silver stags that were presented to each member of the crew, which Nox had no doubt immediately went into the hands of the brothels near the port. Small Jon certainly hadn't been shy about boasting about his own trip to the local brothel where, by his more than likely overstated claim, he had been able to satisfy 4 whores to such a degree that he actually had to convince them to keep the coin he paid them with. Jon, of course, had turned red at the tail. His acolyte might have already bloodied himself in battle, but he was still just a boy of 12, nearly 13 years of age. And while puberty had set in, due to his upbringing, the boy was far too timid around the fairer sex for Nox's liking. The boy needs to get over his unease towards women. In Bravos, the boy went completely red and he lost his focus simply because a whore flashed him her tits and offered him the time of his life. Should he ever come across a female opponent, either on the field of battle or off, he could and will be easily distracted if she knows what she's doing. And such a distraction can prove fatal. It's why a few female Sith I knew fought in such skimpy outfits. They used their bodies as a distraction to a great effect against those who were not ready for it. The simplest answer was simply to get Jon laid. But considering the boy was only 12 years of age, that was not really an option. Sure, there was no true age of consent on this backwater world. But it still wasn't a route that Nox was willing to go down. Asha has been a good influence on the boy, and Daisy as well. Nox thought as he watched the only 2 women, who had both opted for loose-fitting clothes that left little to the imagination due to the heat they were experiencing on the ship, walk up and congratulate Jon on his victory, which made the young man freeze and go red slightly. But it is not enough. Perhaps locking him in a room with a dozen naked women, not to have sex, but rather just to get him used to the female form would work. Lord Nox. Turning away from the scene occurring on the main deck, Nox turned his attention to Sir Wendell Manderley, who was considered to officially be second in command of the Sea Wolf even though he was said vessel's captain. Although, unofficially, on this voyage he was third after Asha, who'd taken to the ship as if it were her own. And while he certainly wasn't as robust as his father, the man had some girth to him. Such that Nox was surprised that the floorboards of the ship didn't groan whenever he walked across them. What is it, Sir Wendell? I just finished going over the charts, Lord Sorcerer, Wendell stated, pawing at his long mustache that fell around his lips and down past his chin. Should the wind hold, we should be reaching the stepstones within 2 days, my lord. Was also wondering if you want us to stop in Tyrosh to resupply before we make our way through. The men could surely use another day at port. Bravos did wonders. That it did, Nox nodded in acknowledgement. But no, we will not be stopping in Tyrosh. We'll be sailing past the Sea of Mirth soon enough, and Tyrosh is too close to Myr for my liking. And considering all the wolf and mermaid banners and emblems on this ship, I'd rather not give Myr the chance to organize some sort of accident to befall us as we make our way through the islands and around the disputed lands. Wendell didn't necessarily look pleased, but he nodded his head in agreement. I can see your point, Lord Sorcerer. The North certainly isn't high up on Myr's list of friends as of late, considering how much coin we've cost them. I'll inform the crew that we won't be stopping in Tyrosh, my lord. But, if not Tyrosh, then where will we make port again? Volantis, Nox answered without hesitation. I want us to be well and clear of the disputed lands before we make port. Very well, my lord. Wendell nodded, moving aside as Nox strode past him towards the steps that led down to the main deck. Without saying another word, Nox turned the moment he was on the main deck and made for the back of the ship where the cabins belonging to the captain and the first mate lay. Though, right now the captain's cabin belonged to Nox and the first mate's cabin belonged to Daisy and Asha, while Wendell and his first mate had moved down into the lower level of the ship and had taken one of the cabins below deck for their own. In true northern fashion, the captain's cabin wasn't overly ornate nor large. There was a bed, a cloth screen that sectioned off a small corner of the room where his lavatory was, and the middle of the room was dominated by a table. Once in his cabin, he moved immediately to the table where several charts and dozens of books were scattered. Letting his fingers glide across the surface of the table, he stopped when his fingers brushed across the spine of one of his many books. Without even having to focus on it, he knew exactly which book it was. A History of Volantis Since the Doom of Valyria, Nox thought, reading the title of the book without even looking at it. While almost all the crew, including Asha and Daisy if the rumors were to be true, were chasing pleasures of the flesh in Bravos, Nox had spent his time chasing something else entirely. Something that was far more valuable than a few brief moments of relief. Knowledge. The library of Winterfell was extensive, almost unbelievably so. Some of the books and scrolls that Nox had stumbled across while perusing the shelves dated back thousands of years, almost to the time when this world first began to learn the written word. But despite the deep history found in the Winterfell, it was lacking significantly in anything related to the lands outside of Westeros. Which was why, the moment he'd stepped foot off the Sea Wolf in Bravos, he'd set off for the nearest bookstore he could find. Unfortunately for him, there were only a few in Bravos as the written word in the land was still done by hand. And each tome was quite expensive. But thankfully, after years of aiding the North and with his own private income from his business ventures in the North and other parts of Westeros, he'd collected a fair amount of coin to his name. A fair portion of which he'd brought with him on for this exact purpose. After 3 stores, coincidentally the only 3 that were housed in Bravos, and spending nearly all of his coin, Nox had collected a small library for himself and had ordered it to be delivered to the Sea Wolf and set up in his cabin. After procuring nearly a king's ransom in books, Nox had taken his time in exploring Bravos. Outside of Winterfell, Pike, White Harbor, and a few other northern keeps, Nox had not had the time to truly look around this world that he found himself stranded in. Bravos had been enlightening. A massive sprawling metropolis that valued commerce. A step forward from the current way of life in Westeros as far as Nox was concerned. But given time, Nox would be able to elevate the North into such a land, and later the rest of Westeros. He'd already acknowledged that he would never be able to get Westeros to the point where there might be even the possibility of reaching the stars once more, but the straggler of hope remained in the back of his mind. Constantly reminding him with all his advancements that maybe, just maybe, there would be a chance. But after seeing Bravos, that hope was gone. The best that he could do was to make peace with his new lot in life and hopefully set up a future where his name and legacy would not perish. Besides reaching that conclusion and killing the last vestiges of potentially returning to the stars, there was one other noteworthy occurrence during his time in Bravos. And that was when he'd stumbled upon a rather unassuming building sitting upon a rocky knoll near the outskirts of the city proper. A squat and sparsely decorated building with no windows and a black and white door that had a moon-like face that was carved half and half onto each opposing door. It wasn't the unremarkable architecture, nor even the strange choice of coloring on the door that drew him in. But rather the strange force presence he felt from the building. Neither light nor dark, but one that had a note of finality to it. The House of Black and White, Nox had later learned it was called. The temple belonging to those who follow the many-faced god, or the god of death in layman's terms. Also, home to the Faceless Men, an elite order of assassins known across the world. Even Winterfell's library had mention of the notorious order. After discovering the temple, Nox had spent the remainder of his time in Bravos trying his best to discreetly learn as much as he could about the temple and its inhabitants. Unfortunately, after 3 days on shore, what he learned could be summed in less than a single written page. The temple was where people went to die or, if you had the coin or something of equal trade, the place you went to contract the Faceless Men. Although none knew what the prices were nor how to even get the enigmatic followers of the many-faced god to accept their contract. Nor did anyone know what Exactly made the faceless men. Well, faceless. But Nox had a feeling he knew how they did it. It had to be some sort of force ritual that involved the essences of those that had passed. Being a practitioner of the force walking technique, Nox had a rather unique relation with the dead, specifically the spirits of the dead that refused to become one with the force upon their passing. He could sense them, pacify them, and, with time and the correct ritual, even devour them. Though he had yet to do the last part. And it was that unique connection with the dead that flared to life when Nox had approached the House of Black and White that gave him the clue as to how they did what they did. And they definitely weren't looking into further, Nox concluded, letting his fingers slide across the various tomes as he circled the table while his mind wandered. Highly trained assassins, even in a backwater world like this one, are dangerous. I should know, given some of the training I went through. And if said assassins had the ability to manipulate the force to change their appearance into one of the deceased that lay in their halls, then that makes them even more dangerous. Luckily, I should be able to detect such a deception, but still, without actually seeing one of the faceless men nor studying their techniques, I won't know what even to look for in the first place. Letting out a tired sigh, Nox dropped down into the lone folding cloth chair in his cabin and pulled one of the larger tomes that detailed the recent history of Volantis over to himself. I will have time to worry about the faceless men later, he thought, flipping open the book to where he had left off as he slowly let the force surround him and be his eyes. One issue at a time. And for now, I need to learn everything I can about Volantis well before we make port. The Valyria Expedition Part 2. Listening to the soft crunching of the spring snow beneath her leather boots, Nyra of Winterfell, lover to the northern sorcerer Alim Nox and his unofficial hand in all matters, walked from the Sorcerer's Tower, formerly the Broken Tower, of Winterfell towards the Great Keep. She'd been summoned to appear in Lord Stark's solar just a short time ago, and she knew the exact reason why the Warden of the North had called for her. And she was not about to come before the Lord Stark with her head down. No. She was of the North. Not some cowed southern cow that didn't have a brain between her ears. She respected Lord Stark, she truly did. But some of his choices since his ascension to lordship were not the wisest, not that she would ever voice her opinion. The building of the Sept in Winterfell had rankled her more than slightly. She was of the North, a follower, if only slightly devout, of the old gods. And the Sept represented the new gods, the seven who were one, the god of the Andals. The same people that had been trying to thousands of years to conquer the North and destroy the faith of the old gods. But despite her misgivings, she kept her opinion to herself. After all, at the time she was but a low-serving girl with no family. Then when his daughters came about, he appointed a Septa as their sole teacher. A Septa, teaching the daughters of the Warden of the North. And she knew from the whispers around Winterfell, whenever the thought of bringing in another northern lady to teach the girls was brought up, the Lady Stark immediately shot the idea down. Sure, Maester Luwin taught the girls their numbers and a few other odd lessons here and there. But the Maester was just one man, and his duties vast. So, he did not have the time to give the girls a proper education. And it was because of that she was being summoned to the Lord's Solar before the evening meal. Approaching the Solar, Nyra noted the two guards standing like statues outside the door. Nodding to the two men, she raised her hand to knock and, "Come in, Nyra." Keeping her head high, Nyra pulled on the latch and entered the warm Solar. Within the room she saw Lord Stark sitting behind his desk, his lord's face in place as he sat completely passive and without emotion. To his right sat his wife, the Lady Stark, who was looking at Nyra as if her very presence was insulting. And to the right of Lady Stark stood the reason why Nyra had been summoned. Septa Mordain stood a pace behind and just off to the side of Lady Stark, a large bruise forming around her eye and a split cutting her lip in two. Courtesy of Nyra, and something she was quite proud of. Lady Nyra. The very title still felt odd, but she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride running through her as she heard Lord Stark address her so. "I believe that I do not need to say why I have asked you here today." "Aye, my lord." Nyra nodded, casting a brief look towards the Septa, who was glaring at her. "And while I will apologize for losing my temper, I will not apologize for my actions. I merely responded in a way any true northern lady should when dealt an insult to her honor. But I'm sure the Septa has spun a fascinating tale on my heathenistic and deprived ways and my horrible influence on your daughters. And I'm sure most is complete and utter horse shit with only a sprinkling of truth. How dare you accuse me of lying, whore? The Septa cursed, taking a step forward only to stop as Lord Stark raised his hand. I told you that I will handle this incident, but only once I have heard both sides, Septa. And you have said your piece. Now you will be quiet. Lord Stark demanded. His voice was as cold as the North itself. Of course, Lord Stark, the Septa immediately responded, cowed as she backed away behind Lady Stark, whose eyes were flickering back and forth between the Septa and Nyra. She'd noted the slight twitching of the eye when Nyra had made her comment about a true northern lady. Good, Stark nodded, turning his attention to Nyra. Lady Nyra, if you would please tell us of why you felt it necessary to blacken the eye and split the lip of Septa Mordain. Yes, my lord, but I fear that to tell it properly, I will need to provide a bit of clarification to what forced the confrontation between myself and the Septa. She waited until Lord Stark nodded before continuing. Shortly after Lord Nox left on the expedition, Lady Arya approached me and asked if I could provide instruction for her in absence of Lord Nox. Unfortunately, I cannot, as I have not been blessed by the old gods with the ability to utilize the force like Lord Nox and your children, my lord. She couldn't help but notice the huff coming from Septa Mordain, nor the narrowing of the eyes of Lady Stark. And she knew for certain that Lord Stark noticed both as well. After denying her, she asked what I was working on. I explained to her some of the duties Lord Nox had left me with, trade routes, negotiations and several other needs both within and outside the North. While I talked, I noticed that the young lady seemed most confused with several of the trade needs of the North that I was describing. So, I started asking her questions. Northern houses, customs, importance and why certain things needed to come and go from certain regions. She couldn't answer any of my questions. Questions dealing with southern customs, houses and anything related to the seven that I could think of she could answer. But almost everything relating to the North, including our own gods, she could barely answer. And from that day I took it upon myself to tutor the young lady whenever I had time. And forgive me for saying, Lord Stark, but her level of education is shockingly poor. So poor that today I couldn't hold my tongue any longer and confronted Septa Mordain about what she was teaching the girls. Or rather the lack thereof. Our exchange became heated once she told me that I had no say in the girls' education. And that should I continue my lessons with Lady Arya, that she would inform Lady Stark that I was corrupting her daughters and have me removed. I may have called her a shrew. I cannot remember as I fear my temper got the better of me. But she retaliated by saying that I was a heathenistic whore who had damned her own soul by laying with the sorcerer. And that if I had any sense in my head, I would leave the sorcerer and repent my sinful ways by joining the Silent Sisters and pray that the sorcerer hadn't put a 7 damned hell spawn in my womb before he left the North. I'm afraid that at that, I lost my temper and blackened her eye. And if you need proof, there are 3 guards I can name that can give testimony supporting my words. Throughout all her explanation, Lord Stark merely sat there, his face betraying nothing of his thoughts. Guards, he called out after she'd finished, prompting the 2 Stark guards standing just outside to enter. Fetch my daughters and Jane Poole as well. Bring them here immediately. Yes, milord, both men intoned, bowing before making a hasty retreat. Once they were gone, the Septa seemed to think it was her turn to talk as she stepped forward once more. Lord Stark, I will be silent for the moment, Lord Stark commanded, his voice brokering no argument. After I speak to my daughters, I will let you have your say. It only took a scant few minutes for the girls to arrive. Sansa and Jane both looked more than slightly nervous about being called to the Lord's Solar. But Arya didn't seem nervous at all. No doubt the lessons Nox had been impressing on the girl about controlling and calming herself was already starting to pay off. Have a seat, girls. Lord Stark said, motioning for the girls to take the seats directly across from him and waiting until they were seated before continuing. Before we start, I want to say that none of you are in trouble. Having said that, though, I want to test your knowledge. I will be asking you all a variety of questions, some easy and some not. And I want your honest answers. Do not be afraid to say that you do not know, for some of what I will ask will be beyond what you should have learned by now. Yes, Father. Yes, Lord Stark. Good. Lord Stark nodded. Then let us begin with something simple. If I were to invite House Serwyn, House Bolton, and House Manderley to Winterfell for a feast, how many places would I need to have the Great Hall prepared for? What followed was a regular gauntlet as Lord Stark fired one question after another off at his daughters and the young Jane Poole. Questions on northern houses, southern houses, courtesies, questions of faith concerning both the old and new gods. He also posed hypothetical situations to the girls to gauge their responses. He posed questions on how best to prepare for winter and how best to use excess stores once winter was over. And with each question asked or hypothetical situation posed, she could see the anger slowly rising in Lord Stark as his daughters and Jane failed to correctly answer almost any question that didn't deal with the faith of the Seven or sewing. She could even see Lady Stark's eyes starting to tighten around the edges as her knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. Although, as a note of pride, Nyra noted that there were a few questions that Arya was able to answer that her sister and Jane were unable to. Finally sated, Lord Stark ceased his onslaught of questions and leaned back in his chair and rubbed at his brow tiredly. I have failed you three, father, Sansa asked tentatively, looking towards Jane, her mother and Septa Mordane before turning back to her father. How did we? Are you displeased with us? We can do better. Nyra almost winced at the heartbroken voice. While she might think Sansa was still a bit naive about the world, although it was understandable considering the girl has just turned 10 name days, she still cared for the young girl. And seeing her distraught expression at having failed her father was like a dagger to the heart. I am displeased, but not with you, my daughter, Lord Stark replied tiredly as he leaned forward, resting his elbows against his desk. As those born to noble houses, we were born into privilege, girls. But that privilege comes with a price. The small folk look to us for guidance. While the small folk serve us, so too do we serve the small folk. We must be the shield that protects them from those who would do them harm. We must be the voice of reason to settle disputes between them. We must be the ones they look to for guidance when the snows come. Our nobility is both our privilege and our chains that bind us to duty. And it is my responsibility as your father and lord to make sure that you are ready to take on this daunting task when the time comes. And I have failed you in this. Taking a moment to visibly compose himself, Lord Stark met his daughter's eyes as he spoke. From here on out, your lessons will be significantly different. You will still have lessons with Septa Mordane, but they will be limited. You will be spending time dividing your lessons amongst Lady Stark, learning how to run a household, as well as Lady Nyra and Lady Bethany to supplement your lessons alongside Maester Luwin. This is not a punishment, girls. But you need to be ready for what is to come as future ladies. Understood. Each girl nodded. Good. Lord Stark nodded back with a slight smile. You three have the rest of the day to yourselves. Go and have fun in the spring snows while it lasts. The three girls didn't need telling twice as they nearly tripped over one another in their haste to leave the solar. And once they were gone, the feeling in the room instantly shifted from lighthearted to one of dread as Lord Stark's eyes shifted to the wolf's yellow. Lord Stark. The Septa hissed. I cannot condone letting ladies of your daughter's standing to be taught by those who are inferior. Nyra, the Septa and Lady Stark jumped as Lord Stark's fist came down on the surface of his desk with enough force to crack the wood. An impressive feat considering the desk was made of ironwood. What you condone is of no consequence to me, Septa Mordane. Lord Stark nearly spat, his eyes the darkest yellow Nyra had ever seen. I trusted you with the education of my daughters and of my steward's daughter. And you have failed most spectacularly. The only reason I haven't thrown you over the wall and left you to the mercy of the wildlings is out of respect for my lady wife. You will teach my daughters lessons of sewing, courtesies, and other aspects of being a lady. But that will be it. The rest of their education will not be decided by you. You're dismissed, Septa. Leave my sight before I let Lady Nyra make your eyes a matching set. The Septa was beyond stunned as she just stood there for a moment, gaping like a fool. Not even Lady Stark, who'd been an avid supporter of spreading the faith of the Seven through the North, looked to be willing to support the Septa in this matter. Realizing that she would get nowhere fast now, the Septa did the first smart thing Nyra had seen her do all day by bowing slightly and making a hasty exit for the door. Now alone with the Lord and Lady Stark, Nyra felt more than slightly awkward. Is there anything else you need from me? My lord. No, Lord Stark said, shaking his head. That will be all for the day. Backing towards the door, Nyra was almost free when the voice of Lady Stark stopped her cold. Lady Nyra. Nyra blinked. Once. Then twice. Then turned back around. No. There is no way that Lady Stark would actually be showing me some measure of respect, is there? The Lady of Winterfell's head was held high, her face completely neutral as she stood beside her husband. I appreciate you teaching my daughter a few lessons where her septa has failed. Lady Stark said, stunning Nyra. But in the future, please refrain from physically striking the septa. My daughters look up to you, and as such I am expecting you to set a good example for them on how to be proper ladies. Whatever Nyra had been expecting, this was not it. Very well, Lady Stark, she said, bowing. I will make sure that there is no repeat of what happened today. But I will not stand for my honor being insulted again, my lady. No lady should. Of course not, Lady Stark acknowledged. But there are more ladylike ways to counter a dishonorable statement rather than relying on your fist like a wildling. Not a wilding, true northern lady, Nyra wanted to say. But instead she merely bit her tongue and, with one last low bow, left the Lord and Lady Stark so that she could continue about her day. The city of Volantis was indeed an awe-inspiring sight. The port was perhaps the largest Nox had ever seen in his life. It dwarfed White Harbor and even made the port that was under the Titan of Bravos seem small in comparison. The city itself was divided in half by the Rhoyne River that spread up through Essos, the only connection between the two being the so-called Long Bridge that merged the two parts of the city together into one. But perhaps the most distinguishing part of the city were the black walls on the eastern half of the city that served to separate the upper class from the rest of the denizens of Volantis. And it was under the towering walls that Nox found himself, barely even an hour after stepping foot off the Sea Wolf, in the accompaniment of what he could only assume was an honor guard of some sort, given how the dozen men's armor who were escorting him seemed more ceremonial and elaborate than traditional combat armor. The Sea Wolf had just barely made port before they'd been greeted by the men that were now escorting Nox through the city and into what he could only assume to be the palace that housed the ruling class. The only words they spoken was that they'd been sent by the Tiger Triarch of Volantis who wished to speak with him, and only him. Besides announcing whom they were looking for and why, the only clue as to their identity was the strange small Nexu-like creature that was engraved onto the chest of their armor. A tiger, if Nox remember correctly. And the symbol of one of the two main ruling powers of Volantis. Naturally, the men of the north appeared more than slightly put off on the manner to which he'd been summoned, but Nox had dismissed their concerns. If anything, Nox was curious as to how exactly the Triarchs of Volantis knew he was here. And more specifically, why one of them requested a meeting with him before he could even take 2 steps on dry land. Hold, one of the guards called out just as they were about to enter the palace proper while holding out his hand. His accent thick and the words sounded odd, as if he wasn't entirely sure of what he was saying. Obviously, the Westerosi tongue was not native or widely spoken in this land. Weapon. Reaching down to his waist, Nox pulled out his lightsaber hilt and flipped it around and held it out for the guard to take. The guard who'd asked hesitantly reached out and took the offered hilt before looking the object over. Confusion as to just what he was looking at clear across his face. As he did, Nox subtly waved his hand across the front of his chest. It is no real weapon. I am carrying no weapons. The guard scoffed. This. No weapon. He said in broken Westeros before handing his lightsaber back. Come. Tiger Mager waits. While they walked through the expansive palace, Nox let his senses flow, taking in everything he could. Which, surprisingly, wasn't much. The palace, despite being the middle of the day, seemed almost empty save for a few servants, or rather slaves, that were scurrying about trying to complete their assigned tasks while making sure to pay no mind to Nox and the guards that were escorting him through the corridors. This Tiger Mager apparently doesn't want our discussion here to be known. Nox concluded as he pulled his sense back into himself. Yet he had his personal guards pull me off the ship almost as soon as we docked. Politics at its finest, I see. As they left the slaves behind and entered what felt like a more residential part of the palace, Nox quickly started going over everything he'd learned about Volantis's ruling structure. They are ruled by a triarchy, 3 men from 2 different political stances. The tigers and the elephants. The tigers are considered the old blood, and represent the more militaristic side of Volantis. while the elephants favor trade and are backed by the merchants of the city. A representative of Westeros being presented to the Triarchs wouldn't be unheard of, but they care little for Westeros and consider the land a backwater. But I am not being brought to the Triarchs as a whole. Just one. The Tiger Mager. And with the amount of security and secrecy, he doesn't want my presence here with him to be general knowledge. Which means, he wants something. Well, if nothing else, this little excursion will certainly break up the boredom that months on the water has brought about. Soon enough, his escort stopped outside a seemingly random and, frankly, ordinary-looking door given the decor of the palace. Reaching out with his senses, he could sense only a single individual within. Inside, the guard who'd asked for his weapon commanded, stepping aside as the rest of the guards took up positions outside the door. We wait. Listen. Trouble start. You die. Fair enough, Nox acknowledged, pushing open the door and entering the room. The Valyria Expedition Part 3. Just like the door, the room seemed to go against the opulent nature of the rest of the palace. The room was small and sparsely furnished with plain-looking furniture. The center of the room was dominated by a table, and sitting at the table across from the entrance was the only other occupant of the room. A glass pitcher of what looked like wine next to him and 2 glass cups, both filled, sitting before him. The man himself stood in stark contrast to the dull room. His robes were made of silk, inlaid with gold accents around the cuffs and collar. White streaks ran through his dark hair that was combed back and oiled down. And despite himself, Nox found himself taking a liking to the man. Not because of his looks, blindness did have its usefulness, but rather his presence in the Force. While not Force-sensitive, the man had a commanding presence that Nox had only experienced a few times in his life. Primarily amongst the highest echelons of the Sith Imperial military. This was a man who carved his own path. A man that Nox felt like he could come to respect. Lord Nox of Westeros, the man said, rising to his feet. His accent heavy even though his words were crisp and flowed as if he had always spoken the Westeros tongue. The Northern Sorcerer, scourge of the Ironborn and breaker of the Greyjoys. Your reputation precedes you. I am Triarch Malaquo Mager of the Tigers. I welcome you to Volantis and thank you for coming on such short notice. I do hope my men were not too brash. They are loyal, but oftentimes the Tiger Guards can lack the subtlety that is needed. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Triarch Mager, Nox greeted back, inclining his head. And do not worry, your men were completely professional. But I must admit that you have me at a disadvantage, Triarch. I was not aware that my name, nor that I would be here in Volantis, had reached your ears. The Triarch smiled, a sense of not quite pleasure but close, raced through him. No doubt he was pleased at seemingly catching Nox off guard. The Ironborn and their deeds are known across the world, Lord Nox. Hearing that you blackened their eyes and humiliated them brought more than a few smiles to more than a few merchants across Essos and even the Summer Islands. Pausing, the Triarch retook his seat, motioning for Nox before continuing. And as for how I knew you would be here in Volantis, well, let us say that I have a few friends in Bravos that informed me of your presence and your possible destination. Taking the offered seat, Nox met the man's gaze with his sightless one as the two sat across from one another. And I take it that the reason that I am meeting you here in this seemingly infrequently visited part of the palace instead of the main reception room, and why your men brought me through what seemed to be an infrequently used entrance, and why the other 2 Triarchs are not present, is because you have something you wish to discuss with me and me alone. Something personal. The Triarch's lips twitched as he pushed one of the chalices towards him. I can appreciate a man with a direct approach such as yours. So much time spent taking in circles with the elephants while trying to discern their plots within plots and games. It makes you truly appreciate the few times you can have an honest conversation with someone. And you are at least mostly correct. The reason I asked to speak with you is because of a rather delicate situation I find myself in. A situation that, if handled incorrectly, could lead to a serious backlash not just for myself, but for my family as well. Taking the offered cup, Nox paused as he let a gentle wave of the Force to saturate the wine, checking for anything nefarious. Finding none, he raised the cup and took a slight sip. If my reputation has preceded myself like you say, then you will know that I am not one for random acts of charity. You will be compensated, my lord. Perhaps not in gold, but in something even more useful. Information. Now Nox was intrigued. You have my attention, Triarch. Taking a small drink, the Triarch took a moment to collect himself. Half a year ago, my family nearly experienced a great tragedy. My son and daughter were playing on the walls bordering the Raiwan River with some of their friends. My son, barely even a boy, slipped away from everyone while they were distracted. By the time anyone realized he was missing, he had fallen into the river and the current had swept him under. No one knew where he was, save for one, a slave of a fishing vessel who saw my son fall into the water. He dove in after him, pulled him out, and, once ashore, breathed life back into my son's lungs. However, that is when the true hardships began. Leaning back, Nox idly swirled the contents of his glass. I take it that in Volantis, it is against the law for a slave to put their hands on one of noble standing. And such an action carries a penalty of either the loss of said hand, or death. Am I correct? The Triarch nodded. You are correct. Had the man been of free blood, I would have seen him and his family richly rewarded. But as he was a slave, I was forced to have him executed for not only laying his hands on my son, but for cracking his ribs as well, even though he did so in order to try and save my son's life. Had I not, then your opponents in the elephants would have jumped on the political advantage and campaigned that you flaunted the law in favor of your own family. Nox finished for him. My people have a saying for such an instance as the one you described. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. That saying is more apt than you might believe in this instance, the Triarch agreed. The tigers pride themselves on following the law to the letter. Had I not executed the man, I would have lost respect and standing amongst my fellow tigers and, as you mentioned, the elephants would have jumped on the incident in an attempt to ostracize not only myself, but my family as well. My wife understood the situation, and thankfully my son is still too young to realize what all had happened. But the same cannot be said for my daughter. She was very vocal in her opposition to my handling of the situation. And now she means to take what she can and leave Volantis behind and strike out on her own. And short of locking her up in a prison, I fear there is nothing I can do to stop her. Nox began putting the pieces together as to why he'd been summoned. But a nagging sensation in the back of his mind was telling him that he didn't have the whole picture yet. And a ship that makes berth in northern Westeros, a land that is well known to have harsh laws against slavery of any kind, would be the ideal ship for her to barter passage aboard. I take it that you wish for me to deny her said passage. Sighing, the Triarch downed his glass in a single go. Unfortunately, no. If you were to deny her passage, my daughter will simply find another way to leave our shores. She's far too smart and resourceful for her own good sometimes. I wish for you to accept her on board your vessel and see to it that she reaches the shores of Westeros in good health, and perhaps even introduce her to House Stark as well. Nox scratched at his chin as a few more pieces fell into place. And what do I get out of this? You say that you can't pay me in gold, but rather information. I take it that you know what my destination is, so I take it whatever information you have to trade regards Valyria in some form. You are correct. The Triarch nodded as he reached down and brought forth a leather binder and set it on the table. A century ago, the Triarchs of Volantis launched an expedition to Valyria in hopes of recovering some of the lost secrets of the Dragon Lords. The expedition was met with failure as not a single ship returned. However, that was merely the story the Tigers, and my family specifically, told the public. In truth, a single vessel returned from the smoking sea. The few men that managed to survive were mad, to say the least. They spoke of monsters that swam in the waters protecting the broken peninsula. Of stone men that attacked any boat that got too close to shore. And worsening nightmares as they drew closer to the heart of old Valyria. Men driven mad by voices in the shadows. Beasts shaped like men but with little thought. Things that could make even a man's worst nightmare seem tame in comparison. Fearful of what the men had witnessed, and worried they would incite a panic, my ancestors had the crew killed to the last man and the ship sunk before reporting that there were no survivors. The only thing that survived the destruction was this, a single map that shows the route the ships managed to take to navigate through the smoking sea and the broken peninsula to the heart of Valyria. As payment for taking my daughter on your vessel and your guarantee of her safe passage and an introduction to House Stark, I offer you a copy of this chart. It was all Nox could do to not allow his surprise to show on his face. Such a chart would be invaluable to him and the expedition. To be sure, he could use the Force to navigate through the smoking sea, but having the chart would make such navigation much simpler. That chart is almost priceless in the right hands, Nox thought. And, certainly, worth the cost of passage on board the Sea Wolf. But it is almost. No, not almost. It is overkill. His love for his daughter is as clear as day through the Force. But still, what isn't he telling me? The chart for passage and protection for a single individual and to introduce her to the Starks. Oh, there it is. Now the pieces are in place. Setting his glass down, he gave the Triarch a half grin. Well played, Triarch Maegor. Well played, indeed. For one who apparently despises the plots of the elephants, this scheme of yours is one of the more well-crafted I have ever encountered. Well played, indeed. He could feel the surprise race through the Triarch as the man drew himself straight. I do not know what you mean. Yes, you do, Nox countered with a smile. Your plan is incredibly well thought out. You will not only be able to recover your political position that is being threatened after the whole incident with the slave saving your son, but you will actually be able to enhance your position. The Triarch's surprise turned to curiosity as the man leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. And what, pray tell, plot do you see in trying to ensure the safety of my daughter? Smirking, Nox went about laying out the man's plan. You love your daughter, there is no doubt of that. I can hear it in your voice and see it through the Force. However, her open rebellion against the laws of Volantis have caused you and your family strife, politically speaking, of course. But what would be worse than her outspoken views would be if it became common knowledge that she ran away from her family over a slave. That would certainly damage your reputation and no doubt ensure that you will never hold the Triarch seat again. And while you saw to it that this meeting between us would be confidential, my visit will become common knowledge soon enough, and the fact that I spoke with you in private. Combined with the fact that your daughter will be seen publicly leaving on a Westerosi vessel, the tale will spread that you sent her to Westeros, instead of her just running away. But that is only the beginning of your play. Once she is confirmed to be safe in Westeros and in the company of House Stark, word will spread about her location, either by your own mouth or through an intermediary. The only daughter of Triarch Maegor of the Tigers not only in Westeros, but under the protection of House Stark, will cause more than a few brows to rise. Particularly in Myr, the only other competitor in the glass trade the North has. Pausing, Nox let his words sink in before proceeding. Of course, you have no intention of seeking a formal betrothal between your daughter and House Stark, but that doesn't matter. The mere fact that your daughter is in the North will be cause for concern for Myr, as they have lost almost all their business in Westeros to the north. And now even Bravos and Pentos are starting to import northern glass. With your daughter in the north, and the knowledge that she didn't run away of her own accord spread, Myr will naturally think that you are seeking to make some sort of trade agreement between Volantis and the north. In turn, they will no doubt be willing to renegotiate terms of their trade agreement with Volantis in the hopes of keeping your business. And with this new negotiation, you will be able to save the merchants and the nobles in the city hundreds of thousands over the years. And you, because of that, you will gain the grudging respect of the elephants, as well as the continued respect of your own tigers, thereby reaffirming you hold on your seat as one of the Triarchs of Volantis. The Triarch remained silent throughout it all, his face completely passive, but his emotions anything but. By the time Nox had finished, the Triarch's emotions had ranged from surprised to angered before finally settling on impressed. I must say, Lord Nox, your reputation failed to mention your mastery of the game, as the Westeros nobles like to call it. But I must ask, what gave me away? For starters, the information you offered, Nox answered. In short, you overpaid for your daughter's safe voyage. A lesser man might not look at such a gift with suspicion, but I have had experience with offers that seem too good to be true. Then there was also the insistence of your daughter's introduction to the Starks. Not to mention, this glass pitcher you have. I don't know how you got your hands on it, probably a trader from Bravos. But it is northern glass. An odd piece to have, seeing as how Myr has tightened their hold over the glass trade south of the Stepstones in the past year. And your potential counter that you could not have thought of this so quickly went out the window the moment you informed me that you knew of my impending arrival after receiving said information from Bravos. Which would have given you a week or two at least to develop this plot. And, may I say, it is indeed a masterful play. Your daughter gets to live her life as she sees fit, your family's reputation gets repaired and even enhanced, and you get to hold onto your seat. As I said, masterful. Refilling his glass, the Triarch smiled. Impressive, Lord Nox, most impressive. But now you leave me in a quandary. Had you not laid out my plans before me, we would have gone our separate ways with no issue, but now, taking a sip, the Triarch sighed. Killing you is out of the question. I've been caught in my own plot in that regards as I need you alive. Which means I need to buy your silence. Thankfully, I have one other piece of information that I believe will be enough to make sure that what was spoken here today remains between the two of us. Downing his own glass, Nox fixed the Triarch with a grin. Let's hear it. There are certain individuals currently in Volantis that I believe you would be most interested in learning about, Lord Nox, Triarch Maegor stated. One of whom just happens to be asking quite a few questions about you in particular. Standing in a side street off one of the many busy market streets of Volantis, Jon Snow slowly spun in a tight circle as he took in his surroundings as best he could with both his eyes and through the force as his master had instructed him. The voices of the merchants and citizens speaking in several tongues were so loud that he could barely even hear himself think. But despite the noise ringing in his ears, he was able to identify a dozen armed guards, tiger guards he thought they were called, walking through the market on patrol. Their brightly polished armor shining in the midday sun. Though, those weren't the only guards, just the ones he could see with his eyes. Through the force, he could sense another dozen men that were shadowing their armored counterparts through the crowded streets. The formation of the guards seemed odd to Jon. Why would they have one set in full plate armor and a second set following close behind in plain clothing that any common man would wear? Don't think like you would in the north, Jon. He remembered his master telling him before they even stepped foot onto Essos soil. This is not the north. Not all men have honor like the Starks have. If anything, my travels have shown me that your family is more of an outlier than the norm. As much a shame as that is. So, if you see something you don't understand, think of it from a less honorable manner. Watching the guards, Jon tried to put into play what Nox had told him. The ones in front don't even have their hands on their weapons, and they're not making any strange movements, they're just there. Almost as if they're trying to bait. Wait, could that be it? The more Jon thought about it, the more it made sense to him. The guards in front, while sticking out like a sore thumb, as Master Nox would say, did not have their weapons out or even have their hands on their weapons. And none of them seemed ready to respond to any attack. But the ones tailing behind, Jon could sense just how alert those men were. And that was the point. If there were any lawbreakers, they would see the guards in the front, purposefully. And they would miss the ones tailing behind. It was strangely ingenious. Letting his head fall back against the building he was leaning against, Jon let out a sigh. While watching the people of the city was interesting, if more than slightly disheartening considering just how many slaves lived within the confines of Volantis's walls, that wasn't exactly why Jon was reaching out with his senses. No, he was reaching out through the force to try and locate his master Nox, or rather any of the Northmen that departed the ship and had tried to follow Nox. Why? Because Jon had become separated from that group and now he was utterly and completely lost. He'd thought Braavos was large, and it certainly was. Nearly double the size of White Harbor, and the seat of House Manderley was the largest settlement in the Northern Kingdom. But Braavos completely dwarfed White Harbor, and Volantis was easily far larger than Braavos. Jon honestly couldn't understand just how, or why, so many people would choose to live so close to one another. In the north, such proximity was necessary to fight against the cold. But that wasn't an issue here. If anything, the people of Essos had the exact opposite problem in that it was far too hot in this land. Enough, Jon, he scolded himself as removed himself from the wall and started walking down the alleyway, his mind wandering slightly as he stretched out his senses, trying to find his master or anyone from the north. This isn't time for sightseeing or wondering how so many people live so close to one another without having the city smell something awful. I need to ouch. Stumbling back a few steps, Jon blinked as he righted himself to see just what he'd run into. Running into someone. Master Nox is never going to let me live this down. His thoughts faded as he spotted what, or rather whom, he'd run into. On the ground just before him was a young girl that was perhaps his own age at the oldest. With blonde silver hair and striking violet eyes. I'm sorry, Jon stammered while holding out his hand to help her up. I didn't see you there. Here, let me help. He just barely managed to suppress his wince from showing as he immediately felt a spike of fear roll off the girl as she unconsciously slid back slightly from his offered hand. Her eyes staring at him wide-eyed and fearful. I'm sorry, Jon said, lowering his hand slightly and trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. I didn't mean to scare you and I don't mean you any harm and you probably don't understand a word I'm saying, do you? I probably sound like a fool, don't I? I speak the common tongue, the young girl said, slowly reaching out and taking his offered hand, shocking him in more ways than one. And I don't think you sound like a fool. Taking a hold of her hand, which he couldn't help but notice was very soft, Jon helped the young woman to her feet. She speaks the common tongue. Her hands have no calluses on them. And that dress looks like it cost a small fortune, he thought as the young woman brushed the dirt off her dress. She has to be a nobleman's daughter. Are you here alone, my lady? The young woman froze. No. I'm here with my brother. We travel a lot. We have too. Ever since. Well, we can't stay in one place for too long. Not without help. It was obvious from her tone that she did not care for her current situation. And for some reason he felt some sort of, almost connection to the young woman before him. It was strange. He never felt this sort of protectiveness before. Well, that's not true. He felt this way around Arya. But this young woman, she was a stranger to him, yet still he needed, to help her. Almost as if she were kin. I'm sorry to hear that, my lady. Is there anything I can do to help? The young girl looked surprised as a warm feeling flooded from her. But that warm sensation in her face fell immediately as Jon felt someone approaching them. Dany, where the fuck have you? Who the fuck are you to touch my sister? Fucking peasant scum. Remove your hand or I will have it removed. The Valyria Expedition Part 4 spinning on his heel, hand reaching for the small dagger, while unconsciously putting the young girl protectively behind him, Jon faced the source of the voice. The man had the same blonde white hair as the young girl, Dany he guessed her name was, and he had her same violet eyes. But that was where the similarities ended. At least to Jon and through the Force. Where the young girl, Dany, was obviously timid, there was a strength and compassion just under the surface. This man, however, the only word that Jon could think to describe what he felt was, putrid. Brother, the young, Dany, said warily. Enough. I care not for you excuses. Now come. We are leaving this infernal city and those pathetic fools who should have supported my claim with open arms. The man nearly shouted, spittle flying from his lips as he reached out and roughly grabbed Dany by the arm and began pulling her along. Come now. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you, sister? Then stop your sniffling and move. Jon's hand tightened on his dagger as he stepped forward to intervene. No brother should ever dare to treat his sister in such a way. He might not always get along with his trueborn siblings, but he would never dare even think of manhandling them in such a manner. He'd started to move, little more than a slight shifting of his weight, but he was stopped as Dany turned her violet eyes to him. She looked resigned. Not only that, but her eyes were almost begging him to not do anything. As if she were afraid for him, rather than being afraid of what was happening to her. So despite wanting so very much to run his dagger into the man's heart and end his life, Jon forced himself to let go of his dagger and stand back as the man pulled Dany away from him before disappearing into the crowded street. Even after they'd left, Jon wanted to go after them. He could sense her. He didn't know how or why, but if he closed his eyes he could easily point to where she was in the crowd. Why her? Jon thought, trying to fight against his urge to go after her. This isn't one of Sansa's silly stories where the knight swoops in and sweeps the maiden off her feet and they kiss. I don't want that, but I do want to protect her. But why her? I've seen something like that happen at every other street corner since I got lost in this city. But never once had I felt such a desire. No, need, to protect someone. Just what is Jon's world spun as he felt his legs go out from underneath him. His back hit the stone road hard, driving the air from his lungs as a boot came down on his throat. Pathetic acolyte. Having your head so far in the clouds you couldn't even sense my approach nor intent. Had I wished, you'd be dead right now and never even know it. The boot left his throat, and Jon was left coughing as he tried to bring some air back into his lungs while looking up at the sightless face of his mentor. Even though the cloth covered his eyes, Jon could feel the disappointment in them at his pathetic display. Sorry, master, he coughed, rising to his feet. Nox didn't offer to help him rise. Not that Jon had expected him to. If there was one thing that Nox could never be accused of, it was being soft to those who he deemed worthy of his time. He'd lost count of the number of times he, Robb, and even Theon could barely walk from the training grounds. Whether it be from pure exhaustion, or from the simple fact that the three had been beat so mercilessly that they could hardly walk without causing pain. He'd thought, along with the others, that Arya's addition to their training would soften the sorcerer slightly. But they'd been wrong. Nox hadn't relented just because Arya was with them. If anything, he grew more demanding. And what was the most embarrassing was the fact that it was his little sister, the she-wolf reborn as the people of Winterfell had taken to calling her, that was always the first to get back to her feet and ready to face the next challenge. Next time I won't be so lenient, acolyte. Yes, master, Jon nodded, dusting himself off. Where were you, master? Those men just took you and you disappeared. Motioning for him to follow, Master Nox turned and marched away, leaving Jon almost running to catch up as the two began weaving through the crowded streets. The Triarch wished to speak with me. On what matter I will not say now. But his reasoning will become apparent to you soon. Yes, master, Jon replied dutifully, before looking around and noticing that they were moving in the opposite direction of where Jon believed the harbor was located. Where are we going, master? Nox didn't spare him a glance, not that he could, nor did he break his stride. Apparently, there is someone who wishes to meet with me here in Volantis. Someone who has been trying to dig into my past. So, we're going to meet him. For now, you will stay in my shadow and be quiet and observe. And don't even think that I have forgotten about your lack of self-awareness just a few minutes ago. We will be discussing that, at length. And I doubt you will be making the same mistake twice. Jon could only gulp as he dutifully followed the sorcerer through the crowded streets, fearful of just what sort of twisted and no doubt painful lesson Nox would have in store for him later. I should have just gone after that girl. Coming upon the place that had been given to him by the Triarch, Nox paused outside the building as he realized just where he'd been sent. Which was more than slightly obvious given that some of the wares were out on nearly full display on the street near the entrance. I take it this was a joke that the Triarch decided to play on me. The brothel, for that was exactly what the establishment here was quite immaculate. He could tell that all the women and men that were posing and showing off their offerings were well taken care of. Then there was the structure itself. Open and spacious, golden and glass drinking pitchers scattered throughout the main reception hall. All in all, this establishment obviously catered towards the lords and ladies of the land rather than the poor. While Nox had no qualms about entering such an establishment, the same could not be said for his young acolyte by his side. Master Nox. This place, as a brothel, Jon. Nox replied, turning his head towards the young man. And what of it? Jon was practically shaking in place as he pointedly looked everywhere besides at the workers of the brothel. Won't Lady Nyra be upset with you, visiting a place like this? Yes, but only if I came to such an establishment looking to partake in the services offered, Nox replied. Now, control yourself, Jon. Think of this as a test. I've known women fighters who went as far as flashing their tits at their adversary in order to gain an advantage. I'm not saying that such a thing will happen to you, but you must be ready for anything and everything. Which means getting over this hang-up you have with the fairer gender. And before you start trying to deny my words, don't. I can sense your emotions probably better than you can. And, in case you forgot, we share a cabin and you talk in your sleep, Daisy and Asha at the same time, huh? Quite the imagination you have. He didn't need to see to know that Jon's face had gone red from his neck to the roots of his hair. Chuckling, he turned heel and marched into the main reception hall of the brothel and walked up to a woman standing near a desk who was bent over a book with a quill daftly scribbling notes on the page. Once Nox and the still blushing Jon reached the desk, the woman looked up, a smile plastered across her face as she started talking in High Valyrian. Greetings, my lord. Welcome to. Oh, another blasted mummer looking for a free lay. Tilting his head, Nox regarded the woman before him through the force. Arrogance, anger, annoyance, all wrapped into one. Forgive me, but my High Valyrian is not that good. But did you just refer to me as a mummer for some reason? The madam of the brothel scoffed and shook her head before waving her hand. At least the foolish mummers that came before you at least had the decency to learn a civilized tongue before trying to get a free lay. And while you may make a decent replication of the Northern Sorcerer, the chosen of the Lord of Light, that does not entitle you to free services. Now pay like everyone else, or my 2 guards behind you will remove you from my establishment. Nox could sense the 2 men that had quietly made their way behind himself and Jon. Each were taller than Nox by at least a head and were twice as thick. Both physically and mentally, judging by the quick pass Nox did over each man. By his side, he could sense Jon Titan, ready to pounce at a moment's notice if need be. I assure you, madam, I am no mummer. And I am not here to partake in your establishment's specialty. I'm merely here seeking one of your patrons. The madam's annoyance only grew with his words. That information is privileged, foreign mummer. Now if you aren't here to partake, then leave. Time is coin, and I have no desire to waste more speaking with the likes of you. Remove him. Very well. Nox sighed, I guess we do this the hard way then. Closing his hand, Nox raised his left hand. Cries of alarm sounded with the unmistakable sensation of fear as the 2 towering guards were lifted into the air by an invisible force. Both men clutching at their throats as they desperately tried to breathe through Nox's hold on them. Keeping them aloft for a moment, Nox waited until he had everyone's attention before throwing both men through one of the columns in the room, shattering bone and stone as the 2 men went clean through the pillar. Sensing another guard rushing at him, his right hand moved with a motion honed from years of training as he effortlessly summoned his lightsaber into his right hand and igniting the blade. The man, seeing the sudden appearance of his lightsaber, tried desperately to halt his advance, but his size and momentum worked against him, and without even having to move, Nox took the man's right arm clean from his shoulder as the guard passed him by. Bringing his lightsaber forward, Nox held the humming blade in front of the madam of the brothel. Now, shall we try this again? Or do I need to make more examples of your guards? Instead of answering, the madam of the brothel completely floored Nox as she nearly ran around counter. She was standing behind and threw herself at his feet, prostrating herself and refusing to look up at him. Chosen of R'hllor, I beg your forgiveness, my lord. I never thought you would ever step foot in my establishment. Please, forgive my ignorance. If you wish, I will have a dozen of my best girls, or boys, ready and willing to serve your every whim, regardless of what that might be. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox flipped the hilt around and tucked the weapon back into the folds of his robe. Expanding his senses, he absorbed everything in the immediate vicinity of himself and Jon. The madam's anger and arrogance were long gone, replaced with a tremendous amount of fear and awe, as if she were both delighted and scared shitless at his mere presence. And she wasn't the only one. Most of the patrons and workers of the brothel were in similar states as the madam, many of whom had dropped to their knees and had their heads bowed low. Well, fuck, Nox cursed. Having been the figurehead for a cult on Nar Shaddaa, he could easily recognize the sudden shift in the room regarding his presence. These people worshipped him. Useful, but dangerous as well. Devotees like these were useful, but one needed to handle them with care as their devotion often blinded them and made them more trouble than they were worth. Followers of the Red God, R'hllor. I was mostly sure that the Triarch was overstating my standing amongst the followers of this Red God. But, apparently, he was actually understating things. Nox thought, trying to plan out his next few moves carefully. Perhaps I should have talked with that Red Priest, Thoros, more during the Greyjoy rebellion. Perhaps then I would understand more on just why these people seem to think I'm their messiah. Rise, Nox commanded, prompting almost the whole room to immediately rise to their feet. There is no need for you to kneel before me now. And while your offer is enticing, I will have to pass. I am not here seeking the pleasures of the flesh. Rather, I am here to speak with someone. A Westerosi man who is asking question about me specifically. I'm sure I don't need to tell you more than that, madam. The madam, who'd quickly rose to her feet at his command, nodded. Yes, chosen one, I know who you speak of. However, he and his companion arrived just before you and your ward, and requested the services of some of my best. I can disturb them, however, if you wish. Shaking his head, Nox waved off her recommendation. There is no need. However, I would like a quiet place to sit and relax while I wait for your guest and his companion to finish. Of course, chosen one. I have the perfect room for you and your ward. And I will send word to the one you wished to speak to that you desire a meeting when he is finished. The madam nodded before turning her head and speaking in High Valyrian. Slave. Bring the chosen of R'hllor to the best resting room and see to any needs he and his ward might have. And be quick about it or I'll see you sent down to the brothel at the docks. A young girl with black hair and sun-kissed skin with a single large red teardrop tattooed beneath her right eye stepped forward, her eyes cast firmly downwards. May I escort you, my lord? Staring at the young woman, Nox felt the familiar knot form in his gut whenever he was face to face with a slave. Having been a slave for a good portion of his youth and having experienced the cruelty of such a position, his views of slavery were not favorable. But at the same time, life within the Sith Empire had forced him to accept the reality of slavery. So, while he hated the practice, he was accepting of it. A contradiction to be sure, but one that he could not help. But perhaps, there was an opportunity. It would take some time, but with his apparent standing amongst the faith of this land and the moves he'd already begun to perform, perhaps he could gain something similar to his Screaming Blade cult from Nar Shaddaa before he left Volantis' shores in a few days. Please do. Nox nodded, motioning for Jon to follow. Come on, Jon. Keep your head on straight and your mind open. Try not to get too distracted by what you're about to see and hear. Walking through the brothel was interesting, to say the least. While he couldn't see them physically, Nox wasn't immune from the forced sight of women and even some men running from room to room nearly or completely naked. And then were the noises emanating from the rooms, needless to say the sights and sounds more than slightly distracting. But where Nox was able to ignore the sights and sounds, Jon was not. The young man was completely flushed as he kept his eyes firmly trained on the floor as they walked. But that still didn't help. And his emotions were going crazy with all of the lust and desire nearly overriding his senses. Not good, Nox thought, an idea of a new training regime coming to mind. It would definitely test the acolytes' abilities to stay focused, but I doubt Lord Stark, let alone Lady Stark, would agree to having a few whores going at it on the sidelines while the boys and Arya went through their daily training regime. Coming upon their room, the slave opened the door and dutifully stood off to the side to allow them to enter before her. The room looked as if it would cost a small fortune to rent out. Spacious with several couches with silk coverings and pillows scattered throughout and a balcony that gave one an almost perfect view of the Raiwan River and the soon-to-be setting sun. But that wasn't all that there was to the room. The moment he had stepped in, the noise of the brothel had almost completely disappeared. Interesting. They actually figured out a means of soundproofing a room. Without uttering a word, the slave girl went about preparing the room for the two of them. Setting out cups and placing a pitcher nearby, even fluffing the pillows and straightening the silk sheets as well. After a minute of her moving about the room, the slave girl meekly stood before him. Excitement and desire coursing through her. Is there anything else this one can do for the chosen of R'hllor? This one is yours to use. No, he stated, placing a finger under her chin and forcing her to look up at him. Thank you, but we would like some privacy until our guest arrives. I will send my compliments of your service to your madam. The girl preened under the praise before swiftly curtsying so low she nearly touched the floor and scampering off. Now alone with Jon, Nox sat down on one of the couches and took one of the cups and the pitcher. Have a seat, Jon. Nox ordered, taking a whiff of the liquid inside the pitcher, a very fruity wine, and pouring himself a glass. We have a bit to discuss. Jon, finally getting a hold of himself, took the seat across from Nox. Yes, Master Nox. What? Enough stammering, Jon. Nox demanded, cutting his acolyte off. You need to control yourself better than this. Swallowing, Jon nodded. I'll try. Flicking his fingers, Nox sent a small burst of the force at Jon, slapping upside the back of his head. What have I said about trying? Rubbing the back of his head, Jon looked down at the floor. That if you try, you will fail. There is no try. You either do, or you do not. Correct. Nox nodded, leaning back and taking a savoring sip of the fine wine. So, tell me, what just occurred that seemed odd? He could almost see the gears turning in his young acolyte's head as he ran the last few moments through his head. The people here, they almost seem to worship you. Not almost. They do, Nox countered, his own thoughts wandering on the situation he suddenly found himself in. They seem to have concluded that I am their God's chosen one. And therefore, I am basically the living embodiment of the Red God in their eyes. Why? Jon asked, leaning forward. I didn't think you worship the Red God, or any of the gods for that matter. I don't, Nox nodded. I follow the will of the Force, which can be argued to be the will of the gods if you wanted to be philosophical about it, but that is not the point. Think. Why would the followers of the Red God think that I am some chosen of their God? Jon stared off towards the balcony watching over the city. I don't know. Apparently, I need to have you start spending more time in the library with your friend, Samwell, instead of spending so much time in the training yard. Or perhaps you believe that since something is not native to the shores of Westeros, that it is no concern of yours, Nox sighed, making Jon recoil in on himself. But to save you from further embarrassing yourself, I'll educate you this time. The Red Priests are known to perform feats of magic, akin to what you and your kin can do. But unlike myself and those I train, the Red Priests and Priestess do not believe that their power comes from the Force. Rather, they believe that the power they wield is a gift from their God. Compared to us, their acts of magic are mere parlor tricks and they know it. And before you ask, I had a few conversations with a Red Priest that was in accompaniment of King Robert during the Greyjoy Rebellion. And he told me himself, that no Red Priest or Priestess in all of their history even wielded a fraction of the power I have. So, because you can use the Force and you're far more powerful than them, they believe that power is because their God gifted it to you. Jon half questioned, half stated. Is it really such a strange concept? Nox asked, trying to open his young acolyte's mind more. Many in the North believe that I, yourself, and your Stark kin have been blessed by the old gods. And there are rumblings south of the neck that perhaps the Seven blessed the Starks for Lord Stark taking a faithful Andal wife. People often look for simple explanations to that which they do not understand. And religion, no matter the place, can offer those answers. But I do not believe that it is my power alone that has driven the followers of the Red God to believe I am some chosen one. No, I believe that is because of something else, along with my power. My lightsaber. At this, the look of understanding on Jon's face quickly vanished. Your lightsaber. Why would that make people believe you are some god's chosen one? Wetting his lips, he swirled the wine around in the glass. It has to do with one of the more infamous stories within the religion of R'hllor. The story of Azor Ahai, if I pronounced that correctly. Long and short of it, he was some figure in history who apparently defeated a great darkness by wielding a sword called Lightbringer. The blade was said to glow red and carried the heat of Azor Ahai's lover within. The blade could burn through any armor and cut any enemy down. And was the only weapon that could defeat the great evil Azor Ahai fought against. And the followers of R'hllor believe that one day, their ancient savior will return and with him Lightbringer will come forth once more to defeat a new great evil. Whether the tale is true or not, we may never know. But the followers of the Red God believe it to be so. So, can you see how my lightsaber might be the fabled Lightbringer? So, the people who follow this Red God believe that you are some promised champion destined to lead them in battle against some great evil. Jon pieced together. But, how do you know all of this? I didn't think that the library of Winterfell had any books or scrolls that tell of this Red God. I know because, unlike some, I take the time to study any land that I am about to venture into, Nox said, fixing his acolyte with an accusing sightless look that had the young man squirming in his seat. But you are right. There are very few tomes in Winterfell that have details on the different religions or histories of any land outside of Westeros. But while we were in Bravos, I procured several books and have spent our time since learning all I could. Now, I believe that will conclude this lesson. Our guest is about to arrive. While he is here, Keep your mouth shut unless asked something specific and watch carefully. Perhaps you might learn something. The words were just past his lips when the door to their sitting room was flung open, allowing their guest to march in. His tunic was unbuttoned, and his breathing labored slightly as sweat still clung to his skin. The man's presence in the force was not necessarily what Nox was expecting. It was refined. This was a man who, despite his being born into privilege, worked hard to refine his skills, and it showed. But with that refinement came a degree of arrogance. The man was good, and he knew it. And just behind the man was a woman who was still in the process of arranging her dress as she labored to keep up with her lover. He could feel the man assessing the room the moment he walked in. He acknowledged Jon's presence, but seemed to dismiss him quickly enough as his attention landed on Nox. I must say, a brothel in Volantis is the last place I ever expected to make your acquaintance, Sorcerer Nox. Rising to his feet, he motioned for Jon to do the same. Usually, you would be correct, Prince Baron Martell of Dorne, Nox greeted the man, inclining his head slightly in acknowledgement. As for yourself, given your reputation, the largest and best brothel in a city would always be the first place I would come looking for you. He could feel the prince's amusement flutter. Well, I suppose that I could ask why you have sought me out, but that would just be insulting a man of your intellect. So, I'll skip that part and proceed straight to who your young companion is. He's pretty enough, but certainly not a pleasure boy. This is Jon Snow of House Stark, Nox said, motioning for Jon to take a step forward and properly greet the Prince of Dorne. And my acolyte in the force. A baron's curiosity spiked, as did that of his companions. Lord Stark's bastard son, he questioned, making Jon flinch at the title, which a baron noticed. Did I offend you, boy? It was not my intent. In Dorne, being a bastard does not hold the same stigma that it does in the rest of Westeros. Indeed, in Dorne, bastards are viewed as those who were born from moments of intense passion and are treated just like they were trueborn. In fact, I have 6 bastard daughters, and a 7th on the way, all of whom I love fiercely. One of whom is even in the city with us now, enjoying her own entertainment in the fighting pits, no doubt. And this lovely woman by my side here is my paramour, Ellaria Sand, daughter of House Uller and mother to 2, soon to be 3, of my lovely bastards. My lady, Nox greeted the woman, taking her offered hand and pressing his lips to the back of her hand. I might not be able to see you as your lover does, but your spirit and strength shines through the force with a brilliant vibrance. Thank you, my lord, Ellaria greeted back, her voice soft, warm, and almost flirtatious. I must say, if a baron hadn't just finished showing me such a wonderful time, I would be tempted to see if the rumors regarding your vitality are indeed true. A tempting offer, Nox smiled. It was indeed a tempting offer. The woman was beautiful in the force. But she didn't hold a candle to Nyra or Ashara. But I'm afraid that I have a paramour of my own waiting for me back in the north. And should I make such an indulgence without her presence or consent, I fear I will be eligible to join the Unsullied. Well, we can't have such a fine man like yourself fall to such a fate, a baron laughed. So, perhaps Ellaria and I will have to venture north one of these days and see if we can tempt you and your paramour into a night of debauchery unlike any the north has ever seen. Perhaps, one day, Nox chuckled. But let us leave such talks for a later time. Or else I fear my innocent acolyte here will die from embarrassment. Very well, Prince Abarin agreed, taking one of the couches across from Nox and pulling his paramour into his lap. Dare I ask why you have called me out? Outside of the obvious, of course. Taking his seat, he motioned for Jon to sit down as well. Holding out his hand, he used the force to float 2 more cups from the rack near the wall towards him before filling both glasses with the sweet wine and floating both over to Abarin and Ellaria. Well, I was curious as to how your search for information on me has been going so far. Call it professional curiosity if you will. And please, there is no need to go for that poisoned dagger on the small of Ellaria's back. Before it could even leave your fingers, I would have it buried in your throat. Abarin's amusement jumped even as the woman on his lap froze with a spike of fear. Well, you can hardly blame a man for being careful, can you? Pulling his hand out from behind Ellaria's back, Abarin produced a small finger-length blade and tossed it off to the side. Doubt it would even be of any use against you. One never knows, Nox shrugged. But, As I've learned throughout my life, it is better to err of the side of caution. You tend to live longer. Wise words, a baron nodded. So, tell me, sorcerer, what brings one such as you all the way out to Volantis? As flattered as I am that you called on me, I don't think you made the trip all the way around the free cities just looking for me. And I doubt you are here simply for pleasure, nor are you here to negotiate some sort of trade deal with the Triarchs given how far Volantis is from the north, which means, interesting. You're here to mount an expedition to Valyria. Bold of you, sorcerer. I see your time in the citadel was time well spent. Nox nodded, motioning for Jon to remain still as he sensed the spike of surprise and fear emanating from his acolyte. He needs to control his emotions more. Fuck, I'm sounding like a force-damned Jedi. You are correct, Prince Aberon. The Sea Wolf will be here for 3 days only to resupply. And then I, along with a coalition of northern volunteers, will enter Valyria with the purpose of discovering some of the lost secrets of the Valyrian Empire. Well, that is quite the ambitious adventure you have set your sights on, sorcerer, Aberon smirked, his hands idly running up and down the sides of his paramour, who'd gained a worried feel to her. And it was the feeling coming off her and Aberon that left no doubt in Nox's mind what the wayward prince was about to ask for. Before you ask, Prince Aberon, Nox said, raising his hand and catching the prince just before he could ask his question. There is still room on the Sea Wolf for yourself, your paramour, and yes, even your daughter. You will all have to share a single cabin, of course. But if you wish to join the expedition, then as Lord Stark's appointed representative, I hereby welcome you aboard. Aberon seemed to be simultaneously caught off guard and pleased with his offer. And what is your price for allowing me and mine to accompany you, sorcerer? Obedience, Nox answered back immediately, holding up his hand to forestall the prince's knee-jerk reply. Not indefinitely. Just for the duration of your time on board the Sea Wolf. I say jump, you jump. Second, we will not be returning to Volantis. So whatever vessel that brought you here will need to return without you, hopefully to your brother with an explanation as to your absence. Third, while you will be allowed to keep some of what is taken from Valyria, I must approve of you taking it before you do so, if only for your own safety. If you can agree to all of that, then you will be a welcome addition to the crew. To his credit, Aberon appeared to be considering the offer for all of a few seconds. For the chance to explore Valyria, those terms are acceptable, sorcerer. You have my spear until you bring myself, my daughter, and my love here back to Dorne. Excellent, Nox said, rising to his feet and motioning for Jon to follow suit. We cast off in 3 days, Prince Aberon. I trust you will be able to find ways to amuse yourself before we leave. Oh, I'm sure that I can find a way, sorcerer, Aberon called out to the two of them laughingly as they left the Prince of Dorne in the sitting room. Master, Jon said lowly as the two of them made their way out of the brothel, pausing only to thank the madam who nearly curtsied to the floor. What was the purpose of all of that? Partially, to gain the alliance of a strong fighter, Jon, Nox answered as the two weaved their way through the packed streets back towards the harbor. Prince Aberon's skill on the field is known throughout the realm. He is considered on the same level as the former Sword of the Morning as well as Ser Barristan the Bold. Such a man will be useful if we run into any problems. And besides his skill with a blade, the man's mind is incredibly keen when not clouded with emotion. And it never hurts to have an outsider's view on something. This will also serve to strengthen northern ties to the Dornish, who have quickly become one of our premier trading partners for raw materials. Lastly, we will be here for 3 days, acolyte. There is no doubt in my mind that the prince would have learned of our presence in such time and come to us. If he had, he would have been ready for us and we would have been on the back foot. But by coming to him in such a way, we put him on the back foot, Jon finished the thought. And with your quick offer before he could ask, you surprised him enough that he would agree to your terms before fully thinking them over. Very good, Nox congratulated his acolyte. Perhaps you are truly listening to my lessons, after all. Now, Jon, tell me about this young woman and the man that you ran into in the street. The blonde one that is currently dominating almost all of your thoughts. The Valyria expedition, too, taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, Jon Snow took a deep breath. He was desperately trying to get enough air back into his lungs as he bent down at the knees and slid his fingers underneath a large crate. In fact, By all rights, it should have been carried by no less than 2 grown men. Slowly starting to lift it alone, he leaned back to try and balance the heavy crate full of only gods knew what. But, no, his master did not see it that way. In his own words, "I've been neglecting your training, acolyte." His master had stated this morning, so, now we will rectify that. You will help with preparations for the Sea Wolf's departure. And you shall do so on your own, with no help from the rest of the crew. Managing only a few dozen steps, Jon stopped just short of the gangplank, nearly dropping the crate in the process at the edge of the dock. Gasping desperately, Jon stared up the length of the gangplank, dreading the march before him. It was the 4th such trip he'd be making with the same sized crate this morning. And the trips were not getting any easier with each successive time. Resting his hands on the crate, Jon took a quick look around the dock, taking note of the sailors and slave dock workers that were helping to load the last of the supplies Nox and Esser Manderly had ordered before they set out of what was without a doubt the longest and most daunting part of the expedition. Watching the men work, Jon took note of those who were not present to help with the last loading of the ship, which were quite a few. Most namely Asha, Daisy, Small John, Eddard Karstark, and, most importantly, his own Master Nox. The fact that Master Nox was not around was not necessarily surprising. The Northern Sorcerer had been rather, well, absent ever since they arrived in Volantis 2 days ago. For the past 2 mornings he would leave the Sea Wolf early in the morning before the sun rose and would not return till after the sun had set in the evening. No one, not even Jon, knew where he was constantly disappearing to. Though, truth be told, no one wanted to find out either. Nox, while a good man and one to be admired and idolized, was not one to go easy on anyone who tried to get in his way. The only time Jon had seen him in the city over the past 2 days was when he returned to the brothel housing Prince Aberon at Esser Manderyl's request to deliver a message to the Prince of Dorne about their departure. Jon was sure that the Knight of House Manderly had done this on purpose just to get a response out of Jon, which he succeeded in, as Jon could hardly keep the flush from his face for the rest of the day after several whores who'd seen him with Nox offered him some varied services. But it was on this trip that Jon had spotted Nox in the city, sitting at an outdoor eating area and talking to a septa for some strange reason. But before Jon could meet up with his master, Nox was gone, and so too was the woman he was talking with. Strange. The fact the others, a good portion of the crew, were missing this morning was not really a mystery either. When Nox wasn't in the city, he was in his quarters with Jon, Asha and Esser Manderly going over their approach to Valyria with the new information his master had apparently acquired from one of the Triarchs of the city. The night before they'd finally settled on a course of action, and this morning Nox had called the entire crew out onto the deck while the sun was still below the horizon. When the entire crew had gathered, Lord Nox had not minced words with them. He told the crew that they would be sailing around the southern tip of the Valyria Peninsula and approaching the ruined city using a river that should lead directly to the heart of Valyria. However, they would not be able to take the Sea Wolf down the river due to the ship's sheer size and fear of running aground and being stranded. So, they would be taking the 6 lifeboats up the river, and that he needed volunteers who were willing to brave the dangers and potentially give their very lives to reach Valyria. At first, no one moved. But then Asha stepped forward, followed by Daisy, Small John and Eddard. With the nobles setting the example, it was a relatively short time before enough volunteers had stepped forward. Once he'd had enough volunteers, Esser Manderly being the only noble who had not volunteered due to him needing to captain the return voyage should anything go wrong, Nox dismissed the rest of the crew that had not volunteered. The sorcerer had then walked up to the 40 or so men and women who had volunteered to put their very lives on the line and handed each 2 gold dragons. This might be the very last time any of you see civilization again. Lord Nox had explained to them all. No one knows what awaits us in Valyria. But be sure that everything that walks, swims, crawls and shits in Valyria will want to kill you in the most painful way possible. And know that should you fall behind, you will be left behind. And should you become a liability and put the rest at risk, I will kill you myself. Those of you willing to accept this, take 2 steps forward. The volunteers all stepped forward twice without hesitation. Good. Then take those gold dragons in your hand and live your lives tonight as if they might be your last. Because they very well might. Jon had wanted to head off into the city with the rest of the men and women, but Lord Nox had held him back, saying that he was still a bit too young for what the rest of them would be getting up to this night. And had instead assigned Jon with the daunting task of helping to load the sea wolf, without help. Shaking his head, Jon squatted down and moved his fingers underneath the edge of the crate once more, ready to make yet another trek up the gangplank. Excuse me, are you a cabin boy for this vessel? Jon nearly dropped the crate on his toes. Biting back the curse that was threatening to leave his lips at having nearly broken something, Jon turned around and froze. Standing just behind him, her eyes wide, was an incredibly beautiful girl with the sun-kissed skin that was so common here in Volantis. Shaking his head to clear it, Jon stood up fully and faced the girl who couldn't have been more than a year or two older than himself. The first thing he noticed, besides her beauty, was that she was free of any marks, tattoos, on her face, which meant she wasn't a slave. And given her dress and the way she held herself, Jon was willing to bet that she was of noble birth. And with the large rucksack slung across her back that was nearly as big as her upper half, she was looking to get away from this city for some time. Jon nodded. Not a cabin boy, though. But I came on the Sea Wolf. The woman nodded. Sea Wolf. This is a Westeros vessel, is it not? The woman seemed to sag with relief. Tell me, does the Northern Sorcerer ride this vessel? And if so, would it be possible to meet with himself or the captain? I wish to barter passage to Westeros. Jon blinked. Then blinked again. Then had to keep himself from laughing outright. How Master Nox can predict these things, by the gods. One day, I can only hope to be half as smart as him. Either that, or he has some, what did he call it? Inside information. It had been just this morning, after dismissing those who'd be accompanying them into Valyria, that Nox pulled Sir Manderly and himself aside and informed them that a young woman would be coming to them today seeking passage to Westeros. And that she was to be given it. Of course, my lady, Jon said as politely as he could through his exhaustion. If you'll follow me, I'll bring you to Lord Nox. The young woman seemed surprised that her request had been granted so quickly. And the relief she felt was so thick and obvious that Jon could sense it easily through the force. Taking her hand and leading her up the gangplank, Jon brought the young woman to Nox's cabin and, after knocking twice and waiting for his command to enter, brought her before his master. Within his cabin, Nox was where he usually was. Sitting at one end of his table with a book in one hand and the fingers of the other gliding along the written words on the pages. How he managed to read without the use of his eyes was a skill Jon knew he would never be able to figure out. But Nox could read faster than any man he'd ever known. He swore his master could go through a book a day, and that was a low estimate. Master Nox, Jon said, drawing a sharp look and spike of disapproval from the young woman. This is, gods, I apologize. I never even asked for your name, my lady. Talisa, the newly named Talisa said simply, providing no family name, while glaring at Nox. And I thought Westeros had laws against slavery. It does, Lord Nox responded. Quite harsh laws, in fact. And before this misunderstanding can continue, Jon is not my slave. He is my acolyte, my student. I am the master and he is the learner. Talisa seemed taken aback as she looked back and forth between Nox and Jon. I apologize, my lord. I did not mean to give offense. Yes, you did, Nox cut back, setting the book down. And it's understandable. But rest assured, young lady. I know what it means to be under the whip. And I can guarantee you, I gladly follow the Westeros law on the matter. But that is neither here nor there, which is why I have taken no action during our stay here. Now, perhaps we could come to the matter of why the daughter of the Tiger Triarch Maegor has come to a Westeros vessel with what looks like as many possessions as she could safely pilfer from her family home. Shock ran through Jon as his head whipped around to Talisa. He knew of the Triarchs, the rulers of the city of Volantis. And this young woman was the daughter of one of them. Why would she want to leave? And why was Master Nox dragging this out? He already informed Jon and Sir Manderly that he intended for her to come along with them. As for herself, Talisa seemed to be on the back foot as her face had gone slightly pale. I have had disagreements with my father as of late and I wish to leave Volantis behind and start a new life for myself. Free of slavery. I can promise you that my father will not send men after me. And, And I have not pilfered anything from my family's home that was not mine. You need not fear any retribution for taking me along. I see. Nox nodded, his fingers drumming against the tabletop. So, say we take you with us. How do you intend to pay for passage? And what do you intend to do once we arrive at Westeros? Bringing the daughter of a Triarch across the narrow sea is one thing. Leaving her to fend for herself and possibly get brutalized is quite another. I have coin to barter passage, Talisa quickly responded. Enough to afford passage on board any vessel and then some. I am also willing to offer my services as a healer in training to the men aboard the ship during your voyage. And, I know you are heading to Valyria, my lord. And while I may not know a lot about the home of the Lost Dragon Lords, I believe I can potentially offer some insight. As Talisa made her offer, his master just continued to stare off into the distance with his unseeing eyes. Very well. I can also provide my services in translating and, wait, did you say? I said that you can join us, Lady Talisa Mager. Master Nox repeated. Though you will be sharing a cabin with 2 other ladies during the voyage. I hope that is not an issue as our space, despite the size of the Sea Wolf, is limited. Of course not, my lord, Talisa smiled, a spark of hope swelling within her like a warm sunrise. Thank you, my lord. I promise you won't regret this. I'm sure I won't, Master Nox responded, a cryptic smile on his face. Now, if you please, I have a feeling that my acolyte would like a word with me in private. Of course, my lord, Talisa bowed before turning to him. Thank you, Acolyte John. I look forward to speaking with you more once we are on the open water and Volantis is to our backs. After she left, John turned to his master. Can you see it, John? His master asked before he could say anything. Put the pieces together. All the clues are there. Frowning, John thought deeply on everything that had happened since they'd arrived in Volantis. Nox's disappearances. Being pulled away from the ship by the Tiger Guards the moment they made port. The information he suddenly got regarding Valyria. And then, like a bolt of lightning, it hit him. The Triarch. John stated, glancing up at his master. It was the Triarch who gave you all the information about Valyria. And the price of the information was that we have to give his daughter passage to Westeros. Leaning back in his seat, Nox slowly and lightly began to clap his hands together. Not bad, Acolyte. You arrived at that conclusion quicker than I thought. Perhaps you have been paying more attention to my lessons, outside of combat, than I originally thought. John felt both delighted at the praise and insulted at the backhanded compliment. But that was just Master Nox. But why would he want to let his daughter go? Even going so far as to pay for her passage away from her home. When you figure that out, Acolyte, I will be truly impressed, Nox commented as he picked up his book once more. Now, don't you have more crates to load up? I believe you are on your 4th crate. John's mood immediately dropped. Yes, master. Best get back to it then, Nox said, flipping open his book. But why you are simply using brute strength instead of the force is just plain stupid, if you ask me. John had taken a single step towards the door before his master's words reached him. What? He asked, turning back around. Use the force, but you said that I wasn't allowed to. Did I? Master Nox asked, not turning from the book. When did I do that? When you told me to help load the supplies. John all but yelled back, his frustration mounting at his master going back on what he told him. Really? Tell me, what were the words I used when I gave you your instructions this morning to help load the ship? John opened his mouth to spit the words back at his master, but then stopped. What were his exact words? You told me I had to help load the ship. And that I had to do the work of 2 or more men alone. Yes, I did, Nox nodded, flipping a page. And where, in those instructions, did I say that you were not allowed to use the force to help in your task? Wording is very important, John. Perhaps, next time, you won't let your frustration at being denied something cloud your thoughts when someone tells you something. Back to work now. But, first, show Talisa to her quarters. Shoo. It took the Sea Wolf almost 2 weeks to navigate around the southern edge of the Valyrian Peninsula and arrive near the opening to the river that Nox hoped would lead them right to the heart of Valyria. This is the right course, Nox thought to himself, feeling once again the familiar thrill of entering the unknown, staring death in the face and spitting on it. The Force will guide us. Even the dark side of the Force seems to want this anomaly gone. It was a strange sensation indeed. This land was saturated in the dark side of the Force in such a way that Nox felt a wave of nostalgia for Korriban. But despite the dark side having such a strong hold, there was something off about it. A strange hunger. Something strange was giving birth to this abnormal dark side. And while many aspects of the dark side could be considered unnatural to most, whatever was causing this sensation was abnormal and wrong even by dark side standards. Breathing deep, he let himself slowly sink into the cold of the dark side as he reached out through the Force. And began following the path of the river. He could sense pain, suffering, fear, hunger, twisted life forms struggling to survive as their bodies were forcibly adapting to the malevolent dark side energies that saturated this land they called home. Never thought I would find a Korriban so far away from, well, Korriban. So, this is the river that will bring us to the home of the dragon lords of old, Guess I was expecting something more grand. Maybe some dragon statues on the sides of the river or at the very least sphinxes. Apparently, the old dragon lords loved those creatures almost as much as dragons. The Valyrians of old were indeed ostentatious, Prince Oberyn, Nox countered, not bothering to turn towards the Dornish prince that had saddled up next to him beside the railing of the Sea Wolf while the crew worked on lowering the half-dozen lifeboats down into the water. But, in the end, time is the master of all. No empire, nor structure, lasts forever. The flux and change of life will not allow it to be so. Beside him, the cocky prince scoffed good-naturedly. It is far too early in the morning for philosophy, sorcerer. Perhaps if your paramour hadn't kept yourself, and over half of ship for that matter, awake last night, it wouldn't be too early for philosophy, Prince Oberyn, Nox shot back, his concentration still mostly on the river leading inland. Ah, but what a night it was, Oberyn chuckled. So, tell me, true sorcerer. Do you really think we will make it to Valyria and back with so few? Thousands have tried for hundreds of years. And none have succeeded. The only one that is known to have made it to Valyria and back was Princess Arya Targaryen. And the only reasons she succeeded was because she rode abreast Balerion. Though, given her fate upon returning to Westeros, saying she succeeded in finding Valyria was not a cause for joy. We will, Nox stated, pushing away from the railing. Thousands have tried for hundreds of years to discover the lost knowledge and riches of Valyria. And all have failed. But we will succeed because we have something those in the past didn't, Jon and I. Gather what supplies you need, Prince Oberyn. We leave as soon as the boats are loaded. The Valyria Expedition, Part 2. Leaving the prince at the railing, Nox made his way across the deck, taking careful note of all of those on the main deck that were either joining him to Valyria or that were just helping in the preparation. The small Jon was excited. The giant of the man was nearly bouncing on his feet as he kept his eyes training on the land laid out before them. Yet, at the same time, there was a definite fear that was laying under the surface. A fear born of knowing just enough about the land they were about to venture into to fear it. A feeling that was being echoed in Eddard Karstark and the rest of the crew of the Sea Wolf that would be joining them. The three women that would be joining them, however, were completely different from each other and the rest of the crew. Asha was staring at the land not necessarily in fear, but more as if it were an obstacle to be conquered. Daisy meanwhile was just barely managing to hold herself together. But her desire to bring honor and aid to her house far outweighed any fear she was feeling. Obara, on the other hand, didn't even seem to care. To her, they may as well have been going for a walk down the street. And then there was Jon. His acolyte was much like the small Jon and the others. But unlike the others on board that had fought in skirmishes or had been in several life or death situations, Jon had only really experienced true fear once. Sensing their only non-native Westerosi passenger approaching, Nox turned away from those who would be joining them and faced the young daughter of Triarch. Maegor. He would freely admit that before they left Volantis, he had been worried about the deal he'd struck with the Triarch. After observing the nobility in the city for a few days, he was half expecting the Triarch's daughter to be some head in the clouds naive simpleton who didn't know up from down and expected everything she said to happen while she lazed about. But he'd been wrong, very wrong. The young woman was anything but a naive simpleton. She possessed an intelligence he'd only noticed in a few since arriving on this world, though not necessarily in the form of politics. But she was intelligent, particularly in the areas of medicine. Even though she was but a year or two older than Jon and Robb, he would feel fully confident putting her knowledge against any of the learned maesters of the citadel who'd forged their chains in the field of medicine. It was a refreshing change of pace to speak without having to use the simplest terms he could think of. And she was anything but lazy. Within her first day on the sea, she had all but taken charge of the small infirmary on the Sea Wolf. And after setting a sailor's broken arm that most would have amputated, she'd earned the respect of the crew. Within the next few days just about everyone on board was coming to her for any and all ailments they suffered, which was a relief for Nox as he no longer had to deal with each sailor who got a rope burn or sunburn. Figuratively speaking, of course, since he tried to enforce a strong standard of restraint and with high qualifications of what was needed to warrant his attention. Lord Sorcerer, the masks are ready, Talisa announced, holding out a leather mask for his inspection. Taking the offered mask, Nox brought it up to his face and put it on. The leather formed well over the bridge of his nose and tucked itself under his chin towards his neck and was able to be tied tightly to his face so that it wouldn't move when he moved his head. But, most importantly, he could still breathe easily through the cloth-covered breathing holes that were punctured into the face of the leather. Ideally, he would have preferred his own mask for himself and something comparable for everyone else, but neither were an option at this point and time. Revan's mask had been left with Nyra as a keepsake and a promise, saying that he would return for her and the mask. And as for everyone else, well, the technology simply wasn't there to create proper air-filtering masks. So, these would have to do. And they were better than nothing. Well done, he said, taking the mask off. Pass these out to those coming on that boats with myself and the others. Yes, Sorcerer, Talisa nodded, taking the mask from him and making to do as he said, only to stop and turn back after only taking a single step. Is there truly no other way to deal with this threat you spoke of, Sorcerer? If it truly is as dire as you say, and now standing so close to this accursed land I am fully inclined to believe your words, then would it not be better to wait and come back with more men? Can such a small number truly deal with this darkness when my ancestors sent over 200 ships, only to fail? With what we are dealing with, numbers will not help. If anything, they will end up being a hindrance. And it is more than likely the reason why the expeditions your ancestors commissioned were doomed to fail from the start. Being so close now to Valyria, Nox could get a more complete gauge of the land they were about to venture into. The peninsula felt almost identical to the Dark Temple on Dromund Cass. And he remembered all too well his venture through the temple. Specifically, the way the temple and the dark side was able to twist the minds of those who entered who weren't prepared. Which was why he'd spent every night since they came within eyesight of the peninsula carefully weaving protections around the minds of everyone that would be setting out with him. The last thing he wanted, or needed, was to have one of his own men suddenly lose his or her mind and try to stab him in the back. I'll defer to your expertise in this matter then, Sorcerer, Talisa replied slowly, bowing her head slightly to him before backing away so that she could begin handing out the leather masks to those that would be accompanying him. As the last of the boats touched the water and the men and women began to fill them, Esser Manderly made his way over to him. Lord Nox, the rather obese man greeted him. I wish you the luck of the gods, both old and new, it looks like you're going to need it. I doubt any gods exist in this land, Esser Manderly. At least, not anymore. Nox murmured, his senses still trying and failing to peer into the dark abyss that was looming before them. Once we're away, move the Sea Wolf back a fair distance until you do not feel any pressure on your mind or until any strange thoughts cease. Then wait for our return. And what if the worst should happen, Sorcerer? Esser Manderly asked as Nox began to lower himself down to the boats. Pausing, Nox fixed his attention on the second son of Lord Manderly. If we are not back in 2 nights, then assume we are dead. Send no one after us and return to the north with Lady Talisa and deliver her to Lord Stark. Aye, Sorcerer, Esser Manderly agreed, albeit reluctantly. Gods be with you. Dropping the rest of the way down into the boat, Nox settled in towards the bow of the rowboat beside Jon while the Prince Oberyn and his daughter Obara took seats just behind them while the other 4 sailors took up their positions on the oars and began rowing towards mouth of the river that, according to the maps of Valyria before the Doom, would lead them directly to the capital of Valyria. So, 2 weeks to reach the city, Search it, and return, Prince Aberon commented idly as the sailors rowed them towards the land. I wonder if you are cutting the timing a little too close, Sorcerer. Looking at those maps you acquired, it could take us several days to even reach the city. And that is provided we do not run into any unpleasantness. Then a few days to return. That does not leave much time to search through the ruins of Valyria. Tell me, Aberon, can you feel that slight weight on your mind? The unease. The fear? Nox asked, but did not wait for the prince to respond before pressing on. What you are feeling is residual effects of a dark ritual that was performed that left the very land tainted. Do you ever wonder why, after all these centuries, that none who has ventured deep into this land has managed to return? Or, if they had returned, why did they return mad? It is because it is no fallacy to say that this land is cursed. Literally and figuratively. The longer we stay here, the higher the risk we have of succumbing to whatever influence has taken hold here. 2 weeks is a long estimate, Prince Aberon. And at that point, should we not have returned, then it would be safer for all involved should we be left to die. He could feel the fear of the sailors in the boat grow with each word that passed through his lips. Even the seemingly unflappable Prince of Dorne was now facing off towards the land of Valyria with no small amount of unease. Well, too late to back out now. And should it come out that Northmen would venture where a Prince of Dorne dare not, I would never hear the end of it. As the mouth of the river slowly drew closer and closer, Nox could feel the familiar oppressive weight of a land infused with the dark side of the Force intensify to a level that he had not expected, even after taking a full night to study the Broken Peninsula. It was unusual and unnerving in the depth and quickness of the change. As they passed into the mouth of the river, Nox had to fight to remain stoic as he felt the Force wash over him in such a rush that it nearly brought him to his knees. And as if to exemplify the sensation, cries of alarm and spikes of fear came from every boat that was with him. Quiet, Nox hissed, his voice carrying over the distance between the boats, silencing everyone. But the unmistakable fear remained, even in the quiet. Acolyte, what happened? We passed through a wave of the Force, but that should not have elicited such a response from those not attuned to such matters. It's gone dark, Lord Nox, Jon answered, fear making his voice quiver slightly. It was bright as day just a moment ago, but now it's as if it is now dusk with barely any light to see your own hands. And there's a fog. It's so thick I can barely see the other boats. Frowning, Nox redoubled his Force sight to try and see just what exactly the others were seeing. But, for some reason, his vision was limited. Under any normal circumstance, he could see just as well as any two-eyed individual with perfect sight. Even in heavy Force concentrated lands, he could see just as fine, if not better. But now, in this land, his sight was hampered by something he had never encountered before. Hold here. Light the lamps. Nox called out to the other boats. Stay within sight of the other lamps at all times. Trust nothing you see or hear beyond us. He could hear Jon fumbling about in the darkness as he brought out the oiled lamp with mirrors, another new invention he'd brought up to the north before leaving. Finding the lamp, Jon held it out to the Prince of Dorne who, with but a single try, managed to light the oil-infused wick with a piece of flint and steel. Taking the lamp, Nox affixed it to the front of the boat and waited as the other boats struggled to light their own lamps. Are the others lit? Nox asked, thoroughly not enjoying having to rely on his acolyte to be his eyes while they were in this place. Yes, Lord Nox. Good. We press forward, he said, raising his voice to carry to the other boats. Do not give in to your fear and do not doubt. Trust only in yourselves and those around you. It took a bit, but soon enough the sound of oars striking the waters started up again and the small force Nox had assembled resumed their trek up the river towards Valyria. All right, Sorcerer, Aberon called out after a time. What's your explanation for the loss of the sun? There is no logical explanation I can find for it, and the only land that I've heard of that is even remotely like this is Ashai. But even then transition from light to darkness is subtle and slow the closer you draw to the city. I have not seen Ashai, so I cannot comment as to why that land is shrouded in darkness. But as for here and now, the Force is vast and mysterious, Prince Aberon. And lands where great concentrations of the Force can be found are often altered by the Force itself. And that is what has happened here. With that explanation, Conversations died as everyone began trying to peer through the darkness that had surrounded them. A short time after passing into the darkness, Nox felt something waver the edges of his foresight. Acolyte, he called out once more. There, just before us in the river, what do you see? The boat shifted as John rose to his feet and took his place next to Nox, the young boy leaning forward almost to the point where he was in danger of falling into the river. It looks like an island splitting the river in two. Frowning, Nox pushed harder against the darkness shrouding his sight. Something didn't feel right about the island, as John had described it. It was unmoving and moss had seemingly started growing over the small mound, but he could feel a slight pulse of life coming from just under the surface of the water. He wasn't sure just what it was, but he wanted to steer clear of whatever it was. Steer clear of the island before us, he ordered, feeling the position of the bow shift as the rowers shifted their patterns to obey his order. As they passed the island by, Nox began to wonder if his senses were fooling him when he heard a commotion coming from the rearmost boat, followed by a splash as something, or someone, fell into the water. Bora, get your ass back here. There's a maiden. The sailor in the water cried out as he swam loudly through the river towards the island. I can hear her song. She's beautiful. I need to get to the maid. Fucking fool, Nox growled, raising his hand to forcibly pluck the idiot out of the water and bring him back to the boats. But before he could so much as twitch a finger, the water shifted as the island moved. The sailor could only give out a single scream before a giant head emerged from under the surface of the water, catching the man in its massive open jaw and raising him out of the water. The darkness may have blocked out what happened next. But the sound of crunching, followed immediately by the ending of the sailor's surprised cry, spoke volumes as to his fate. Fuck me sideways, is that a fucking sea turtle? It looks like one that fucked a giant and then got mixed with some beast. Prince Aberon marveled, his voice filled with awe and fear in equal proportions. Wonder about that fucking later, Nox growled as the turtle finished its meal. Row hard for the shoreline. We need to get out of the deep waters. The expedition didn't need telling twice, and Nox had to balance himself as the boat he was on lurched forward as the rowers redoubled their efforts, none wanting to be anywhere near the carnivorous sea turtle the size of a small island. Holding his hand towards the turtle, palm out, Nox concentrated on the sea beast. Now that it was out of the water and active, he could get a good sense of the beast's mind. It wasn't mindless, but it certainly wasn't intelligent. It seemed driven only by hunger. Which was good. The less complicated the mind, the easier it was to influence in a manner that suited his needs. Sending waves of fear and domination towards it, trying to scare the thing off. That fucking thing can swallow our boats whole, and that shell, a lightsaber could pierce it, but I doubt the wound it would create would be little more than a slight annoyance. But, strangely enough, as they moved closer to the shore, the beast became fearful, even without his influence. And without even needing his help, the turtle turned tail and dove under the water, swimming away from them and back towards the mouth of the river. Fucking hells, Small John Umber cursed from the boat next to him. Did you see the size of that fucker? Swallowed that poor son of a bitch whole in one go. Fuck me, at least he's run off. And that should be more worrisome, Umber, Prince Aberon commented, Nox's senses telling him that the Prince of Dorne was currently keeping a watchful eye on everything around them. A beast like that would only flee if it was in the territory of another beast. What kind of beast could make that thing flee? Daisy Mormont asked from yet another boat. That, my dear, Prince Aberon commented dryly, is what we should be more worried about. Fuck this. One of the sailors shouted as the boats pulled up near the rocky shore, water splashing about the man's boots as he jumped off the boat and ran to shore. I'm not fucking dying for this shit. Not for any amount of coin. You fuckers can just pick me up on your way back. I'll be right fucking here. Nox could hear the others mumbling about how he was right as the darkness and the sudden attack by the mutated sea turtle began to eat away at their courage. But before he could calm them down, he sensed a lifeform approaching from just across down the shoreline. Get back on the boat. Nox yelled, trying to locate the lifeform but was having a difficult time considering just how fast the creature was moving. You're not alone on that fucking shore. Get back in the damn boat. A burst of flame shocked everyone back onto their backsides, the boat splashing in the water as at least two fell over. The man on shore had but a moment to widen his eyes in terror before the flames overtook him, and then he was gone. His loud but brief screams echoing down the beach as some sort of, what he could only identify as an oversized serpent with a fiery glowing hide dragged the horribly charred man off. Fuck. We need to hunt that fucking thing down and kill it. Eddard Karstark screamed, his sword clearing his sheath. Do that and you're dead, Karstark. Prince Aberon yelled, as the men who'd fallen out the boats were being pulled back in. That was a fireworm, I'd bet my cock on it. And trust me, the last thing you want to do is go chasing after one of those god-forsaken creatures. With that thing around, the only safe place for us to be is in the boats in the middle of the river. Fireworms can't survive in the water. Back out there. With that fucking sea monster. Small John yelled. I'd much rather take the fucking sea monster than the god's damned fire-breathing snake, moron, Asha shouted back, staring the much bigger man down. The turtle has fled. That thing, though, that will be fucking back. Asha is right, Nox said, agreeing with the Ironborn. Get us away from the shore. And we press forward. Press forward. 2 have already died. And you want to keep going. Fucking hells. You're fucking mad, sorcerer. You're going to kill us. Feed us to the darkness. And you want us dead. You only want us dead. We should feed you to the fucking snake and sacrifice you. Yes, an offering to the gods of Valyria. The darkness is the way. The only way. We must feed the darkness. Feed the darkness. Lunging forward, the man pulled a dagger from his belt, heedless of the others on the boat as he made for Nox with the blade extended towards his heart. Feed the darkness the power of the sorcerer. Feed the true gods of the air, hissed as Nox's lightsaber sprung to life, the blade cleaving through the air and removing the man's head from his shoulders. And then with a simple force push, the headless corpse fell out of the boat and into the water, the man's head joining soon after. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox turned his full focus on the shocked and frightened members of the expedition. I told you all not to listen to the whispers in the darkness. To not give in to your fear. This land is cursed, have no doubt of that. But your fear will only destroy you if you let it. This one let his fear get the better of him. Which is how and why the darkness within this land latched onto him and drove him mad. Trust in yourself. Trust in each other. Hold on to a powerful thought. A loved one. Your home. Your reward at the end of this voyage. And the darkness will find no purchase in your mind. But make no mistake. There is no going back now. Not until we finish what we came here to do. And that is end the curse on this land. You can either continue on with me, or you can take your chances swimming back or walking on land. Silence greeted the end of his speech. A silence that was eventually broken by Asha. Well, I don't know about these pussy fuckers, but no Ironborn fears the water. What is dead may never die, only comes back stronger. I'm with you. Not about to let some Ironborn cunt outshine the bears of Bear Island. My mother and grandfather would never be able to look me in the eye again. Daisy Mormont added. I'm in. Fuck. Small John grumbled. My old man would let the fucking Boltons flay me alive if I was too much of a coward to not go where women will. I'm still fucking in. So is Karstark here, even if he has pissed his pants. Fuck you. Small John. At least, judging from the smell coming from you, I didn't shit myself. Eddard Karstark jibbed back, breaking the tension and drawing more than a few uneasy chuckles from the men. Sitting back down, Nox motioned for them to press. As they started to move up the river once more, Nox's mind went back to just how quickly the man who had attacked him lost his mind. I despise having to use anything that woman taught me, but it seems I underestimated the pull of the dark side in this land. I'll have to actively shield everyone's mind from the darkness, and there's only truly one viable technique to do so on this scale, though it will be very taxing. But still, better to be taxed than to have to constantly look over my shoulder waiting for my own men to stab me in the back. Force. It feels like I'm back in the Dark Council chambers. As he began working out the logistics of shielding everyone, a baron leaned towards him. Sorcerer, while we need to stay out in the middle of the water, it would behoove us to find a place to stop for a brief time so we can inspect each other thoroughly. Why? Nox asked, turning his attention to the Prince of Dorne. Not much is known about fireworms, sorcerer. In fact, there is only one documented case in all of the citadel about them. But one thing that is known is that they produce larvae. Larvae that infect the flesh like bot flies. Only difference is these larvae burn the host from the inside as they grow, killing their host in a most horrendous fashion. And I don't know about you, but being slowly roasted alive by larvae festering beneath my flesh is perhaps the last way I wish to leave this world. Nox could see his point. Risking exposing himself, Nox focused hard on the river before him and let his sense flow outwards but kept himself contained to the river. There is a wrecked ship less than 2 hours' row from here, he said. The ship ran upon some rocks and cannot move, but it should serve for our purposes. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, a Baron. That would indeed be one of the last ways I would want to leave this world. The Valyria Expedition, 2 Part 3 inches alright, lad. I don't see shit on you. Not that I can hardly see shit to begin with. Now put your clothes back on before you make the women blush, Snow. Shaking his head, Jon immediately began pulling on his pants as Eddard Karstark began to do the same. Looking around the deck of the shipwrecked Lannister ship, Jon took a quick count of everyone on board. Not that he really needed to. He already knew exactly how many of them there were. And it was 2 less than the number they set out with. And those 2 gods, Jon didn't think he would ever forget what happened to them. One was pulled underwater by some sort of giant turtle. And the other plucked off the ship, burned alive, and then eaten by a fireworm. Neither was a fate Jon would wish upon anyone. Tightening his pants and throwing his shirt back on, he left his Karstark kin to finish getting dressed while he went over and stood next to Master Nox, who at the moment was standing by the edge of the ship staring off towards the east. At least Jon thought it was east. It was near impossible to tell in the thick fog that covered Valyria and blocked out the sun to tell which way was which. Standing beside the Sorcerer, Jon tried to peer out into the darkness with both his eyes and through the Force, yet he failed with both. Can you see anything, Jon? Nox's sudden question caught Jon by such surprise that he only just barely managed to keep himself from jumping. No, Jon answered honestly, trying once more to see, or sense, anything beyond the ship. I can't see anything through the fog and without the sun. And I can't sense anything either. At least nothing beyond the ship. And why do you believe that is? Jon frowned in thought as he tried to work out an answer to Lord Nox. Because something is preventing us from seeing. In a manner of speaking, you are correct, his master confirmed. But it is far more complicated than just someone blocking our sight. There is such a ritual for that specifically, but it would be impractical to use the ritual I'm thinking of in such a confined area. So, rather, it is not someone but rather something that is blocking our Force sight. And that is the very land of Valyria itself. That brought Jon up short and sent a spike of fear through him. Valyria itself is blocking us. In a sense, Master Nox nodded. I am now more convinced than ever that what happened to cause the doom was some sort of powerful ritual gone wrong. I can only speculate on the exact details of the ritual, but to be sure it was a dark, very dark ritual. One that covered the very land itself in a blanket of the dark side and turned it into this desolate wasteland where only the strongest can survive. Biting his lip, Jon fought to keep himself calm. But you can see through the darkness, right, Master? You're the most powerful man alive in manners of the Force. His master didn't answer immediately, which did nothing to calm the swell of fear within Jon's gut. My vision is also impaired, Acolyte. Normally, yes, I would be able to break through the shroud that is blocking us. But as I am now, I cannot. Now it was all Jon could do to keep his fear in check. If his master, the strongest and most powerful man alive, couldn't fight back against whatever was shrouding this, then what hope did they have? Then, what? This land is far more than tainted than I had originally anticipated, his master cut him off. Already it is looking to twist and corrupt the minds of those with us. And it is taking a good deal of my strength to hold the darkness at bay. And while I am doing so, I'm counting on you to be my eyes, both physically and through the Force. The fear within him was now reaching heights he never knew possible. I don't. If you don't, then we will all perish within these lands, Jon, Nox said, using his name and surprising Jon greatly as he turned to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're strong, Jon. Strong as any I have met or trained. Do not doubt yourself. To doubt is to invite failure. And if you fail, then we will all die. Set your nerves to steel, Jon. Use your fear to strengthen your resolve to live. Do not try. Just do. You always wanted to prove that you were more than just a snow. More than just a stain on your father's honor. Well, this is your chance to do just that. Prove all those who thought you were worthless wrong. Here and now. The fear that was almost overtaking him but a moment ago evaporated faster than a pool of water in Dorne. His master rarely gave out compliments. But now, he just said that he trusted Jon to be his eyes for him. And Jon would not fail. And with that decision, it was almost as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes and from the living force around him. He still couldn't see far past the wrecked ship they were on. But he could see and sense everything that was on the ship with them. Including the strange presence that had just started dropping down from the rotten mast to land. Behind Prince Oberyn's daughter, Obara. Obara, get down. What happened next occurred over the span of only a few seconds, but for Jon they felt like an eternity. He watched as a figure in black dropped from the sky and landed behind Obara. He could see the fear in Obara's eyes as she turned, her hands grasping for the spear that was not by her side. He could see Oberyn shouting for her. He could see his own hand rising slowly as the figure in black raised a blade high in the air, ready to cut Obara down. And then the figure was gone. Flung backwards and into the back cabin wall of the wrecked ship with enough momentum to carry him clear through the rotten wood and into the room beyond. For a moment, no one moved or said anything. Then all seven hells broke loose as one of the sailors yelled out, "Stoneman!" With that one word, everyone on the wrecked ship were suddenly scrambling for whatever weapons they could find while spinning around in tight circles trying to see if there were any more attackers looking to ambush them. Enough. Nox's one-word command was said with such a commanding force that everyone stopped in place as if he was holding them with the force. Without a word, Lord Nox held out his hand towards the hole that had been created in cabin wall. As the body that had been flung through the wall came back out onto the deck, everyone took several steps back and kept their swords, spears or clubs at the ready to kill whatever it was. "This isn't time to sat your curiosity, sorcerer," Prince Oberyn nearly hissed, having moved himself between his daughter and her would-be attacker, his spear held tightly in his hands ready to end the threat. "Stonemen have lost their minds to Greyscale. We need to kill it and dump the body over the railing and that is no stoneman." Staying close to Lord Nox, Jon watched in fascination as his master used the force to pull the man's helmet off. The man beneath the helmet couldn't have been much older than his lord father, or even Master Nox, but that was where the similarities ended. He man's cheeks were hollow like the small folk near the end of the winter years, and his skin was almost the color of ash from dirt and only the gods knew what else. What Jon could only assume was golden, hair was covered in mud and the long locks were tangled into numerous knots. While most everyone was looking at the man in fascination and confusion, there was one who was not. "Oh, the gods truly have a sense of humor, don't they?" Prince Oberyn growled, his sudden anger so strong that it nearly brought Jon up short. "You recognize this man, Oberyn?" The Prince of Dorne nodded, lowering his spear and spat, "Yes. This is none other than Garyon Lannister, the younger brother of Tywin fucking Lannister." "A Lannister?" Small Jon Umber bellowed. "What in the fucking hells is a god's damned Lannister doing all the way out here in?" "Probably the same thing we are. Small Jon," Asha shot back. The Umber heir scowled at Asha. The trip had done little to nothing to mending the relationship between the Greyjoy and the Umber. "I know that, Raider. I meant, why is he out here? Shouldn't he be back in the Westerlands shitting gold with his cunt brother?" Garyon Lannister sailed out from Lannisport 3 years ago in hopes of making it to Valyria and finding the Lannisters' ancestral sword, Brightroar. He has not been heard from since. Lord Nox answered, kneeling next to the unconscious lord and holding his hand above his face. "And, in all this time, he has somehow managed to keep his mind from succumbing to the pull of the dark side, at least mostly." Interesting. While Lord Nox was examining the man, something caught Jon's eye. Keeping wide of the unconscious Lannister and his master, Jon went over to the hole in the ship and peered inside. Lying just inside the hole was a sword. A hand and a half sword that seemed in remarkable condition. But what truly caught his eye was the red rippling pattern running down the length of the blade. A pattern he'd only seen on 2 other blades. Ice and red rain. Valyrian steel, he thought, grabbing the hilt and pulling the sword out from the wreckage. Feeling a presence walk up next to him, Jon stopped gazing at the sword and found Obara standing next to him. Is that Valyrian steel? Aye. Jon nodded, glancing down at the golden lion that had been engraved into the pommel of the sword. Brightroar if I had to guess. Lowering the blade, Jon made to rejoin Lord Nox, but found himself halted as Obara grabbed him by the arm. The next he knew, she had yanked his mask down as well as her own and her lips were pressed against his. The act caught him so off guard that he couldn't even form a response before she pulled away from him. Don't expect that to happen again, Obara said, stepping away from him, her eyes hard as she reaffixed her mask in place. That was a thank you for saving my life. Nothing more, boy. Jon felt his face heat from his neck to the roots of his hair as several wolf whistles and cheers came from all around him. Daisy and Asha were both openly laughing at him and the small Jon and Eddard were giving him looks of approval. But the one he feared the most was Prince Oberyn. He had just kissed his first kiss, the prince's daughter. But instead of looking angry, the prince looked pleased. And when their eyes met, the Red Viper merely gave him a cocky grin before he turned his attention back to Lord Nox and the unconscious Lannister. So, now that that bit of entertainment is out of the way, Prince Oberyn said loudly, what do we do with the Lannister? We take him with us. Lord Nox stated, rising to his feet and holding a hand over the still form of Garyon Lannister. I'm sorry, I think I might have misheard you. Prince Oberyn said, shaking his head and working a finger in his ear. I believe you just said something incredibly stupid like we are going to be taking a Lannister with us. A Lannister who just a moment ago tried to cut my daughter down. No, you heard me correctly. This man has survived a year or more in this land on his own and he was able to keep his mind intact. Or at least mostly intact. That alone piques my interest in him. Not a single word was spoken amongst the men and women as Nox stood between Prince Oberyn and the downed lost Lannister. I know your history with House Lannister and believe me I understand your anger all too well, Prince Oberyn. But can you honestly tell me that this man before us had anything to do with what happened to your sister, niece, and nephew? And if you need another reason, then think of how much it will twist a knot into Tywin Lannister's gut when he learns that it was a Martell that not only helped to save his brother's life, but also helped in returning Brightroar to House Lannister. After all, a Lannister always repays their debts, do they not? The movement was slight, so slight that if one were not watching for it, they would miss it. But it was the slight shifting Jon felt that drew his eyes to Lord Nox's right hand. The same hand that made a quick cutting motion with his forefinger barely a fist width. But it was unmistakable. They do. Prince Oberyn nodded. Very well, Sorcerer. I'll play your game for now. But mark my words. Should that Lannister even look my direction in a manner that displeases me, I will cut him down without hesitation. The tension quickly bled out of the area as Oberyn, followed quickly by Obara, marched away from the downed Lannister and towards the edge of the wrecked ship where their boats were tied off. Umber, Karstark, see to it that the Lannister and his sword are placed into one of the boats. Lord Nox commanded the two men. Aye, Sorcerer, Small Jon nodded, walking up to the Lord Lannister before seemingly thinking twice and stopping. Should we secure him? Don't feel like turning my back on the man. Even if he's unconscious. There's no need for concern. Lord Nox waved off his concern. I've placed him into a coma. One that won't lift until I want it to be. He's as safe and secure as he will get. The rest of you get back into the boats. We've already wasted far too much time here as it is. If you say so, Sorcerer, Umber nodded, grabbing the Lannister under the arms. Karstark, get your thin ass over here and lift his legs. Don't feel like carrying this fucker on my own. Watching as everyone slowly started making their way back towards the boats, Jon waited until they were mostly alone before approaching Lord Nox. He recognized what Lord Nox had just done. It was a technique called force persuasion, and it was used to dominate the mind of a man and make them think whatever you wanted them to. And it was a technique that Jon, his brother, and Lord Father all found to be without honor. And it was a technique that Jon swore he would never use. Lord Nox, you saw it, didn't you? Either your observation skills are increasing significantly, or I'm getting rusty. Not trusting himself to speak, Jon nodded. You still have reservations on using certain techniques I have taught you. You must cleanse yourself of these thoughts of what is honorable and socially acceptable. Only then will you be able to fully access your full power and thereby know the correct path to take. But, forcing someone to do what you want, controlling their mind. There is no honor in that, Jon said lowly, not wanting the others to hear their conversation. Nox's face turned towards him, his unseeing eyes seemingly peering into his very being. Tell me, Jon, what is more important? To be honorable or to do the right thing? Going into a battle and causing the death of thousands. Or using a force persuasion to make the commander of the opposing army stand down, thereby avoiding the battle altogether. Jon didn't like this. Every time he tried to argue aspects of right and wrong with Lord Nox, he always felt like a fool. Something that his Lord Father had confided that Nox did as well to both himself and Robb as well. But forcefully controlling someone's mind is just wrong. The gods gave us free will. And it goes against the gods to alter that. A Sith uses every tool at his or her disposal, Jon. Nox replied calmly. And even a Jedi isn't afraid to negotiate to get others to see the better path. Remember our lessons back in Winterfell. Not everyone you meet will fall into your ideas of honor, let alone what is right and wrong. Holding onto your honor is all well and good, but do not let it be your downfall. And if it makes you feel any better, what I did to a baron was not a force persuasion. That man has far too strong of a mind to be susceptible to such tricks. No, what I did was merely nudge him in the direction I wanted him to go. But his anger over what happened to his family back during the rebellion clouds his judgment. I merely gave him a moment of clarity as it were. Now come. We still have quite a bit of ground to cover before we reach Valyria. And I'm still counting on you to be my eyes while we go. Watching his master walk away, Jon frowned, his thoughts heavy. Maybe Lord Nox is right. Honor will also be important. But if you could save lives by using less than desirable means, then does that mean that, in the end, you did the more honorable thing by taking the path that saved lives rather than costs them? Gods, no wonder Father said he avoids conversations of ethics and honor with Lord Nox. Setting his thoughts aside for the moment, Jon followed Nox over to the boats so that they could continue down the river towards the home of the Dragon Lords. After leaving the wrecked Lannister vessel behind, Nox had the men and women with him set a brisk pace through the rivers of Valyria. While the river itself had an unnatural calmness to the surface of the water, it was not free of obstructions. The most frequent of which belonged to wrecked ships that had either run ashore on rocks beneath the surface of the water or were partially to almost completely submerged under the water. And while most were easy to bypass, there were a few that were blocking the river in such a way that it was next to impossible for them to navigate around them, leaving it to Nox and Jon to lift the wrecks out of the water and move them off to the side. While the wrecks were a nuisance, given their consistency, they were barely even a footnote in the problems that they were encountering. Without sunlight, with the oppressive weight of the dark side, and having to divide his attention in protecting the minds of the men and women with him, it was next to impossible to tell the actual time of day or night. Leaving them with only exhaustion earned from rowing to mark the passage of time. And with exhaustion came the need to rest. Unfortunately for them, however, resting was confined to within the boats where half the men or women on board would rest while the other half rowed. Thankfully, it was an arrangement that everyone was willing to follow after 2 failed attempts at resting off the boats. The first chance they took was at least an hour or two past the Lannister vessel when they came upon another shipwreck. This one was like the Lannister ship in that it was mostly intact. Against a warning from the Force, one Nox tried and failed to impress upon the others. They tied their boats up to the wreckage and the crews disembarked to catch some much-needed rest. While most of Nox's expedition force started unloading the boats or setting out food, one of the sailors who'd been most adamant about needing a rest had found a comfortable spot against some rotten wood to lean back against and catch some rest. A rest he would never wake from. One of the other sailors had made to shake his seemingly sleeping shipmate awake, only to let out a scream of terror as the resting sailor fell face first onto the deck. His back covered in fist-sized slugs that had burrowed into his flesh and were in the process of making a meal out of his internal organs. It didn't take much convincing after that for the expedition to pack back up immediately and get back onto the boats and continue on their way. The second time had been when they'd found a solid rock formation on the side of the river. Not sensing any dangerous lifeforms, or even any lifeforms for that matter, in the immediate vicinity, Nox had agreed to go ashore and let the expedition rest for a short while. And while he was correct in that there were no dangerous animals nearby, the reasoning as for why that was became apparently rather quickly as one of the men found a small stream feeding into a pond just off the edge of the river. For reasons that Nox could not comprehend, and despite his warnings about not trusting anything coming from the land, the sailor had cupped his hands into the stream and taken a drink of the water. By his own admission, Prince Oberyn was a master of nearly all things related to poisons. But even he was surprised at just how quickly and violently the seeming innocent-looking water took effect. Within a minute of drinking, the sailor was projectile vomiting up everything in his stomach while blood began to drain from every orifice on his body. There had been no hope for the man. And the only thing that could be done for him was a quick death, which Nox granted with a twist of his wrist which snapped the doomed man's neck. Thankfully, after losing 4 of the expedition before the close of the first day, or at least what Nox assumed was the close of the first day, things began to fall into a routine and normalize. Or at least normalize as much as possible, considering they were traversing through a land that Nox was quickly coming to think could make even Korriban seem tame in comparison. The members of the expedition, no longer willing to get off the boats for any reason, had settled into their current rotation where half the remaining members would row, and the other half would rest while either Jon or Nox would take lead, guiding them through the darkness of Valyria. It was boring. But at least it was a good type of boring in which there wasn't a significant risk of death. After nearly a dozen rotations of rowing, Nox felt something shift in the force. It was similar to the shift he'd felt when they first came close to the peninsula, only in reverse this time, as the constant dark weight pressing on his mind seemed to almost lift ever so slightly. A sensation that caused almost the entire expedition force start as Jon quickly rose from his seated position next to Nox. His excitement so intense that he was almost shaking in place. Master Nox, Jon breathed beside him, no doubt having felt the same thing he had. Tell me what you see, Acolyte. We're passing by a breakwater. Just like in White Harbor. Lowering his defenses on the minds of the expedition slightly, Nox refocused himself so that he could see with unclouded eyes through the force once more. We're here, he said, a smile coming upon him as he turned to face the expedition as he spoke loud enough for all to hear him. At long last, Valyrian Freehold. The home of the Dragon Lords. His words were like a drink of water to man dying of thirst as the expedition, almost as one, shot to their feet, nearly tipping the boats in their exuberance as they all watched as they passed by the sphinx-topped breakwater leading into what he hoped is the harbor adjacent to the old Valyria. The fog is lifting, Prince Oberyn stated, the man staring around in wonder. It's still dark, but the fog has lifted. Why? Frowning, Nox concentrated on the barrier they'd passed just before the breakwater. The barrier was, surprisingly, made up of the light side of the Force, and seemed primarily to serve to keep things out. But not physical objects, considering they were able to pass through without incident. Which then raised the question of just why it had been erected and what purpose did it serve. The latter answer seems obvious, he thought, as the members of the expedition began rowing with a renewed purpose as their end objective came closer and closer. It was erected to keep out the dark side taint that has covered the land. But why that in specific? And when was it created? During the Doom? Before? Or perhaps survivors created it to keep themselves safe? The last thought gave Nox a moment of pause. As unlikely as it was, there was still the possibility of survivors in this dark side-infused land. Deciding it was better to err on the side of caution, Nox let his sense roll over the landscape. He could sense the barrier of light, a large dome that encompassed almost the entirety of the ruined city just before them. But inside of the dome he could sense nothing. No life. Not even that belonging to insects. The city might have been protected from dark side that had covered the land, but it was truly a dead city in every sense of the word. I see a dock ahead. Asha called out, her fledgling power enhancing her vision just enough to see through the darkness and the light fog that covered the water. Her eyes proved true as within a few minutes of near-frantic rowing the expedition let out a cry of joy and relief as a set of stone piers appeared through the fog. Bring us up to the nearest pier, he ordered. Get the ropes ready to tie us off. The Valyria Expedition, 2 Part 4. As the first boat carrying Nox, Jon, Obara and Oberyn neared the stone pier, The sailors on board immediately jumped off the moment they were close enough and began to tie off the boat while the other 4 boats found separate parts of the pier to tie off onto. Stepping onto the pier, Nox took a moment to shake out his legs to get the blood flowing back through them after sitting for only the force knew how long. The rest of the boats emptied rather quickly as everyone was rather anxious to get back onto relatively safe land. Or as safe as the land could be on this peninsula. By the drowned god and gods of old and new, Asha murmured, coming up and standing beside him as the two peered into the ruins that was old Valyria. Sorcerer, if I could give you my eyes for a day to see this, I surely would in return for this gift of bringing me here. This will be a tale none on the Iron Islands will ever hope of topping for 100 years. No need to gift me your eyes, Asha, Nox replied, stepping towards the base of the pier and onto the stone walkway that led towards a street running between the ruined houses of Valyria. I can see just fine. And he could. Valyria, just like almost all larger cities on this world, was filled with buildings that were stacked nearly on top of each other. But that was about where the similarities ended. For while White Harbor, Bravos, and Volantis all had buildings made up of stone, wood and mud, every single building within Valyria was made of a black stone substance that had faint echoing of the force within. Almost as if this entire city were made in manner similar to the Jedi and Sith temples on Tython and Korriban respectively. But that was about all the good he could say, as evidence of the doom that caused the fall of Valyria was very evident in hardened lava lining parts of the streets. Most if not all the once perhaps majestic buildings had been damaged or outright destroyed. And most telling of all was the settled and very thick layer of ash that nearly went up to his knees, and in some places even deeper. So, it was a volcanic eruption had caused the doom, Prince Oberyn observed, poking at the hardened lava resting against one of the houses. What in the gods' names is a volcans, whatever the fuck you said? Small John mumbled, staring down at the hardened lava, poking it with the tip of his sword. A volcano is a fissure in the surface of the planet leading down to a pocket of molten rock, magma or lava if you will, Nox explained, taking a moment to further examine the immediately area in as much detail as he could. Over time, pressure from natural gases will build up beneath the fissure and eventually the fissure will rupture, spewing forth the magma, volcanic ash, and gases that had been pressurizing beneath the surface. A small eruption can affect anything with a mile or so of the eruption point. However, a large-scale eruption can affect everything within several leagues. Falling ash thick enough to choke a man. Lava running across the ground hot enough to burn a man to death just from passing too close by. Falling rocks and melted stone larger than a carriage falling from the sky. What happened here was no doubt a large-scale eruption. Everyone, including Prince Oberyn, stopped and stared at him. Are you sure you have never been to the citadel, Sorcerer? Oberyn asked, shaking his head. You speak with the knowledge of an archmaester who has forged enough chains to weigh a man down. If such a thing caused the doom, then are we safe even standing here? Eddard Karstark asked uneasily. What if this eruption thing happens again? Unlikely, Oberyn answered before he could. A volcanic eruption on this size is believed to happen only once every several hundred years. At least that is the theory proposed by the most learned men in the Citadel and confirmed by scholars in Essos. So, there shouldn't be any concerns of us getting caught in another blast anytime soon. But this cannot be all that caused the doom. Why not? Nox's acolyte asked, his tone curious. It looks like everyone here died from exactly what Master Nox described. Because it is unlikely that a volcano caused the breaking of the peninsula, Nox answered. There is only one other such recorded event similar in history. The tale of the children of the forest breaking the arm of Dorne to try and prevent the first men from crossing the land bridge from Essos to Westeros. So, you're saying someone broke the peninsula of Valyria just like the children are said to have broken the arm of Dorne, Prince Oberyn summarized. An interesting theory, but one that you are not alone in thinking. One of the archmaesters in the citadel, Marwyn, brought forth that same theory some years ago. And he was nearly laughed out of the citadel and stripped of his chains just for suggesting it. But looking at this place, perhaps he truly was onto something. This was not the first time Nox had heard of this archmaester. Marwyn the Mage, Maester Luwin called him. A name he had garnered for his near-obsessive research into the arcane arts. The more I hear of this particular archmaester, the more I am inclined to invite him to Winterfell to speak with him. Or perhaps even make a trip to the citadel. The library is said to be the only one that surpasses the library of Winterfell. Yes, I do believe that something caused the doom, or at least kickstarted it. Then, why didn't they flee? Jon asked. I mean, they had to know something was going on. Couldn't they have outrun the eruption? And whatever or whoever caused it? Possibly. But I think they had more on their minds than simply fleeing once whatever started the doom happened. To accent his point, he pointed off to his right and with a gentle wave of the force, created a small gust that parted the mist at least momentarily. What was revealed made everyone gasp. And the few swords that were not drawn were suddenly pulled from their sheaths and held at the ready. Barely 50 paces away from them, laying across the destruction of several stone buildings, were the two dragon skeletons. At least he believed they were dragons given what he knew of the creatures. Each creature was nearly half the size of the sea wolf with a wingspan that could rival the Great Northern Ship. But what was most curious was not the fact that there were two dragon skeletons that had crashed into several homes and presumably died upon impact. No, what was most curious was the fact that one dragon clearly had the neck of the other in its powerful jaws and had not let go even as they crashed and died together. Put those down, Nox commanded. They're dead. And even if they were not, I doubt simple swords and clubs would be enough to even make those things blink. Keeping his spear held level, a baron moved through the ash towards the two skeletons. They were battling one another, he noted, coming to the same conclusion as Nox. Civil unrest and infighting during a volcanic eruption. I wish I could say I am surprised. But what little history remains of the Valyrian freehold would say that this would be a normal occurrence. Turning around, he motioned towards the dozen sailors that were trailing behind the main group. You lot stay here at the docks. Do not venture beyond eyesight of one another. And whatever you do, do not touch anything with your bare hands. Not until we have a chance to examine it better. And keep an eye on the Lannister. Should things go tits up, we might need to awake him for his sword arm if nothing else. The men nodded, needing little encouragement after seeing the corpses of the two dragons, before backtracking the short distance to the boats. Down nearly a quarter of their manpower, Nox took a pause to search the area once again. This time he was focused more of his power into the buildings, piercing through the strange stone that seemed almost resistant to the force. And then he felt it. A slight resonance within the force that nearly had him jump in surprise. How could this be? This is strange, Prince Aberon observed, his gaze pointed skywards as if he were trying to pierce the darkness looming over their heads. No shite, Small John muttered, shaking his head. We're standing in the middle of fucking Valyria of all places, what hasn't been strange so far? Not that, Prince Aberon shot back hotly before pausing and recollecting himself. Well, in part it is that. But listen. What do you hear? The rest of the expedition stopped in their tracks and turned their heads skywards. I don't hear a fucking thing, Small John muttered, breaking the silence. Exactly, Aberon stated as if it were the most obvious thing. No birds. No wind. No creatures scuttering about. No rippling of the water. Nothing. Even on our way through the cursed land to reach this city we could still hear the sound of wildlife. But here there is nothing but silence. Nox was seriously starting to like the Prince of Dorne. The man appeared carefree and reckless. But, in reality, he had a very keen mind that made him dangerous both on and off the field of battle. And while he might not be exactly what Nox was looking for in an ideal rival to keep him sharp, he was close. John, Nox called out to his acolyte. Reach out with your senses and search for anything in the area that feels off. His acolyte gave him a quick nod before shutting his eyes. Nox could feel the young man reach out through the force, grappling blindly as he tried searching for anything. Going to need to work on this more. Nox thought with a frown as he watched John search through the force. He's reaching blindly, searching without a pattern and backtracking over himself without even realizing it. At this rate, I'm going to have to forcibly direct him in the location of the resonance if I want us to keep moving at a reasonable pace. Just as he was about to do just that, he felt John's senses sharpen as he honed his attention onto the resonance Nox had found. There, he said, pointing towards the resonance with his eyes still closed. There is something in that direction. Well done, Nox commented as Jon opened his eyes, a swell of pride coming from his acolyte. But your searching was faulted. You backtracked over yourself multiple times. You need to work on developing a search pattern when you reach out through the Force, otherwise you will never find anything that isn't sticking out like a sore thumb. Now, let's keep moving. Jon, you're on point with me. Setting off down the street, or at least what was left of the street, Nox and the others nearly had to high step as they trudged through several hundred years of dirt and volcanic ash that had only semi-hardened over the years. It's almost as if this place has been frozen in time. But the barrier we passed through wasn't near strong enough to cause such an effect. Yet, this place is so remarkably well preserved. As if to prove his point, as they passed by an alley the group pulled to a stop as Daisy let out a light gasp. Tucked against the wall of a building was a skeleton that was clutching another skeleton close to its chest. A young woman, judging by the structure of the hips and child in her arms. A baron observed, using his spear tip to lift the gilded collar around the skeleton's neck which, amazingly, did not cause the skeleton to crumble. A slave. But the child doesn't wear a collar. She was protecting the child, Daisy said mournfully before whispering a prayer to the old gods under her breath. Let's move. No point in standing around with our thumb up our asses. Oh, interesting. Didn't realize that sort of thing interested you, my beautiful she-bear. Rolling her eyes, Daisy waved her mace just under the prince's nose. Keep those thoughts in your herd, Viper, or my mace will find its way up your ass. That was the wrong thing to say as a baron merely winked at the young woman. Well, I'm usually the giver in such situations, my dear. But I am not opposed to be a receiver in the right company. And if such a thing truly interests you, I might just be willing to make that exception. Though, we might want to find something smaller. I understand pleasure houses in Yunkai have these wooden polished fake phalluses that women can wear around their waist for such occasions. The half of Daisy's face that was visible above her leather mask went red as she tried to stammer a reply, only to come up short as several of the men chuckled or gave her wolf whistles, making the she-bear glare at them threateningly before holding her head high and purposefully marching away from them. Nox allowed the moment of levity to go. Given the situation they were in, and just where they were, a bit of humor wasn't the worst thing for the men and women currently under his command. After nearly an hour of trudging through the ruined city, the expedition found themselves before a dome structure that, like the rest of Valyria, had seen better days. But what better days they were, Nox thought, marveling at the architecture as he led the group up the stairs towards a towering set of double doors that were left ajar. The strange force touched black stone. The masonry. All of it. It's extraordinary. And even more so due to it being built by hand instead of with machines. It's still so remarkable to me, just what works of art this world can create without the use of droids or advanced building techniques. Walking through the doors, Nox paused as he turned his head skywards. The room they'd walked into was about half the size of Republic Senate chambers, making it almost ridiculously massive even by this world's standards. Around the edges of the room were columns of black stone statues, separated out evenly to provide both support to what was once the roof, as well as to add an artistic flair to the room as each column was carved into the visage of beyond beautiful human men and women standing in heroic or suggestive pose. And on the far side of the chamber, sitting upon a dais that rose nearly 20 feet from the main floor, were a set of 7 chairs, evenly spaced from one another. No doubt a throne, but for 7 chairs, and despite most being little more than piles of rubble, each was just as extravagant as the last. No more, no less. And below the main dais, spaced out amongst the pillars on lower platform, were 33 other seats that, while less extravagant than the ones on the highest dais, were still of high quality. I suppose what I read was true, Nox thought as he took a single stepping into what he assumed was once the massive throne room of the Valyrian freehold. Valyria wasn't ruled by a single ruler, but rather by a set of archons that oversaw the other dragonlords. Impressively forward of them, almost like Volantis. Another step and Nox felt it. The unmistakable force presence that he, and he alone, was uniquely qualified to deal with. Stop, he commanded, holding out his hand and stopping the rest of the expedition from entering the hall. Whatever you hear or see, none of you will take a single step into this hall until I say otherwise. Understood. There was mumbling from the expedition, but none dared question him. Especially after he sent a small bolt of lightning that struck the floor right near where Jon Snow had been about to step. "That means you as well, Jon," he said, and then took his attention off the expedition and onto the hull before him. "You are not ready yet to deal with what is to come. And the rest of you, honestly, you'd just get in my way." Walking into the middle of the room alone, Nox waited as he felt the familiar force presence start to gather itself at what it felt to be an intruder. A loud cracking cut through the silence of Valyria, giving Nox more than ample opportunity to sidestep as one of the columns behind and off to his side broke loose from the floor and ceiling and flew towards him like a spear. Letting the projectile fly uselessly past him, he traced the ambient force signature until he found what he was looking for. "Oh, no, you don't," he grinned, holding his right hand out, his fingers curled inwards as if grasping onto something. "Time to reveal yourself, apparition." A low moaning howl reverberated through Nox's very bones as light and dark mist materialized atop the tallest dais in front of the center chair. Within a heartbeat, where there was once nothing, a semi-translucent being appeared and immediately fell forward onto its hands and knees as it gasped desperately. "Impressive," Nox noted, lowering his hand, having completed the first aspect of the force walking technique. "I did not realize that the force sensitivity in this land had developed to the point where one could reject joining the force after shedding their mortal coil, or did you?" Watching curiously, Nox kept himself ready to act as the spirit rose to its knees and stared down dumbly at its hands. For a time, the spirit said nothing and did nothing as it just sat there, staring at itself as if trying to understand just what had happened. How long? The question was simple, yet full of anguish. 400 years, give or take a decade or two. The apparition disappeared, only to reappear less than a few paces before Nox. I know not what you did, yet for the first time since my death, my mind is clear," the ghost stated. "Yet I know not from where you hail. You are not Valyrian, nor are you from any region of Essos. Sothorios, perhaps. But your magic, Ashai. Neither," Nox countered. "I am a wanderer with a particular set of skills that is far, far away from anywhere I would consider home." The spirit seemed to accept that. "Then, perhaps, you would tell me, did any of the dragon lords make it out?" "No. All those that were within the city or even the peninsula died during what has now been called the Doom of Valyria," he answered, seeing no reason to beat around the bush with the spirit. In his experience, telling anything but the explicit truth to a spirit never really ended all that well for any party involved. "Then our failure is complete," the spirit mourned, turning away sorrowfully. "I am Archon Draesquidum, leader of the Archons of the Valyrian Empire, or at least I was. Not much of an empire now, is it? I would know the name of the man who gave me peace after so long, and his companions as well. They have no need to fear my losing control. Darth Nox," he introduced himself while motioning for the rest of the expedition to enter, which they did with no small amount of trepidation. After all, it wasn't every day that one has an encounter with an actual spirit of the dead, let alone one that belonged to a long-lost dragonlord of Valyria. To be on the safer side of things, however, Nox carefully wove a barrier around Jon to protect his identity. The last thing he needed right now was for the spirit to recognize the ancestry in Jon and say something about it. "The Northern Sorcerer, as some have decided to call me. Currently in service to Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North." "Stark," the Archon stated, its attention shifting off Nox and onto the rest of the expedition that dared to approach, namely the lords and ladies that were with him, before settling on Jon. His attention focused on the pendant Jon wore on his chest that Ned had given him for his last name day. "You, boy, you wear the sigil of the Kings of Winter. Be you a son of the Starks?" Jon, not expecting to suddenly be called upon, started. He muttered. I mean, I'm Lord Stark's bastard son." "Bastard means nothing," the Archon replied dismissively. "You are a son of the Kings of Winter. That is all that. Wait. You said, Lord Stark, not King Stark. And you, Sorcerer, referred to him as the Warden of the North. Not the King of the North. Why? Fucking Targaryens, that's why," Small Jon spat, drawing the attention of the specter. "The Targaryens. Why would those upstarts have anything to do with why the Kings of Winter no longer have their title?" the Archon asked, clearly curious. Because 100 years after the fall of Valyria, Aegon Targaryen and his sister wives took their dragons and conquered Westeros one kingdom at a time, Nox answered. The spirit of the Archon stayed silent as he absorbed the information. Ha! We must have greatly overestimated the strength of Westeros then if that pathetic house was able to conquer the whole continent with but 3 dragons. But how did the Targaryens manage to get the kings of Winter to kneel? Did the next generation marry to solidify the alliance? Or did those idiotic fools continue their ill-advised practice of fucking within the family to keep their blood pure? No, Jon answered, his eyes downcast much like the rest of the Northerners. The king of the North at the time knelt to prevent his men from being bathed in dragon fire. Deciding to head off more questions, Nox launched into an abridged history of the 7 kingdoms from the time of Aegon the Conqueror to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. By the time he'd finished, the Archon's spirit had noticeably dimmed. So, those fools not only failed in the one task they were given before setting out for Westeros, over the course of 300 years they managed to lose their magic and their dragons. And now the last ember of Valyria now resides in 2 children on the run and alone in Essos. Pathetic. The Archon growled. What was the one task that was given to House Targaryen? Nox asked as he started to struggle to keep the spirit solidified. They would have to make this quick. As far as history states, House Targaryen left Valyria of their own accord after Daenerys the Dreamer predicted the fall of Valyria to her family. And your history is only partially true, the Archon sighed. This was not common knowledge, but with our empire nothing more than dust on the pages of history, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. But the Dragon Lords were losing their magic. Each subsequent generator being born progressively weaker in terms of magic. And because of this weakening, our holds on our dragons, our greatest strength, was weakening. Where normally a rider could last their lifetime before the mind of the dragon overtook their own, now a rider could only bind for a decade, maybe 2, before the link had to be forcibly severed and transferred to a new rider. Pausing, the Archon turned his back on the group and walked a few paces towards the dais before continuing. Valyria grew strong not because we decimated or subdued our enemies but rather, we grew strong because we took what made our enemies strong and incorporated it into ourselves. Usually through marriage. A lesson the Targaryens failed to realize. As our powers began to decay, we recognized the need to bring new, powerful magic blood into the line of the Dragon Lords. And there was only one line that was considered that would be beneficial to us. The one line that kept an invasion of the Western continent from happening, the Kings of Winter, the Starks. We sent out the Targaryens with the hope that they would negotiate with the Kings of Winter for a bride that would become the wife to my son. And that through that union, we would create a new generation of dragon riders that were hopefully not as susceptible to pull of the dragon's mind. It was hoped that by going through marriage, we could avoid a repeat of the bloodshed that transpired when we tried to bring the Rhoynar under our rule and obtain their water magic. Wait, Prince Oberyn said, stepping forward and catching the attention of the Spectre. You mean to say that the reason for the Second Spice War was because you wanted the magic of the Rhoynar? And you wanted to take the women and men as your breeding stock? The Spectre nodded. Yes. And for a time, it worked. The water magic of the Rhoynar helped to stabilize the fire that came from binding a dragon to a rider. We still lament that your ancestor, Nymeria, escaped our grasp. What an Archon of Valyria she would have made. But while the war was bloody and almost pointless as the ones who survived barely had any magic talent, it did teach us a valuable lesson. Which was why we decided to try a gentler hand with the Kings of the North. Sighing, the Spurt shook his head. But there was another idea that was brought forth at the same time by those who were not willing to wait. A blood ritual that would require the sacrifice of thousands to reignite our magic back to its former glory. But the idea was shot down due to the unpredictable and potentially violent nature of the ritual in question. However, it appears that we should have shut the notion down harder than we did. Nox immediately connected the dots. The one who proposed the ritual went ahead with it, anyway, didn't they? Yes, the Archon nodded. His plan was perfect. He waited until all the Dragon Lord families had gathered in the capital, and then he and his acolytes went into a ritual chamber within the 14 flames and performed their sacrifice. The magical backlash from the sacrifices caused all the volcanoes to become active and erupt nearly simultaneously. But that was only the first problem. The moment the ritual was completed, and the destruction began, those of us with sufficient power could sense the true purpose behind the ritual. The warlock, or sorcerer, or however you want to title him, wanted to absorb the souls of not only those he sacrificed, but all of those in Valyria as well, Nox stated, surprising the Archon and drawing more than a few sharp looks from those around him. You are very knowledgeable, sorcerer, the Archon nodded slowly. Amongst my people, I was the head of ancient knowledge and charged with the safeguarding of the secrets of my order, Nox replied. And my people had a variation of the ritual you described. To our knowledge, it has only been successfully used once. And the effort it took to bring that bastard down is, well, let's just say you cannot imagine just what it took to bring an end to him. Yes, I can only imagine, the Archon nodded. When his intent became clear, those of us with the power to do anything were left with a choice. Try and protect the lives of our people, or their souls. The barrier, Nox deduced. It wasn't to keep anything out necessarily. It was to ensure that the one who did the ritual would not be able to claim the souls of the dead and thereby exponentially increasing his power. The Archon again nodded. You are correct. We were able to save the souls of our people, but we were not able to save their lives. The ritual, the sorcerer who performed it affected more than just the land. It affected our dragons as well. Severing the connections between rider and dragon, our beasts went feral and began attacking anything and everything that moved. Add to the destruction with the eruption of the 14 flames, and it truly was the end of our great empire. Remaining silent, Nox gave the spirit a moment to compose itself. While this will be of little comfort, I am here for the sole purpose of destroying the one that caused the doom and brought an end to your people. That got the spirit's attention. I doubt that is your only purpose here, sorcerer, the Archon countered and sighed. You seek the secrets of our people. Our steel, our magic, and our gold. Yes, Nox nodded, not bothering to hide it. The lost knowledge of your people can go a long way to advancing the world at large. And I am a sucker for lost knowledge, you could say. And as for the gold and Valyrian steel, well, you can consider them payments for getting rid of the being that killed you and continues to haunt this land. The spirit appeared to think it over. Not like I can stop you. And I'd much rather our legacy and knowledge return to the world than rot. Turning, the Archon pointed towards the dais. Upon the center chair in the base, there is a hidden chamber. Within is a key that will open the vault in the lower levels of the palace. It may take some work to reach the vault, but, within, you will find all that you seek. Our lost knowledge, steel, and gold. It is yours, should you swear to me now that you will end the creature that caused our destruction. You have my word, Archon Draesquidum. The one who brought about the doom shall not exist to torment you or your people any longer. Then I shall see if your word is good soon enough, the Archon said, accepting his oath. But if you truly intend to end the one who did this, then you will need aid. For he will call forth his own companion, even from the grave, to fight against you. I'll take all the help I can get, Archon, Nox agreed. Let's hear what you have to say.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here, in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe, and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.